Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
At the seaside villa, Tony sat in the living room and waited quietly. Soon, a shadow appeared on the floor of the living room, and the desperate troll grabbed a scorpion and rose from the ground. Casually throwing the scorpion on the ground, Tony thought, and the extremist troll merged into the ground again and disappeared. "Tony Stark," Scorpion said weakly, but could not hide the surprise in his eyes. "You know me?" Tony raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, Siezi immediately reacted and quickly lowered his head and said, "I just read about you in a magazine." "Really? Then who sent the bomb in front of my company?" "I have no idea." Scorpion quickly shook his head in denial, looking like I was completely unaware. Seeing his refusal to admit it, Tony didn't bother to continue asking. Anyway, everyone knew the truth of the matter, so there was no need to waste time. "Tell me, where's Mandarin?" The smile on Tony's lips faded, and he spoke slowly. As his smile disappeared, a strong sense of oppression suddenly spread from his body. If the pressure on the desperate troll is like a mountain, then the pressure on Tony is like the sea. When things are calm, I don't think it's anything, but once he gets serious, it's like the ocean of rage, making it impossible for people to even think about confrontation. I don't know." Scorpion gritted his teeth and said hard. At this time, a mental wave suddenly emanated from Tony's body, and Scorpion, who was in a trance, was instantly controlled by Tony. Suddenly, the expression on his face turned dull. "Where is Mandarin?" Tony asked again. This time, Siezi didn't say he didn't know, but said in a dull tone, "We are under public security." Hearing this, information about Zhongxin's security quickly emerged in Tony's mind. This is a medium-sized security company headquartered in Washington. Thinking of this, Tony spoke again, "Call him." As soon as he finished speaking, the controlled scorpion directly took out the phone on his body. This phone was obviously specially made, so it was not damaged in the previous battle. Taking out the phone, Siezi skillfully entered a series of numbers and dialed them. Toot toot. A waiting tone sounded, and soon the phone was connected, and Mandarin's hoarse voice came from the phone. "Is the matter done?" After the words fell, the controlled scorpion naturally had no way to answer. Tony reached out and took the phone from his hand, raising the corners of his mouth and saying, "He can't answer you now." After the words fell, Mandarin on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Immediately, he spoke unhurriedly. "Who are you? You asked someone to plant a bomb in front of my company, and now you ask me who I am? Tony, it's you. How about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? I like it very much, so I plan to give you a gift in return. What do you think of this head called Scorpion?" Tony said in a relaxed tone, but the imagined scene of Mandarin being furious did not appear, and his voice was still too calm. "I don't like his head, but you can kill him if you want. He's just a loser. If he dies, he will die." As soon as these words came out, Tony frowned and gained another layer of understanding about Mandarin. This guy is not a normal person. He doesn't even care about his own confidence. "By the way, I have a woman here. I don't know if you're interested in her. She seems to be named Maya," Mandarin said suddenly. Suddenly, Tony's brows couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know that Maya fell into Mandarin's hands. Seeing Mandarin threatening him with Maya, Tony sneered disdainfully. "Kill her if you want. She is the only one who can make the extremist virus. If you are willing, then kill her." Tony didn't care about Maya at all and kept her just to have someone ready to make the terminal virus. If Maya is killed, the worst-case scenario is for Reed and the others to research and create a virus. Therefore, Mandarin's threat did not matter to him at all. Mandarin was obviously choked by these words and did not speak for a while. However, Tony no longer had the interest to continue playing riddles with him, and immediately said directly, "I'll wait for you at Nyoyu. If you don't come, I will kill this guy. Remember to bring Maya in exchange." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly, regardless of whether he answered or not. In the Zhongxin security building, listening to the busy tone from the phone, a gloomy look suddenly flashed in Mandarin's eyes. The phone that was originally held in his hand suddenly turned into pieces with a sudden force on his palm. Just like what he said on the phone, he didn't care about Scorpion's life or death, but he hated someone threatening him. At that moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you waiting for me at Nyoyu? Then I'll go see you. I like to see what tricks you can do." At the same time, in the beach villa, just as Tony hung up the phone, a cold electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Side mission released. Battle of Old Enemies. Mission content: kill the old enemy. The King of Darkness does not need old enemies, only servants. Task reward: draw once and open a new category of draw. Listening to the sudden voice in his mind, the expression on Tony's face suddenly froze. He has long been accustomed to the system pretending to be dead every day. Apart from the increase in the number of members of the Dark Alliance, he never thought that the system would also issue tasks. For a while, everyone became interested. After carefully looking at the mission description and mission rewards, Tony's eyes flashed with anticipation. A new category lottery was opened. What would it be? Demonic energy? Mask? Or an item from another world? Thinking a little excitedly, it took a while before Tony's mood calmed down again. He originally wanted to kill Mandarin, but now that he has a system mission, his determination to kill Mandarin is even stronger. Glancing at the sluggish Scorpion in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared in Tony's palm. With a casual throw, the flames fell directly on him. Pung! In an instant, the flames burned directly. Compared to the flames brought by the extremist virus, Tony's flames are naturally more domineering. In just a few short breaths, the Scorpion was burned to ashes. Then Tony's telekinesis controlled the ashes and scattered his ashes directly into the sea. This guy's role has ended, and there is no use keeping him. As for replacing Maya, it is even more of a joke. He never thought about exchange from beginning to end. If he didn't die, he would have saved him easily. If he died, he wouldn't feel any pity. Therefore, it is useless to keep the Scorpion. SHILD, Nick's office. He is currently answering a call from Steve. During the phone call, Steve recounted everything he encountered during the operation, including Tony's involvement in the matter and his suspicions about Tony. When Nick heard that Tony was also involved, his brows instantly furrowed. He was completely afraid of Tony now. Even hearing his name gave me a headache. However, Tony actually took the initiative to help Orleans, which again puzzled him. Therefore, after hanging up the phone, Nick sat up directly in his office chair and thought about Tony's motives and purposes. After thinking for a long time, Nick finally couldn't figure it out. At the moment, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being. But one thing is that no matter what Tony wants to do, it is necessary to enhance the strength of his side. The death of Venom and Flint greatly reduced the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now it is facing some tasks with insufficient manpower. So without staying in the office for long, Nick drove out of SHILD alone and headed to Maria Hospital. He did not forget the 3 people he snatched from Tony's mouth. Although the 3 people had not shown anything special, he already had a hunch after finding out Reed's identity. There is a high possibility that they are extraordinary beings, otherwise Tony would not be allowed to go there personally. Today was the day they were discharged from the hospital, and he deliberately dropped everything to pick them up in person. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the hospital, and Nick strode into the hospital. But when he came outside the ward, he noticed a strange atmosphere. All the medical staff avoided this ward one by one, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Nick's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen? Thinking silently in his heart, Nick's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly walked into the ward. At that moment, the scene in the ward suddenly appeared before his eyes. Johnny and Susan sat next to Ben and comforted him. Ben sat on a hospital bed without saying a word, looking at the ceiling blankly. Of course, these are not important. What is really surprising is his body at this moment. His body was like a rock, covered with marks from head to toe, especially his body, which was several times stronger than before. Combined with his appearance, he looked like a monster. Upon seeing this, Nick's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Others didn't know what was going on. How could Nick, who's been dealing with extraordinary beings all the time, not know this. This is his awakening. Although he had vaguely expected it before, when he actually saw it, Nick still felt like he had won a big prize by buying a lottery ticket. Thinking of this, Nick's excited voice suddenly sounded in the ward. "Hey guys, what's wrong with you? You're looking sad." Hearing the sound, Johnny and the others suddenly came to their senses. Seeing Nick's arrival, Johnny and Susan quickly stood up and said, "Hello, sir. You don't need to be so formal. Why do you all look so bad?" Nick waved his hand and said in a friendly tone. Hearing this, Johnny and Susan glanced at Ben, with wry smiles on their faces. Ben also looked back at Nick at this moment and said sadly, "I became a monster." As soon as the words fell, Nick immediately retorted, "Who said you are a monster?" As soon as he said these words, Ben couldn't help but be stunned. Ever since he took off the gauze this morning, he could feel the disgusted eyes of everyone looking at him. Everyone regarded him as a monster, and Nick was the first one to refute. Nick's words continued at this moment. "You are not a monster. You just gain power that others don't have. As long as you use this power properly, you're not only not a monster, but also a hero in this world. Follow me, and I will make you a hero in this world. Then no one can call you a monster." Nick said sincerely, with a calm look in his eyes. Hearing this, Ben's originally silent heart suddenly beat violently, and a sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. "Yes, I'm not a monster. I want to be a hero and be respected by everyone." Thinking in his mind, Ben's eyes suddenly filled with excitement again. In the original book, he became taciturn because of his inferiority complex about appearance. Now, Nick sees through his inferiority complex and helps him break it in advance. "I understand, sir, and I will definitely clear my name," Ben said firmly. Nick nodded with a smile, and then turned his attention to Johnny and Susan beside him. "How's it going? Have you seen any changes?" Listening to Nick's words, the two originally planned to hide the changes in themselves, but after seeing Nick's attitude towards Ben, Johnny and Susan decided to tell the truth. At the moment, the two also performed their own super abilities respectively. One has fire control, and the other is invisible. Both are very powerful. This made Nick completely happy, and his whole expression became excited. The addition of three extraordinary beings not only brought SHIELD's strength back to its peak, but also made it faintly stronger. Without staying at the hospital, Nick picked up the three of them and left the hospital directly to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. The three of them have just awakened and are not yet proficient in ability. They need more practice. Fortunately, SHIELD has experience in this area. It not only has a large number of training equipment, but also has dedicated guidance. And just when SHIELD's strength increased again, at this moment, Mandarin finally returned to New York. Without going anywhere else, Mandarin returned to New York and headed straight for Tony's beach house. No one can provoke him and remain unscathed. All those who provoked him must make amends with blood. To ordinary people, Tony's residence is a secret, but for some people with status, it is not difficult to investigate Tony's residence. Soon, a row of motorcades stopped outside the beach villa. In the villa, just as Mandarin and others arrived, Tony also received a reminder from Jarvis. "Sir, someone is coming. It seems that the person who comes is not malicious. Do you need to give a defensive warning?" "Need not." Tony stopped Jarvis's idea of calling the police and walked outside the villa alone. Because of the system mission, Tony, who originally planned to let the crowd beat up Mandarin, gave up the idea and planned to deal with him personally. Pushing open the door of the villa and walking out, passing through the courtyard outside the villa, Mandarin and his party soon appeared in Tony's sight. Similarly, Tony's figure also appeared in front of Mandarin. Looking at Tony, who was walking slowly, Mandarin looked him up and down with cold eyes, full of scrutiny, as if wondering where he got the courage to challenge himself. But after watching for a long time, Tony, apart from his extraordinary demeanor, was just an ordinary person. For a moment, Mandarin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Soon, Tony walked out of the villa door and came to stand in front of everyone. Looking at Mandarin, who had a gloomy temperament on his body, Tony crossed his hands and said proactively, "Did Maya bring it?" After finishing speaking, Mandarin turned his head and glanced at Norris beside him. Suddenly, Norris quickly asked someone to bring a woman out of the car, which was Maya. "Where are my people?" Mandarin asked. Although he didn't care, since it was an exchange, he had to check whether the person was good or not. "Oh, he was killed by me." Tony didn't hide it and spoke directly. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. "Haha." Mandarin's hoarse laughter sounded, but his eyes became colder. No one can challenge him again and again. No one can. "Interesting. I haven't met someone as interesting as you for a long time. Have you figured out how to die? I can give you a choice." Mandarin's voice sounded slowly, and for a while, only his voice echoed around the empty villa. Tony raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth as well. "I have a tough life, and even God can't take it away. If you have the ability, then come on." As he spoke, Tony spread his hands, full of provocation. Hearing this, Mandarin stopped talking and directly raised his hand. The ring on his left index finger lit up, and a red beam of light instantly burst out from his index finger. At the same time, Tony's eyes lit up, and two beams of light shot out from his eyes. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The energy beams launched by the two collided fiercely in midair. The violent explosion flooded the space and isolated the two people. Seeing this scene, Mandarin's expression changed, and the ring on his left ring finger lit up instantly. Suddenly, his energy was greatly increased, and a mental storm directly hit Tony's position. Ordinary people will inevitably fall victim to spiritual attacks from invisible substances, but Tony, who has integrated the sheep spell, has also reached a terrifying level of spirituality. Therefore, just after Mandarin's mental impact approached Tony, he was immediately perceived by Tony. At that moment, Tony had a thought in his mind, and his tyrannical mental power suddenly hit him head-on. Boom! There was a silent collision, and blood suddenly flowed from Mandarin's mouth and nose on the other side. Spiritual confrontation is the most dangerous. He didn't expect that Tony was also proficient in spiritual methods. He was caught off guard and was seriously injured. However, Mandarin was also a ruthless person. He endured the pain in his mind and continued to activate the skills on the ring. Cutting beams, black body rays, lightning storms, fire explosions, and the skills on the 10 rings were continuously activated by him. Terrifying explosions continued to sound. After just a few moments of fighting, a huge pit appeared where the two met. As for Norris and others, they had already retreated far away the moment the two took action. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in. It's even difficult to get close. On the battlefield, the mental barrier was used to block Mandarin's skills again, and Tony's eyes towards Mandarin became serious. This guy's strength is not bad, and it makes him feel a little pain in his balls. The main reason is that he has too many skills at his disposal, which makes him overwhelmed. However, although Mandarin's strength is not bad, his weaknesses are relatively obvious. He completely relies on the 10 rings on his hand. Without the rings, his original strength is not worth mentioning at all. So, soon, Tony had a plan of action in mind. Seeing Mandarin activate his skills again, Tony suddenly moved and disappeared from Mandarin's sight. Seeing this, Mandarin instantly became vigilant, but before he could take precautions, Tony appeared directly in front of him in the next second. Looking at Tony, who was close at hand with a shocked expression, Mandarin was about to speak, but saw Tony smile at him, and the next second, a hand grabbed his hand. Seeing this, he still didn't know what Tony wanted to do, so he clenched his fists instantly. But he obviously underestimated Tony's power. Tony, who had integrated the Ox Talisman, was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. Therefore, with a sharp pain in his fingers, Tony pulled the 2 rings off his right hand alive. **hole, give me back the ring." Mandarin roared in anger. At the same time, raised his hand to activate an ice storm, trying to freeze Tony. But Tony's body suddenly burned with flames, which directly drove ice away and quickly distanced him. Stopping, Tony looked at the 2 rings on his hands. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He immediately put the 2 rings on his hands, wanting to feel some of the power of the rings. However, apart from a cold feeling, Tony did not feel the special power on the ring, and suddenly frowned. Mandarin looked at his actions and immediately taunted. "Stop dreaming. No one else can use the ring except me." After he finished speaking, Tony looked up at him with a smile on his lips. "Really? I can't see. Kill you. I won't believe you can't use it." After saying that, Tony's figure disappeared again. With the first lesson learned, almost the moment Tony disappeared, Mandarin released various lasers to bombard the surrounding air. Try to use this method to prevent Tony from approaching. But no matter what, his reaction speed couldn't keep up with Tony. When he released the skill, Tony didn't come close at all. But when the skill ended, Tony appeared in front of him and continued to violently snatch the ring. It was a completely rogue method. Soon, 3 more rings fell into Tony's hands. Mandarin's 10 fingers that were originally full of rings were now only left with 2 on his left hand and 3 on his right hand. Mandarin was furious, but there was nothing he could do about Tony. In fact, a touch of fear grew in his heart. He can always be aloof because of the magic ring in his hand. Once the magic ring is taken away, he will be finished. Thinking of this, Mandarin suddenly felt like retreating. At that moment, he glanced at Tony angrily, turned around, and left. Not far away, Tony looked at this scene with a hint of ridicule on his face. "Come and leave, as you say. Do you think I'm a clay sculpture?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tony's figure disappeared again. The power of the rabbit's spell was brought into full play by him, and his speed could be compared to that of light. Mandarin only took 2 steps before Tony appeared in front of him again. He subconsciously clenched his fists to protect the ring on his hand. But this time, Tony didn't snatch the ring and punched him directly in the face. Boom! Mandarin, who was completely unprepared, was sent flying by Tony's punch without any defense. He fell heavily to the ground, and just as he was about to struggle to stand up, Tony's figure appeared next to him again and stepped on his chest. Click! There was a sound of bone cracking, and Tony had no intention of showing mercy at all, and stepped on his sternum with 1 foot. Ahem! A violent cough came from Mandarin's mouth, and a large amount of blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. Staring at Tony, Mandarin's eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. He opened his mouth to say something, but his mouth was full of blood, making him unable to say a word. In the end, he could only let out a gurgling sound, the sound of cooing. Seeing that Mandarin was taking in too much air and not letting out too much, Tony took off the remaining 5 rings from his hand under his lustful eyes. Then he said in a relaxed tone, "Looking at you, it's hard to live, so let me send you on your last journey." After speaking, Tony raised his feet, and the anger in Mandarin's eyes was quickly replaced by panic. In the past, such a look would only appear on his prey. He never thought that one day he would also show such a look. All I can say is that the way of heaven is reincarnation. Boom! Without any accident, Tony crushed Mandarin's chest with his foot. Seeing that the life look in his eyes completely dissipated, Tony turned to look at Norris and others not far away. They witnessed Mandarin's death with their own eyes, and for a moment everyone's faces were filled with fear. In the past, Mandarin was a god in their eyes, and there was nothing he could not do. But now that the god was dead, the god killer also looked at them. Suddenly, everyone turned around and ran away in fear. Naturally, Tony had no desire to do anything to these miscellaneous fish, but with a thought, the Shadow Corps suddenly appeared in front of Tony. "Leave no one behind." As soon as the words fell, the Black Shadow Corps jumped to catch up with Norris and others, starting a killing spree. Leaving the remaining matters to the Shadow Corps, Tony turned and walked towards Maya. As Tony approached, Maya suddenly became nervous. She knew that Tony was very strong. She and Killian were no match for Tony before, but the battle between Tony and Mandarin just now overturned her knowledge. The two of them are like gods with endless methods, and they can burst out great power with just a move of their hands and feet. With such strength, facing Tony was like looking at a god walking in the world, and she could no longer treat him with a normal heart. "Mr. Tony." Maya lowered her head and used honorifics. Looking at Maya's bound hands, Tony raised his hand and swiped, and an invisible force suddenly cut through the rope on her hand. Pay attention to your own safety in the future. You're not always so lucky to be saved, Tony said calmly. Maya nodded immediately. I understand, Mr. Tony. Go ahead and continue producing the extremist virus. After saying that, Tony turned and walked towards the villa. But just when he turned around, Maya's voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Tony, do you need a rest? I have learned some massage techniques to help you relax from fatigue, Maya said with a rosy face. When Tony turned to look at her, she couldn't help but lower her head. Seeing this, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. As an Aquaman, how could Tony not understand the meaning of her words? He looked up and down her body, although there was some dust on her face which made her look a little embarrassed. But she still couldn't hide her beautiful face and curvy figure. Especially the mountain peaks on the chest are simply towering into the clouds. Okay, come on. Nodding, Tony continued to walk towards the villa, while Maya quickly followed after receiving the consent and walked into the villa together. As for the corpses outside the villa, Tony doesn't have to worry about it. The Shadow Corps will naturally clean up the battlefield. It can be said that dragging the corpse into the Shadow Kingdom will be devoured by dark creatures in minutes, which can be said to be very convenient. In the room on the second floor of the villa, Maya was taking a shower in the bathroom, while Tony changed into a nightgown and sat on the bed, checking the system information. Mission: Battle of Old Enemies. Task progress completed. Task reward: draw once and open a new category of draw. After he killed Mandarin, he was informed that the mission was completed, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it at the time. Now that he is free, he is in the mood to check the mission information. There was nothing much to say about the lottery. He had already participated in the lottery more than once. What interested him was the opening of a new category. I don't know which items the system will open this time. While thinking about it, he opened the lottery roulette. Unlike before, he saw one more option on the lottery roulette. One of them is naturally the talisman roulette, which specializes in the production of spells, and the other category is the magic roulette, which is a newly opened category. Looking at this scene, Tony's eyes lit up. Demonic energy comes from the devil and is the original power of the devil. If you integrate the demonic energy, you can gain the power of the devil, which immediately makes Tony's heart beat. After looking at the number of draws with only one draw, Tony's eyes wandered back and forth between the spell roulette and the magic roulette for several times, and finally chose the magic roulette. Start, I muttered silently in my heart, and suddenly the pointer on the demonic energy turntable began to rotate rapidly. After feeling almost the same, Tony started to stop. At this moment, the speed of the pointer began to slow down and gradually settled on a lotus flower. Suddenly, the lotus flew out of the roulette wheel, shot toward Tony, and instantly merged into his body. At that moment, a mighty force washed through his body, making his physical body stronger. At the same time, Tony also felt that he had an extra strength. Opening his eyes, Tony looked at the water glass on the table not far away, and suddenly raised his hand to grab it from the air. Suddenly, the water glass seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force and flew into his hand in an instant. Seeing this, Tony's mouth was filled with a smile. The lotus represents the moon demon Curse Blue, and the power of Curse Blue is to control gravity. As one of the four fundamental forces, gravity is everywhere, and wherever there is gravity, it is Tony's home court. Even Tony can fully control gravity to the extent of Curse Blue in the anime, and move the trajectory of the moon. So, how could Tony not be happy? It could be said that Curse Land's demonic energy alone made his strength rise to a big level. It's unimaginable how powerful he will be when he combines 8 demonic energies and 12 talismans into one body. Just as Tony was thinking about it, suddenly the bathroom door opened and Maya walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Because she had just taken a shower, a trace of heat rose from her body, and her cheeks became even more rosy, like a red apple, making people want to take a bite. Looking at the beauty emerging from the water, Tony was not polite and directly used the gravitational force he had just obtained to pull Maya over. In the underground research room, Loki listened to the strange sound again and sighed helplessly. He felt that it was necessary for him to do research in another place. Who could bear to do this every day? Shaking his head, Loki used his strength to block the inexplicable sound and continued to study his things. Come on, soon my research will be completed. As he spoke, Loki's eyes flashed with excitement. In the eyes of others, he is studying artificial intelligence, but only he knows that he is studying life, a life that comes from scratch. Just when Mandarin's matter came to an end, at this moment, there was another country extremely far away from the United States. Eagle Country. Jane Foster discovered a space-time distortion force field in an abandoned building. As an astrophysicist, Jane was full of curiosity about all mysterious powers, so she immediately stepped into the abandoned building. And just after she stepped into this mysterious force field, she didn't know that she left the Earth in an instant and appeared underground in the Asa God's domain. It was dark under the God's domain, and soon, a pool of dark red, transparent solid appeared in Jane's sight, as beautiful as agate crystal. Seeing this scene, Jane subconsciously reached out and touched it, but when her hand touched the dark red, transparent solid, something unexpected happened, and the dark red, transparent solid actually merged into her body. A powerful impact hit her heart, and Jane fainted with almost no resistance. Soon, all the dark red, transparent solids were integrated into her body, and the mysterious force field disappeared. Suddenly, Jane returned to the Earth from the divine realm. After being found fainted by her assistant, she was sent directly to the hospital. And just after the dark red solid disappeared, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, instantly felt something. He is the patron saint of God's domain, responsible for guarding the Rainbow Bridge and controlling the portal to God's domain. At the same time, he was also given the responsibility by Odin to guard the Reality Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Possessing the eye of Heimdall, which perceives all things, he can see all things and hear everything, similar to the combination of acute eyes and wind ears in Eastern mythology. But just now he discovered that the TIE particles transformed by the Reality Stone disappeared. Suddenly, the expression on Heimdall's face changed instantly. What happened? Disappeared. Heimdall's face was full of doubts, and he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where TIE particles were sealed. Looking at the empty underground palace, Heimdall's face suddenly became extremely ugly. A force of perception centered on him and quickly spread in all directions, hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, tens of millions of miles away. Perception continued to spread, covering the vast territory of God's domain. But even so, he could not find any trace of TIE particles, as if they disappeared out of thin air. For a moment, Heimdall was shocked and angry. At the same time, he was also wondering who had the ability to steal TIE particles under his nose. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he didn't have a clue, but TIE particles were very important. Since he couldn't find them, he could only tell the god, King Odin, about it. After clearing his mind, Heimdall did not waste any time and quickly disappeared into the underground palace, heading towards the fairy palace where Odin lived. As the ruler of the divine realm and the residence of Odin, the vastness of the immortal palace far exceeds the imagination of the world. Large tracts of palaces stretch above the sky, and the golden afterglow shines on the fairy palace, filling the fairy palace with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. When Heimdall saw Odin in Asgard, a guilty look appeared on his face. "King, I did something bad. Please punish me." The TIE particles in the underground palace disappeared. As soon as these words came out, Odin, who was sitting high on the throne, his figure shrouded in light, and his specific figure could not be seen, suddenly heard a surprised voice in his mouth. "TIE particles disappeared? Didn't you even notice?" Odin's tone was curious. Although he is the king of the gods, when it comes to perception, even he cannot compare to Heimdall. Otherwise, he would not have canonized Hyrdam as the patron saint. I just want him to use his powerful perception ability to protect the divine domain. Listening to Odin's words, Heimdall became even more ashamed, but but he did not defend himself. He just bowed his head again and asked for punishment. I also asked my king to punish you. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin waved his hand. I don't blame you for this. Even your perception ability can be concealed. This matter may not be simple. Let me make some calculations. After saying that, Odin fell into silence, and Heimdall also waited quietly below without disturbing him. As the king of gods, Odin is not only powerful and one of the top experts in the universe, he is also proficient in various abilities, including the art of calculation and calculation. As long as there is no special defense or absolute strength, there is no way to resist Odin's calculation. Soon, a terrifying energy fluctuation filled the fairy palace. Heimdall, who was standing below, felt this vast power and looked at Odin on the throne with even more awe. Strong energy fluctuations come and go quickly. Soon, Odin stopped moving and gave the answer at the same time. According to my calculations, TIE particles are no longer in God's domain, but in Blue Star. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall's face suddenly showed joy. As the guardian god, a combination of wind, ears, and acute eyes, as long as he has a target, he can find things as quickly as possible. Therefore, just after Odin's words fell, Heimdall moved instantly. Infinite divine light bloomed in his eyes, and his gaze passed through the layers of space and the endless vacuum universe, landing directly on the Blue Star. For a time, most of the people on Blue Star appeared in his eyes, but unfortunately, he found no trace of TIE particles. Seeing this, the ray of hope that had just risen in Heimdall's heart was immediately extinguished like a fire. Heimdall looked at Odin on the throne in astonishment, and couldn't help but want to ask if you had made a mistake. But he knew that Odin's power was infinite and it was basically impossible to make a mistake. So when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. However, Odin on the throne saw through Heimdall's thoughts at a glance, and said calmly, I can't be wrong. You didn't notice it, probably because you were too far away and TIE particles actively block your perception. Unless you are on the same planet. Otherwise, you won't be able to find anything across the vast starry sky as long as it has a heart. Listening to Odin's explanation, Heimdall showed a hint of enlightenment on his face. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, my king. I will go to Blue Star and I will definitely bring back TIE particles. After the words fell, Odin, who was sitting on the throne, did not agree. I remember that souls seem to be stopping at Blue Star. That's right, Heimdall said proactively. In this case, leave this matter to him. Let him find the person who stole the TIE particles as soon as possible and send them to the divine realm. After hearing this arrangement, Heimdall was a little disappointed because he couldn't go there in person. But I also know that the sooner the better, otherwise the delay will be too long and no one knows whether new changes will occur. SHIELD, training room. At this moment, Thor is sitting cross-legged in the training room, meditating continuously. As a god, divine power is the source of his strength. The amount of divine power determines the lower limit of his combat power, while the artifacts and magical skills determine the upper limit of his combat power. Since realizing his own lack of strength, Thor has been working hard and meditating in his free time to increase his divine power. There's a saying that you have to work hard quietly and then surprise everyone. Obviously, Soul belongs to this category of people. It's a pity that improvement in strength does not happen overnight. Even though he works hard enough, it is impossible for his strength to suddenly increase dramatically. What's more, because of Tony, he did not capture Loki back to the divine realm, nor did he participate in the battle against the 9 kingdoms to counter the rebellion. Without a period of experience, his current strength may be slightly weaker than in the original work. And just when he was immersed in meditation, suddenly, the light in his mind flourished, and a figure full of light suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. The person who came here exuded a divine and unpredictable temperament, and every move was full of divine power. Suddenly, Soul's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his head respectfully and said, Father. Thor, long time no see. Odin sent down the god's telekinesis to inform Thor. How did your mission go? How is Loki doing now? Odin did not directly explain the task, but first asked about the previous task. Upon hearing this, a trace of shame suddenly appeared on Sol's face. Sorry, Father, I haven't caught Loki yet. He has become stronger. So, the mission is not completed yet, Sol said guiltily, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. He also didn't expect that his strength would increase so much after seeing Loki again. In addition, Shild's strength was not as good as the original work, and Tony still sided with Loki, causing his mission to completely fail. Hearing this, Odin was silent for a while, as if he didn't expect the outcome of the matter to be like this. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and did not blame Sol. After all, both of them were his sons, so it was normal for one to lose to the other. He couldn't just step aside and try to deviate. He could only encourage him by saying, Thor, don't be discouraged. Explore your own strength. Sooner or later, you will be able to defeat Loki. Yes, Father. Thor nodded, and his whole person became high-spirited again. At this time, Odin finally talked about the business of this trip. Thor, there is something you need to do now. The sealed object in the god's domain has disappeared. According to my calculations, it is now on the blue star. You must find it, or its host, and bring it back to God's domain. This matter is very important and must be completed as soon as possible. Odin spoke very seriously, and his tone was also very serious. Although Thor didn't know exactly what happened, he felt a hint of solemnity from his words. At that moment, Sol nodded heavily and took this matter to heart. I understand, Father. I will find it quickly and send it back to God's domain as soon as possible. After saying that, the father and son communicated for a while, and finally, the god's telekinesis dissipated in Thor's mind. As Odin left, Thor opened his eyes. For the time being, Thor had no clue about finding the thing sealed in the divine realm. Although Odin told him some of the characteristics of TIE particles and the reaction after integration, with the population of Blue Star, trying to find people based on their characteristics in the vast sea of people is completely like finding a needle in a haystack. If Sol were a person, he really didn't have the confidence to complete this task. Fortunately, he was never alone. Behind him stood S.H.I.E.L.D. As the most powerful organization in the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded in the last century. Since its development, it has already built its own intelligence network all over the world. With their strength, it is much easier to find someone in the vast crowd than Sol himself. So, after opening his eyes, Sol left the training room directly and walked towards Nick's office. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Nick's voice came from the office. Please come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Sol pushed the door open and entered. Seeing him, a smile suddenly appeared on Nick's face behind the desk. Sol, why are you here? I plan to find you. As soon as these words came out, Sol was stunned. Looking for me? What's the matter? Something happened to Jane Foster, Nick said in a calm tone, and Sol's expression suddenly changed. If he was talking about who was most important to him on Blue Star, it must be Jane. When he heard that something happened to her, a powerful aura instantly emanated from Thor. Seeing this, Nick's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he quickly said, Don't get excited, Sol. Jane is fine now. She just fainted suddenly before and was sent to the hospital. I'm awake now and out of danger. After hearing this, Sol's originally agitated mood suddenly calmed down a lot, but after calming down, Sol couldn't help but frown when he looked at Nick. Jane and S.H.I.E.L.D. have no intersection. How did Nick know something happened to her? Seeing the suspicion on Sol's face, Nick, as a human spirit, didn't know what he was thinking, so he continued to explain. Don't get me wrong, I'm not monitoring her. I'm protecting her safety. After all, you have been in contact with her, and many people know it. I'm also afraid that someone will use her relationship with you to threaten you, so I specially asked someone to protect her. If you think it's inappropriate, then I'll have people evacuate now. Nick spoke frankly, without any guilt in his eyes, which showed that what he said was true. Seeing this scene, Sol's face gradually relaxed. It's okay. Continue to protect her. Where is she now? I'll go check on her. Hearing this, Nick gave the address and then said, Tell me, What do you want from me? How do you know I have something to do with you? Thor was a little surprised. A smile suddenly appeared on Nick's lips. You guys, you don't have to go to Sambodian for anything. Unless something happens, no one has ever come to my office to look for me. All right. Thor scratched his head. Immediately, he quickly told what Odin had ordered and asked Nick to use SHIELD's intelligence network to help him find it. Naturally, Nick would not have any objections to Sol's request. Not to mention that Thor worked for SHIELD for free during this period. There was no credit but hard work. Even considering Thor's status as the Prince of the Divine Domain, Nick would try his best to have a good relationship with him. Therefore, when faced with his request, Nick naturally would not shirk. And after he agreed to this, the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. However, because he was worried about Jane, Sol did not stay too long and left Nick's office after finishing the conversation. Eagle Country, squatting at the airport. A plane from the United States landed quickly, and a tall young man followed the crowd and walked off the plane. Sol, who already knew Jane's exact location, took a taxi and went straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. Soon at the door of the hospital ward, Sol took a deep breath nervously, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened the door and walked in. In the ward, Jane was recuperating on the bed, and the female assistant was taking care of her. When she saw Sol entering the door, the female assistant was stunned for a moment and subconsciously stood up to stop him. Who are you? After finishing her words, Jane opened her eyes on the bed. When she saw the longing face, Jane suddenly trembled and shed 2 lines of tears. Since Thor returned to God's domain last time, the two parties have not seen each other again. When Thor came again, he was busy with extraordinary events due to complicated affairs and did not meet Jane. Now that we see each other again, in addition to being excited, Jane's heart also feels full of blame. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ward became strange. The female assistant was obviously aware of this. Except for saying a few words at the beginning, she completely huddled in the corner to reduce her sense of presence. She silently said in her heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me." She ate the melon in silence. Complaints, quarrels, explanations, and the usual conflicting attitudes of couples were repeated by the two of them. Although the plot was cliché, the female assistant, as a melon eater, enjoyed it with gusto. Finally, the two reconciled as before. At this time, a knock on the door came from outside, and 2 police officers walked in. "Hello, is this Jane Foster's ward? We received a call from someone saying that you were attacked and unconscious, so we came here to investigate and make a record." After finishing her words, Jane frowned and immediately turned to look at the female assistant aside. Under her gaze, the female assistant shrank her head. "I called the police. When I saw you unconscious, I was so nervous that I called the police." Hearing this, Jane couldn't help but have a wry smile on her face. The female assistant was doing it entirely for her own good. In this case, she couldn't say anything to blame. At the moment, he could only say to the 2 police officers, "I am Jane Foster. I was not attacked. I just accidentally fell and fainted. Please run to yourself." Jane explained that she was not telling the truth. She was very curious about that place and planned to explore it after she was discharged from the hospital. If she told the truth, the place might be blocked, which was not what she wanted to see. Upon hearing this, the 2 policemen looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Although they were a little helpless, since the parties involved said everything was fine, they could only return the way they came. However, as punishment for making a false police report, the female assistant was fined 1,000 yuan. After sending away the 2 police officers, Sol, who had been silent next to him, immediately sat beside the hospital bed and reached out to grab Jane's little hand outside the quilt, intending to express his feelings in this way. But just when his palm was about to touch Jane, a dark red light suddenly flashed across Jane's body, and immediately, Sol's palm was bounced away. Seeing this scene, not only Sol was stunned, but even Jane's expression became dull. The female assistant looked at this scene with a shocked face and stammered, "Oh my God, what is going on?" The female assistant's words did not attract the attention of the 2 of them. At this moment, both Sol and Jane were lost in thought. Jane was thinking about what was going on. Her memory kept going back, and she soon locked on the dark red substance she had touched. And Saul only had one sentence in his mind at the moment, and he didn't know whether to say it or not. Could it be such a coincidence that his father asked him to search for the sealed artifact, and he found traces of the sealed artifact on his girlfriend? The dark red light just now was clearly the same as the characteristics of the sealed object described by Odin. Thinking of this, Saul looked at Jane, took a deep breath, and said, "Jane, you have to tell me honestly what's going on? This matter is very important and is related to your life. You must tell the truth." Looking at Saul's solemn look, Jane also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately told everything she had encountered in an anxious tone, without hiding anything. After listening, Saul had an even more headache. Therefore, he found no useful information in Jane's words. But he also knew that Jane was not to blame. After all, she was just an ordinary mortal. You should have a good rest first. What you have on you is not simple. Don't tell others. Let me help you deal with it. After saying that, Saul didn't mention the matter again, and just kept chatting with Jane until Jane fell asleep. Then he walked out of the ward and stood at the window at the end of the corridor with a trace of confusion in his eyes. If it were someone else who had integrated the sealed artifact of God's realm, he would have brought the person back to God's realm without saying a word. But it was Jien who integrated the sealed artifact, so he couldn't be so hasty. After all, no one knew how Odin would deal with Jane, which made him dare not even ask Odin rashly. Otherwise, what would he do if Odin asked him to take the person back directly? And it would not work just to let it go, because he didn't understand the sealed objects and didn't know the dangers of the sealed objects. Of course, he could also gamble that the sealed objects were harmless and could even bring benefits to people, but he obviously couldn't afford the gamble. After all, Jane was his most important person on Blue Star. Therefore, he must find someone who has nothing to do with Odin, but knows about sealed objects and can learn about the sealed objects before he can decide what to do next. And he could only think of one such person on Blue Star, and that was Loki. Compared to him, a war madman, Loki knew more about other things than he did. Although the relationship between the two was not very good, he was willing to bow his head for Jane. Making a decision in his heart, Saul found his female assistant, told him that he had something to deal with, and asked her to take good care of Jane, and then flew back to the United States overnight. Neil made an appointment at the airport, got off the plane, and Saul directly took a car and drove to the City of Freedom. SHIELD has always been paying attention to Loki's activities and knows that he is staying with Tony. It's just that because of fear, SHIELD has always treated it as unaware. When he arrived at the beach villa, Tony received a reminder from Jarvis in the villa for the first time. "Sir, a guest is here." After saying this, Tony raised his eyebrows. He had not had any guests here for a while. Who would come to him at this time? While thinking about it, Tony said, "Jarvis, open the door and invite people in." "Okay, sir," Jarvis responded, and immediately, Thor walked to the door of the villa. Before he could knock on the door, the villa door opened, and Jarvis's voice sounded instantly. "Sir, please come in." Listening to Jarvis's invitation, looking at the open villa, Saul couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the tension in his heart. This emotion rarely appears in him, but now it really exists. After all, he can't beat any of the two people in this villa. But even so, he didn't hesitate much and stepped directly into the villa. In the living room, Tony looked at Saul entering the door with a flash of surprise on his face, and at the same time a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A rare visitor looking for Loki? Thor nodded. Tony was not surprised. He and Thor had no friendship. Even if he wanted to find him, Nick should come in person. Therefore, when Thor came here, he could only look for Loki. Anyone else might have thought Thor and Loki were incompatible. But Tony knew that the relationship between the two was very complicated, and it was more appropriate to describe it as falling in love and killing each other, so he had no intention of stopping it. "Jarvis, tell Loki that someone is looking for him and ask him to come out." "Okay, sir." Jarvis's voice sounded. Tony looked at Saul and stretched out his hand to signal. "Sit down. What should you drink, coffee or red wine?" Saul sat across from Tony and seemed a little uncomfortable facing Tony's greeting. After all, the two sides had many conflicts before, but now the meeting atmosphere is so harmonious, which is really strange. He had been prepared to be kicked out by Tony. No, no need. I'll just wait for Loki. Hearing this, Tony didn't force himself and moved slightly into a comfortable position, ready to eat melon. He didn't know why Thor came, but there must be something wrong, otherwise he wouldn't come. So, what will Loki choose, to help him or not to help him? Tony was curious. The two of them didn't wait too long. Soon, Loki came out of the underground research room. He is wearing a white coat and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. Now he looks more and more like a scientist. As for the former evil god Loki, he has long since disappeared. When Thor saw the image of Loki, his mouth opened wide in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After Loki saw Thor sitting on the sofa, his originally dull expression also changed. "What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Thor came back to his senses. He ignored the change in Loki's image and ignored his threat. Thor said directly, "Do you know about the sealed objects in the god realm?" As soon as these words came out, Loki immediately raised his eyebrows. "Why do you ask this suddenly?" Hearing this, Thor instantly understood that Loki must have understood it, and he quickly said, "You don't have to worry about it. You just need to tell me, what will happen if a mortal integrates the sealed artifact?" Thor was a little excited. Looking at him, Loki didn't show off. "Will die." Loki's answer was very concise. Thor was suddenly struck by lightning and froze in place. And now Loki's voice continued. "The divine realm's sealed objects are called TIE particles, but they are actually reality gems, one of the 6 great gems. Integrating with mortals will gradually absorb their vitality until death. Is there any way to take it out?" Thor said suddenly. The whole person's expression became more and more excited. Looking at his appearance, Loki slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure as well." Although he said that, looking at the regretful look on Loki's face, Thor almost guessed the answer. Suddenly, Sol's face became extremely ugly. How could this happen? He sat on the sofa and kept mumbling to himself. Tony listened to the conversation between the two with eyes full of interest. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the plot of Thor 2 in the previous life, but there was a slight deviation. But it has little to do with him. Now, he just wants to be a quiet member of the public. But just when he was about to continue eating melon, someone couldn't stand it. Ding! Temporary mission, Dark Glory. Mission description. As the ultimate darkness, all darkness should be under the control of the host. Conquer or destroy the dark elves, and maintain the glory of darkness. Task reward. Number of draws +1. One of the Black Shadow masks, Ninja Mask. Hearing the sudden reminder sound in his mind, Tony, who was quietly being a melon eater, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. This system is no longer pretending to be dead, and the tasks are one after another. But the rewards are pretty good, including lottery draws and ghost masks. But now that the Black Shadow Core is under his control, what is the function of the ghost mask? Doubts arose in Tony's mind, and he couldn't come up with a clue after thinking for a long time, so he could only let it go temporarily. No matter what the use is, you won't know it until you get it, so why bother figuring it out yourself? Withdrawing his attention from the system and looking at Sol, who was still sitting on the sofa, Tony suddenly coughed lightly, attracting their attention. "You can't take out the reality stone, so you could try with Odin. You can't help it. It doesn't mean that Odin can't help it either." Hearing this, a wry smile suddenly appeared on Sol's face. "I'm afraid that my father will have no choice but to reseal the person and the sealed object together." So cold, Tony was a little surprised. He doesn't know much about Odin, and his only knowledge comes from movies in his previous life, but the movies can obviously only be used as a reference and cannot be used as a basis. The most powerful proof is like the two people in front of you. In the movie, Loki is no match for Thor and can only rely on intrigues to tease Thor. As a result, in reality, Thor was beaten like a dead dog by Loki. My father has great love, but because of this, he will never show mercy to anyone who feels the need to sacrifice. Thor said in a complicated tone. He once agreed with Odin's acting style. It was completely worth sacrificing some people for the overall situation. But when things fell on him now, he suddenly found it difficult to accept. There is no right or wrong between the two sides. They just have different perspectives. If Jane hadn't been related to Thor, he would have brought him back to God's realm long ago, and he would have left Odin depressed and wouldn't have been worried here. Seeing Sol's sad look, Tony shrugged and said he couldn't help. But Loki, who had been silent on the side, slowly opened his mouth and said, "I will go back to God's realm with you. If nothing can be done, I'll fight out with you. If you are willing." As soon as the words fell, the living room suddenly fell into silence. Sol looked at him with shock, and Tony also looked at him with surprise. Although he knew that Loki and Thor were in love and killed each other, he never expected that Loki would be willing to take risks for Thor. This is not just a matter of time and again. Once Odin fails to take out the TIE particles, they will have to face Odin, the king of gods. Thor looked at Loki with a complicated expression. He was hesitant to speak. Looking at his appearance, Loki sneered disdainfully. "Don't get me wrong. I have no intention of helping you. I just want to see how much strength that old guy has left. I will never forget the revenge you gave me for driving me into the abyss of the universe." After saying that, Loki snorted coldly, acting very coldly. But no matter how slow Thor was, he knew that Loki was helping him. So he didn't care about Loki's attitude at all and just said something softly. "Thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony on the side clearly saw the corners of Loki's mouth raised. Although his expression soon returned to expressionless, Tony was sure that he had read it correctly. Suddenly, he couldn't help but complain, "You are so arrogant." Ignoring the affectionate feelings of the two brothers, Tony said calmly, "God's realm? I haven't been there yet. Remember to call me when you go." As soon as these words came out, Loki was stunned. He and Thor turned to look at Tony at the same time, as if they wanted to see clearly what he was thinking. Loki helped because the two were brothers, so why would he join in the fun? They don't think that Tony is a warm-hearted person. Neither Loki nor Thor can say that they have an absolute understanding of Tony, but they do have a basic understanding. This is a guy who has no profit and can't afford to be early. It's almost impossible to get him to take the initiative to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became weird again as Tony spoke. He wanted to ask why, but he couldn't say it. After all, Tony was nominally there to help him. If he asks now, he is too ignorant. He is just impulsive, not stupid. In contrast, Loki has no such scruples, although his relationship with Tony is rather strange. Friends don't feel like friends, and subordinates don't feel like subordinates. But compared to Sol, the two of them knew each other better and had no worries about talking. "What are you planning?" Loki asked, confused. "I said, if I was deeply moved by your brotherly love, so I took the initiative, would you believe me?" "Do not believe." Without any hesitation, Loki shook his head. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but have a clear understanding of the impression he had on others. "Okay, I just want you to join the Dark Alliance, so I take the initiative to help you and let you owe me a favor," Tony said seriously. Naturally, it was impossible for him to tell them that he planned to go to God's domain because of the system mission. So, an excuse was made on the spot. "Don't tell me." This excuse is quite reasonable. At least, Loki believed it. After listening to Tony's words, Loki fell silent. After a while, he said seriously, "After this matter is over, I can consider agreeing to your invitation." As soon as these words came out, Tony's face suddenly showed a surprised smile. This time there is no falsehood at all. It is completely true. He didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. He was really just a temporary excuse. But he didn't expect that Loki, who hadn't let go for so long, would actually let go. In this way, including system tasks, God's domain and his party have made a lot of money. Sol naturally didn't know about the excitement in Tony's heart. Sol felt dizzy at this moment. He just came to ask about some things, but he didn't expect that there were two more helpers, and both of them had extremely thick thighs. Needless to say, Loki is a god from the divine realm, so it is natural for him to be powerful. But Tony was a mortal whom he couldn't see through. Thor suspected that even his father Odin might not be able to take down this guy easily. In short, with the help of the two of them, Thor only felt that God's domain and his party were stable. Instead of staying at the villa, since he decided to take Jane back to God's realm, he naturally wanted to inform her of the situation first. So Thor flew to London overnight. After Thor left, Loki also returned to the underground research laboratory to continue tinkering with artificial intelligence life. Tony picked up the car keys and left the villa, heading to Pot's community. Since he was about to travel far away, he naturally had to explain it to Potts so as not to worry her. Just when everyone was busy with their own affairs, preparing for the trip to the divine realm. Deep in the universe, an extremely huge spaceship is sailing in the starry sky. In the deepest part of the ship, a humanoid species with pale skin and a very different appearance from humans was sitting on the throne at the top. He is the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith. His body exuded a cold and domineering temperament, and below him stood the captains and wizards of the Dark Elves. Looking at them condescendingly, Malekith's cold voice slowly echoed in the hall. "I've already felt that the sacred object of my dark clan has been born, and our Dark Elves have the opportunity to dominate the universe again. You are willing to follow me to kill the Asa Protoss, take back the sacred objects, and restore the supreme glory of my Dark Elf clan. Follow the monarch to the death." After Malekith finished speaking, there was a roaring and tsunami-like response from below. All the Dark Elves looked at their king with fanatical eyes. Under the leadership of Malekith, they would fight back to the Asa Protoss again, avenge the hatred they were expelled 5,000 years ago, and regain control of the universe and starry sky. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd below, Malekith nodded with satisfaction, and then looked towards the galaxy where the Asa Protoss is located. His eyes seemed to have penetrated many obstacles and landed in the immortal palace of Asa Divine Realm. At that moment, the whole person couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Odin, I'm back. This time, I will definitely not lose to you again. And Bull, this time, I will definitely peel off your skin and cramp you." As he spoke, a burst of anger rose in his eyes, and he recalled the scene 5,000 years ago when he was driven out of the Asa god's domain like a lost dog. Blue Star. When the sun rose the next day, Thor took Jane, Loki, and Tony to meet outside the villa. Looking at the two of them, Sol slowly exhaled a breath and said, "Are you ready?" After finishing speaking, Tony and the two nodded. Seeing this, Thor looked up at the sky, and a burst of light instantly rose from him. This is the guiding light of the divine realm. When the light blooms, the portal to the god's realm, the rainbow bridge, will descend and lead people into the god's realm. Soon, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky that ordinary people could not see. The rainbow bridge was extremely huge, spanning the entire sky. Following the guidance of the guiding light, it landed in front of Sol and the others. Seeing this, Thor led Jane and walked straight up, followed closely by Tony and Loki. Both Thor and Loki were already used to the rainbow bridge, but Tony and Jane's eyes were full of curiosity. After all, this was the first time the two of them had seen this method. Therefore, they all showed human nature and curiosity. Just like that, a group of people stepped onto the rainbow bridge, and their figures disappeared. The endless void is the barrier between Blue Star and the divine realm. There is no life here, and all things are extinct. In addition to the endless void, there is only the void storm that continues to rage. Ordinary gods are trapped here, and even if they don't die from the void storm, they will still die here. Only the rainbow bridge can penetrate this empty land and allow people to travel between the two worlds. Tony and his group were walking on the rainbow bridge, and everyone was covered in a layer of rainbow-colored light, protecting them from being eroded by the void storm. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the group of people finally left the oppressive, endless void. A dazzling light appeared at the end of the rainbow bridge, which was the entrance to the divine realm. The closer he got to God's realm, the more solemn Sol's face became, and Jane, who was following him, also had a speculative and uneasy look on his face. To Thor, his original hometown looked like a man-eating demon, extremely terrifying. In contrast, Tony and Loki were much more relaxed. One of them looked calm, and the other looked at the light at the end of the rainbow bridge with curiosity, without much emotion in their eyes. Finally, everyone was submerged in the light. Suddenly, a sense of space tearing appeared on everyone, making everyone feel like they were in another world. When they opened their eyes again, everyone had left the rainbow bridge and appeared in a palace. This was the entrance palace to the divine realm and the entrance and exit of the divine realm. Just when a group of people appeared at the Jain temple, a strong vibration suddenly came from a distance. Soon, a tall figure wearing a bull helmet, holding a giant sword, and full of muscular body, slowly walked towards the crowd. He is the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, the passage to the divine realm, Heimdall. As Heimdall approached, everyone suddenly felt a sense of pressure from huge amounts of pressure. With a height of 3 meters, everyone could only look up. In front of him, everyone was like young children, looking so petite. Prince Thor, Prince Loki. Heimdall took the initiative to salute. Seeing this, Thor and Loki also took the initiative to return the favor. After the ceremony, Heldam's eyes immediately fell on Tony and Jane. He felt a familiar aura on Jane and nodded clearly. But when he looked at Tony, his eyes suddenly wrinkled. "Who is he?" After finishing speaking, Sol took the initiative and said, "My friend, mortals are not allowed to enter the divine realm. Your Highness, you should know." Hierdam said with a serious face, and Sol suddenly frowned. "I know, but he is my friend. Your Highness, the rules of God's domain cannot be broken." Heimdall did not give in at all, and Thor wanted to argue with him, but at this moment, Tony patted him on the shoulder and stopped him. "Not accessible to mortals? Isn't it possible for mortals to enter?" Tony said indifferently, and a hint of terror was suddenly released from him. As he approached Heimdall, the two people's bodies seemed to have reversed in an instant. The tall Heimdall seemed to have turned into a child in front of Tony at this moment. But Tony was more like a superior god, full of majesty, indifference, and ruthlessness. For a moment, Heimdall's expression changed, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. He couldn't understand why Tony, who just looked like a mortal, became so terrifying in the blink of an eye. It's like a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing mixed in with the sheep. You think it's a companion and get close to it. But when you get closer, you see its open mouth. It's too late to regret it now. Boom! Tony moved, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Heimdall with destructive power. Upon seeing this, Heimdall's expression changed, and his whole body suddenly surged with divine power, and a terrifying aura spread from his body. Divine power wrapped around his fist. Heimdall punched out, and the divine power in his body was released instantly. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Tony's figure seemed to be immortal, still standing firmly in place. Heimdall was directly blown away by a shock wave. Boom! The body hit the Jain temple heavily, and a violent cough sounded. Drops of blood flowed from the corners of Heimdall's mouth. One strike, just one blow. The guardian of the divine realm was directly seriously injured. At this moment, not only Heimdall but also Loki and Thor were stunned. It's not like they've never seen Tony take action before, but it wasn't this terrifying before. How does it feel that this guy has become 10 times stronger after not seeing him for a few days? How'd he do it? The two of them were thinking in shock when Tony's voice sounded. "How about it? Can I go in now?" After saying this, Heimdall struggled to stand up on the ground, with a wry smile on his face. "Okay, sir, please," Heimdall said respectfully. If a powerful guy breaks into the divine realm, Heimdall will not let him go even if he dies in battle. But Tony is Thor Loki's friend, and he refused to let him in first. So now that Tony had shown his strength and beat him up, not only could he not accuse him of anything, but he had to obediently send him in. This feeling is really indescribable. If I had known earlier, why would I bother myself? With helpless thoughts in his heart, Heimdall led the group of people to leave the Temple of Reception and enter the divine realm. The divine domain is vast and boundless. After leaving the Jain temple, what appeared in front of Tony's eyes was an endless forest. Towering ancient trees tower into the sky, and all kinds of rare and exotic animals shuttle through the forest. And this is not the most eye-catching thing. The most eye-catching thing is a continent floating in the sky of God's domain. According to Thor's introduction, the floating continent is where the immortal palace of God's domain is located. It is also where Odin, the king of gods, lives and is the destination of their trip. Compared with Blue Star, the climate of God's realm is warmer and more pleasant, but the gravity of God's realm is also much heavier than that of Blue Star. It is impossible for Blue Star's life to survive entering the divine realm. If nothing else, the change in gravity is enough to crush them to death. No wonder the divine realm stipulates that mortals are not allowed to enter. However, this has little impact on Tony and others. With their strength, they have already ignored the changes in gravity. The only person who was affected was Jane. After all, she was a mortal, but whose boyfriend is a prince from the divine realm. So with Thor's support, the influence of gravity is nothing. There was no words all the way, and everyone kept flying toward the sky. After a full 2 hours, the suspended continent was visible in the distance. It's not that the distance to the immortal palace is very far, but because of Jane's existence, everyone has to slow down. After all, she is just a mortal. Although she has Thor's protection, she cannot withstand such a fast speed. As they approached the suspended continent, a group of palaces suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The buildings full of ancient Greek style were scattered in an orderly manner. Lines of Asgard guards exuding a terrifying aura patrolled all directions. As Tony and his group approached, 2 guards in silver armor immediately came forward. "See you, my lord. See you too, princes." The guard bowed and saluted the 3 of them. "Where's the king?" Heimdall took the initiative to speak. "The king is waiting for you in the main hall." "Understand. Go ahead and get busy. I'll take them in." "Yes, sir." The 2 guards responded respectfully, then moved out of the way, stepped aside, and watched Tony and his party pass by them. Under the leadership of Heimdall, the group moved forward. Passing through towering portals, we soon arrived at the deepest part of the immortal palace, Odin's palace. Da-da! A burst of chaotic footsteps echoed in the empty palace. The huge palace seemed very quiet, and there were no gods as far as the eye could see. It was completely different from what Tony had imagined. Perhaps seeing the doubts in his heart, Thor, who was walking beside him, explained in a low voice, "Due to special reasons, my father needs to sleep from time to time, so the gods are generally not in the fairy palace." Hearing this, Tony nodded clearly, and soon the 2 of them walked through the hall and reached the depths of the hall. At this time, on the throne deep in the hall, a figure shrouded in light was sitting on it. Although his face could not be seen clearly from a distance, everyone could feel the terrifying power faintly emanating from him. Especially Tony, since integrating the magic source of Cursed Blue, his strength has skyrocketed, and even gods like Heimdall cannot stop his attack. But at this moment, he felt a strong threat from Odin. For a moment, Tony's face became unusually serious. "Thor, you're here." On the throne, Odin's high voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Sol knelt down on one knee and said, "Father, I'm back." Heimdall also knelt down on one knee at the same time to pay homage to Odin. Only Tony and the other 2 were still standing there, showing no intention of moving. Jane, it was because she was in a chaos state, so she didn't react at all. As for Loki and Tony, they had no intention of kneeling at all. Needless to say, Loki, he and Odin have never dealt with each other, and it doesn't matter anymore after they fall out, so naturally he won't kneel down. As for Tony, no one in this world who can make him bow to his knees has been born yet. Although Odin is the king of the gods, in Tony's opinion, that's just that. Therefore, Tony not only did not kneel, but also looked at Odin sitting on the throne and scrupulously. At this time, Odin's eyes fell on Loki, and a voice that could not distinguish between joy and anger suddenly sounded. "Loki, do you understand your mistake? Where did I go wrong? Is it my fault that I didn't follow your rules? Then I think I'm right." Loki, who had always been aloof, suddenly became excited at this moment. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became depressing. "Since you still don't know your fault, then go to dungeon and reflect on it. Odin ignored Loki's words and immediately planned to punish Loki. Seeing this scene, Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly became anxious. Loki returned to God's realm to help him. Naturally, he couldn't watch Loki being punished by Odin. Therefore, he quickly interrupted. "Father, let's deal with the matter of the sealed artifact first." After hearing the reminder, Odin glanced at Loki and did not continue the topic. Instead, he turned his attention to Jane, who was in a daze. Looking at this scene, Sol quickly asked about the confusion in his heart. "Father, can the sealed artifact be taken out if it is integrated with a mortal?" Upon hearing this, Odin's eyes flashed on the throne, and then he slowly shook his head. The sealed object is a reality gem, one of the infinite gems, and cannot be taken out. As soon as these words came out, Sol's whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale. Although he was worried before, he was still full of hope. After all, Odin is the king of the gods, a famous and powerful man in the universe, and there are few things he cannot do. But now, watching Odin shake his head, Thor suddenly felt like his hope was shattered. Then, what does Father plan to do with Jane? Thor asked with a trembling tone. On the throne, Odin said without any fluctuation in his tone, "Let her stay in God's domain. I will carve out a place for her to live, and no one will disturb her." "I disagree." Thor's roar suddenly sounded. He, who was originally kneeling on the ground, instantly stood up and stared at Odin with an angry face. Although Odin said nicely and set aside a place for Jane to live in the god's domain, it was actually a disguised form of house arrest. From now on, she could only be trapped in the god's domain. How could Thor agree? Thor's outburst not only shocked everyone around him, but also stunned Odin on the throne. This was the first time he saw Sol looking like this. However, his decision cannot be changed. Therefore, although he is surprised by Thor's attitude, Odin has no intention of changing his mind. This matter is settled as it is. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. "Dar, take this lady down," Odin said to Heimdall. Hearing this, Heimdall was about to make a move, but saw Thor and Loki taking a step forward at the same time and blocking him. At the same time, Tony, who was holding his hands on the side, also cast his gaze. Looking at Tony's cold eyes, Heimdall was scared. He shrank his neck and turned to look at Odin behind him, his face full of helplessness. "Presumptuous!" With a scolding, Odin stood up from the throne, and a terrifying power suddenly emanated from his movements. Suddenly, the expressions of Thor and Loki changed at the same time. They seemed to have endured a heavy burden. At this moment, their faces were in pain, and their straight waists gradually bent. And Odin's voice continued to sound at this moment. "You are really becoming more and more bold. This matter is related to the safety of the 9 realms. How can you not agree to it until you say you don't agree? Take them both down together and reflect on it," Odin said angrily, and Heimdall suddenly looked stern. He didn't want to touch Odin's brow at this time, so he nodded quickly and said, "Yes." But just when he was about to take action, Tony, who had been silent, finally made a move. He stepped forward slowly in response to Odin's momentum, and finally stood in front of Thor and the others. Suddenly, Thor and Loki softened and almost fell to the ground. The momentum that was originally shared by both of them was now blocked by Tony. Although he could quietly be a freeloader, he promised Loki that he would help, so naturally he couldn't just sit back and watch at this moment. Looking at Tony, whose face was calm and unaffected by his own momentum, Odin's expression changed slightly. He noticed Tony just now. After all, he was the only 2 guys on the field who didn't salute him. As for Jane, it didn't matter that he was scared. Although he felt that he was a little rude, as a god king, he still had the most basic mind and did not take this matter to his heart. But now seeing Tony easily blocking his momentum, he suddenly realized that Tony was not simple. At that moment, Odin looked Tony up and down with serious eyes and slowly said, "Who are you?" "I, Tony Stark." Tony introduced himself with a smile. "Are you that powerful mortal? You know me?" This time, Tony was surprised. Is he so famous? Even Odin has heard of it. Although I often fall asleep, I occasionally pay attention to the situation in the lower realm. Your strength is very good. Thor and the others are no match for you. However, if this is your courage to stand up, then there will be one more person in the dungeon of Immortal Palace today." Odin's voice was full of majesty, and his words were filled with the domineering power of the King of Gods. Hearing this, Tony did not refute. After all, Odin did bring him a sense of danger. But to say that he is definitely not Odin's opponent, that is not necessarily true. After all, strength is something that can only be demonstrated, not spoken. Otherwise, the competition will be over if everyone releases their momentum, and there is no need to fight hard. I'm looking forward to it and want to see how strong the King of Gods is," Tony said with a smile on his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. How long has it been since Odin ascended to the throne of God King? No one dared to speak like this in front of him. At this moment, not to mention Odin, even Thor and Loki couldn't help but stare blankly at Tony's back. How confident is he when he challenges the King of Gods in person? And just when everyone was staring blankly at Tony's back, at this moment, Odin opposite Tony finally made a move. "Judgment." A whisper came from Odin's mouth. "This is the authority of the King of Gods to judge all guilty people." Suddenly, karma fire fell from the sky and appeared in the main hall. The temperature of the entire palace rose sharply and finally reached an alarming level. Even Loki, the god of fire, had a very obvious look of fear on his face when facing the sudden appearance of karmic fire. At that moment, Thor and Loki took Jane and quickly retreated away from Tony. Heimdall even dodged aside immediately, not daring to get close at all. All creatures in the world are guilty. The only difference is that there are more and less. And the fire of karma uses sin as fuel. If the sin does not disappear, the fire of karma will not be extinguished. Therefore, they don't dare to be contaminated at all. However, compared to everyone's fear of karma fire, Tony immediately smiled after seeing karma fire coming. There are rules for everything in the world, and fire is no exception. Although karmic fire is terrifying, it is also bound by rules. Therefore, for Tony, who masters the rules of fire, karmic fire is not only unable to cause harm, but is also good food. Therefore, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Tony did not dodge when faced with the karma fire. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the karma fire in the void, and even burped excessively. Apart from looking at this scene, Loki and others' scalps suddenly felt numb, and they looked at Tony as if they were looking at a monster. Gods also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Every year, there are not a few gods who make mistakes in the Ace domain. Most of them are under the judgment of Odin and howl in the fire of karma. It can be said that the gods in the divine realm are in a state of disbelief when talking about karma. Now, what they saw was that the fire of karma that made the gods in the divine domain fear like tigers was actually swallowed by someone. For a moment, even Odin's face twitched, and he didn't know how to evaluate it. "It tastes good. Do you have any more?" Tony had a smile on his face, as if he had tasted something delicious, and asked Odin to have some more. This arrogant posture made even Loki and others on the side unable to stand, let alone Odin. "How brave. I want to see how long you can be arrogant." "Thunder punishment annihilation," Odin said in an angry tone. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head, and the fairy palace above the hall suddenly disappeared, replaced by a large expanse of sky. Suddenly, large dark clouds gathered above the immortal palace, and terrifying thunderstorms continued to roar among the dark clouds. It is different from the thunder controlled by Thor. The thunder summoned by Odin is full of destruction and is also one of the powers of the King of Gods. It was created specifically to punish the gods who committed heinous crimes. Even gods will definitely die under the punishment of thunder. Therefore, thunder punishment is also called divine punishment. Under the shroud of divine punishment, Thor and others suddenly trembled. The aura of destruction in the air completely suppressed the divine power in their bodies, making them like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to resist at all. Seeing this scene, Tony no longer felt relaxed as before and looked up at the sky with a serious face. "Fall." Odin's majestic voice sounded. Suddenly, the thunder rolling in the dark clouds seemed to be summoned, and the terrifying lightning fell directly under Odin's guidance. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and everyone was instantly deafened. The roar, like the roar of the sky, shocked everyone and made their minds buzz. But except for Jane, everyone still opened their eyes wide, looking at Tony under God's punishment, wanting to see how he would deal with this scene. Under the gaze of everyone, Tony, who was bathed in lightning, moved instantly. There was no dodging or hesitation. A powerful force field gathered under Tony's mobilization. The surrounding gravity was turned into a repulsive force. Suddenly, everyone could clearly see that the thunder, which was originally as fast as lightning, slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopped 1 meter away from Tony. Then he saw Tony raise his hand and wave suddenly. Suddenly, the thunder of destruction that was heading straight for him changed its course and bombarded Odin. No one thought that Tony could forcibly change the direction of Thunder's attack. Odin didn't expect this either. Therefore, caught off guard, the thunder of destruction struck Odin directly. Boom! An extremely terrifying explosion sounded, and the place where Odin stood was directly submerged by the thunder of destruction. The originally stable divine space was now experiencing cracks under the impact of the destructive thunder. Not far away, Loki and the others were watching this scene, their faces full of confusion. What is this? I summoned divine punishment to destroy myself? Thinking of this, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became extremely weird. Especially Loki, the corner of his mouth curled up, but he suppressed it, looking like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. As time passed, the explosions continued to slow down and eventually disappeared. At the same time, Odin, who was originally submerged in the thunder, slowly appeared in front of everyone. Although the thunder of destruction is indeed terrifying, as the king of the gods, Odin is not a vegetarian. The divine punishment that can kill ordinary gods is not enough to kill him except for causing some minor injuries. But even so, he could not hide the anger in his heart at this moment. The thunder he summoned actually fell on him, which was simply a shame. Therefore, when the lightning dissipated, an angry Odin appeared in front of everyone. Compared to just now, his clothes were still neat and tidy, and he didn't look embarrassed at all. The only difference is that the golden light that originally shrouded his body has now dissipated. That is the glory of the God King, which is not only a weapon for showing off, but also a protective ability. Enshrouded in the glory of the God King, Odin is completely immune to all evil and can avoid all means. However, now, the glory of the God King has been destroyed by the divine punishment he summoned, and there is no way to rebuild it for the time being. I underestimated you. Your ability is even weirder than I thought. You can actually change the force field. It's really extraordinary. Odin said expressionlessly. His tone was full of calm, and he looked like a serious little old man. But the three Thors who were familiar with Odin shrank their pupils when they saw this scene. They knew that Odin was really angry, but Tony didn't care about it. Despite the grand scene just now, both Odin and Tony knew that it was just an appetizer, not even a test. The real battle was only beginning now. Thank you for the compliment, but the God King should be more than this and show some strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In that case, as you wish. Odin said indifferently. Then he raised his right hand and suddenly looked into the space aside. Suddenly, his right hand sank directly into the space. The next second, as Odin drew out his right hand, a golden spear was slowly drawn out from the space. Seeing this, Thor's pupils shrank. Eternal spear. Loki, who didn't know what it was at first, changed his expression instantly when he heard this, and his eyes fell firmly on the golden spear in Odin's right hand. There are many treasures in the gods' domain, but the one with the greatest reputation must be Odin's weapon, the Eternal Spear. According to legend, the Eternal Spear was built by dwarf and used as a throwing spear. When Odin throws it, it will emit a bright light across the sky, and it will definitely hit the target. Moreover, The eternal spear is extremely sharp and can penetrate all objects, and nothing can stop it. It can then automatically fly back to its owner, making it the #1 killing weapon in the god realm. Legend has it that Odin defeated many opponents with the eternal spear and subdued the gods to successfully ascend to the throne of God King. Unfortunately, although the legend of the eternal spear has been circulating, not many people have actually seen it, not even Loki. If Thor hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known that what Odin was holding now was the eternal spear. The voices of the two were not quiet. Tony, who was not far away, naturally heard the conversation between the two. Suddenly, Tony looked at the golden spear with a little more curiosity, as if he wanted to see his magic. However, before he could continue his research, Odin had already moved. Holding the eternal spear in his hand, Odin's eyes were like a hawk, staring at Tony. The next second, Odin suddenly threw it, and the terrifying divine power exploded, projecting the eternal spear. Clang! A sharp roar pierced the air. The eternal spear was like lightning, rushing towards Tony quickly. Wherever it passed, there were shattering sounds, and a clear black line appeared in midair. If you look closely, you will see that this is not a black line. It is simply a crack in the space caused by the sharp breath of the eternal spear cutting through the space. Seeing this scene, Tony's pupils shrank instantly, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Even if he dared to take the divine punishment just now, facing the eternal spear, Tony had a vague feeling that if he took it hard, a great horror would definitely happen. Although this feeling appeared somewhat inexplicably, Tony did not hesitate and trusted his intuition. At that moment, Tony moved and disappeared in a flash, tried to avoid the attack of the eternal spear. With the blessing of the rabbit charm, his speed can be compared to that of light. Therefore, although the speed of the eternal spear is fast, it still cannot keep up with Tony's speed of action. However, the eternal spear has a bug that causes it to hit when thrown. As long as it doesn't attack the enemy, it will keep chasing. Therefore, although Tony used speed to distance himself from the eternal spear had no intention of stopping and kept chasing behind him. Looking at this scene, Tony couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was like a cowhide plaster that he couldn't shake off. Helpless, Tony could only avoid it while thinking about a solution. Soon, his eyes were fixed on Odin not far away. Seeing Odin calmly watching him being chased by the eternal spear, Tony suddenly had an idea in his mind. The eternal spear will definitely hit when thrown, but it does not mean that it must hit yourself. Is it okay if it hits someone other than the target? This was an idea that suddenly came to Tony's mind. He didn't know if it was feasible, but he didn't mind experimenting. As for why he chose Odin, it's even simpler. The 3 Lokis in the hall are his own. Although Heimdall is not, Tony doesn't bother to find anyone else as a scapegoat. Therefore, Odin, the culprit, is the most suitable target. At this thought, Tony immediately changed direction and rushed towards Odin. 2 lasers burst out in his eyes and bombarded Odin. When Odin saw Tony staring at him, he raised his eyebrows and raised his hand. A beam of light burst out from his fingertips and met Tony's attack. The 2 attacks collided in midair, causing an explosion. Taking this opportunity, Tony and Odin got close and punched Odin in the face. Odin raised his hand to block. After integrating the Ox Talisman, Tony's power is so terrifying that even Odin can't match it. Therefore, a punch fell on Odin's palm, and Odin was immediately knocked back several steps. Seeing this, Odin became angry. How could he, the majestic god king, be repelled by a mortal? At that moment, Odin rushed forward quickly, and their bodies collided directly. Due to the extremely fast speed of the 2 of them, Loki and others on the side could only see afterimages flashing in the air. The dull sound of body collisions resounded continuously in the hall. During the confrontation between the 2, Tony also paid attention to the eternal spear behind him. So while fighting Odin fiercely, he continued to distance himself from the eternal spear. In this way, the 2 people quickly left the palace. Outside the immortal palace, above the sky, 2 figures were like lightning, constantly colliding. The terrifying sound waves spread to all directions as the two people fought. The eternal spear continued to chase behind the two people, and the noise became louder and louder. Previously in the palace, both Tony and Odin maintained some restraint due to the presence of Loki and others, so as not to affect the three of them. Now, after leaving the palace, the two of them completely let go. For a time, the fluctuations in the fight between the two alarmed the gods throughout the immortal palace. The fluctuations of the fight between one person and one god spread throughout the floating continent, and many gods living in seclusion on the continent raised their heads to look at the sky. Looking at the fierce fight between Tony and Odin, everyone's eyes showed a hint of shock. Suddenly, the force field around Tony rotated, restraining Odin, and a huge force instantly acted on Odin. Suddenly, Odin's figure stopped, and the expression on his face changed. Huh! A loud shout came from his mouth, and the divine power in Odin's body suddenly surged crazily, trying to break free from the constraints of the force field. Golden divine power enveloped his whole body, and the terrifying power fluctuations caused the sky to shake endlessly, and a wisp of aftermath fell on the suspended continent below. Kaka! There was a burst of shattering sounds, and the suspended continent below was suddenly filled with huge amounts of cracks. Soon, the fissure turned into a canyon, lying across the continent. This is Odin's strength. One blow is enough to shatter stars and destroy the earth. Even a ray of divine power leaked is enough to destroy most things in the world. But he is stronger, Tony is stronger. The addition of many abilities such as the Ox Talisman, the Rabbit Talisman, the Sheep Talisman, the Blue Demonic Chi, etc. has made his strength reach a terrifying level. Now with all his strength bursting out, even Odin could not break free from the shackles of the force field for a while. If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter. Although the force field trapped Odin, it was not easy for Tony to hurt him. However, the bad thing is the Eternal Gun. At this moment, the Eternal Spear still failed to hit its target, so it kept following Tony. At the moment when Odin was trapped, Tony appeared directly behind Odin in a flash. The next second, Tony held Odin in one hand and crashed into the Eternal Spear without hesitation. Seeing this, Odin's expression completely changed. He still didn't know what Tony wanted to do. At that moment, the divine power in his body became even more agitated, and an extremely powerful force burst out from his body. Kaka, the force field that was originally bound to his body, was gradually broken free by him. Tony, who controlled the force field to trap Odin, was also struck by divine power due to Odin's counterattack. Suddenly, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Tony's mouth, making him look quite embarrassed. But Tony didn't panic at all, and instead burst into laughter. You're scared, but it's too late. It is said that the Eternal Spear is unparalleled in sharpness. Today I will let you experience for yourself how powerful your weapon is. As he spoke, Tony exploded with the power of the rabbit spell, and his speed instantly reached the extreme. Odin roared again and broke free from the constraints of the force field at this moment. But it was too late, poof. There was a sound of flesh penetration, and the Eternal Spear directly penetrated Odin's body. The extreme killing blow directly tore apart his body's defense, making Odin's face turn pale. Tony's plan succeeded, and he used Odin to successfully block the inevitable Eternal Spear. However, he also failed because he ignored the power of the Eternal Spear. After penetrating Odin's body, the Eternal Spear continued to castrate and also penetrated his body. At that moment, Tony and Odin's bodies fell from the sky at the same time, hitting the fairy palace below. Tony, King! Below, a burst of anxious shouts sounded. Loki and Heimdall quickly flew towards the falling two people. Soon, the two people successfully caught the two people who fell, with anxious looks on their faces. Wong, Tony, are you okay? The voices of Loki and Heimdall sounded at the same time. Odin fell into Heimdall's arms, coughing continuously, and each cough brought out a large amount of blood from his mouth. He suffered the eternal spear head-on, and his injuries were far more serious than Tony's. Just because the first attack of the eternal spear is the most powerful. In comparison, Tony, who was penetrated by the way, was much less injured. After all, most of the attacks of the eternal spear were borne by Odin, and he was just a disaster. Therefore, just when Odin looked seriously injured and dying, Tony had already stood up on his own. Waving to Loki to indicate that he was fine, Tony looked at Odin with a smile on his face. "Old guy, I won this battle." After saying that, Tony looked down at the big hole in his chest and suddenly grinned. "It hurts." As soon as he finished speaking, a green life energy emerged on his chest. Suddenly, the exaggeratedly large hole in his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the shocked expressions of everyone. In the blink of an eye, Tony's whole body recovered as before. If it weren't for the big hole still left in his clothes, it would have been impossible to tell that he had been injured. This is the first spell Tony got, the power of the horse talisman, which can repel all external forces and curses. Loki was so shocked that he couldn't speak at all, and the shock on his face could not dissipate for a long time. Even Odin, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. Damn it, isn't this cheating? He was also penetrated by the eternal spear. Even if your injury is minor, you can't heal instantly. That was an injury caused by the eternal spear, not an injury caused by any ordinary soldier. For a moment, no one knew what to say, especially Loki, who felt like he was just worrying. This guy has more tricks than he thought. Ahem. Odin coughed again, pushed Heimdall away, and struggled to stand up from the ground. At the same time, the big hole in his chest healed quickly, and he was back to his original state in the blink of an eye. But unlike Tony fully recovered. Not only did he recover his body, he also dispelled the remaining laws of the eternal spear. Odin only recovered on the surface. In fact, his injuries were still serious. The rules left by the eternal spear could only be slowly eliminated later. Everyone knew this, but no one could point it out. Especially Heimdall, the gods who were loyal to Odin. Their faces were full of joy, as if Odin had really recovered. In fact, it's just to give Odin some face. Otherwise, when everyone else has recovered, it's really embarrassing for you, the king of the gods, to still look lifeless. He, the majestic king of the gods, doesn't want to lose face. Not far away, Tony looked at this scene and immediately raised the corners of his mouth with a smile. "How about it? Do you want to come again?" Tony's provocative words rang out, but this time, Odin lost his domineering attitude. "There is no way. It was a draw before I was injured. Now, I'm still my opponent even though I'm injured. Besides, Odin is too old and nearing the end of his life. If he hadn't been sleeping frequently, he might have died long ago. Moreover, Odin is still suppressing his eldest daughter Hela, so the power he can exert is limited. At this time, if he had not risked his life, he might not be able to win Tony. Odin is not a masochist, so when faced with Tony's provocation, this time he did not respond. Instead, he coughed lightly and changed the subject. "This matter ends here. If you want to take the three of them away, you could take them away. However, if something happens in Blue Star, you will be responsible for solving it yourself," Odin said in a calm tone. After speaking, he turned around and left, ignoring Tony. Beside Tony, Sol and Jane showed joy on their faces, and their eyes looking at Tony were full of gratitude. At that moment, Sol said in an excited tone, "Thank you, Tony. As long as I can help in the future, I will never refuse." After saying that, Sol excitedly bowed and bowed. Tony still knew about Thor's pride. This guy was not a person who bowed his head easily. To allow him to give such a big gift, he was obviously really grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. However, compared to Thor, Tony valued Loki more. He immediately expressed his favor and said, "Thank you to Loki. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be too lazy to get involved in this matter." As soon as these words came out, Thor didn't feel much at all. He was equally grateful to Loki. Loki, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment when he heard what Tony said, and looked at Tony with a strange look. He has always been a person who lacked attention. A large part of the reason why he did so many things was because he wanted to attract people's attention. So, when Tony finished speaking An inexplicable feeling slowly rose in Loki's heart. Tony's image in his eyes gradually grew taller. If he felt unwilling to join Tony's team before, now he suddenly felt that joining Tony's team was not a bad thing. Just when Loki was moved by Tony's words, Thor on the side took the initiative and said, "You are all tired. I will arrange for you to rest first, and take you to browse the scenery of God's domain." Thor's eyes looked at Jane and Tony. After all, they were the only ones who came to God's domain for the first time. Facing Soul's inquiry, Jane nodded silently. She had no idea at all now, so she naturally let Soul arrange it. As for Tony, he is still waiting to complete the task, so naturally he will not refute. "Okay, that's troublesome." Tony responded with a smile and nodded slowly. At this moment, the group of people, led by Thor, returned to the fairy palace. But this time, instead of going to the Golden Palace, he went to Soul's palace. As a prince of the Asa Protoss, he naturally has his own palace, which is enough for the few of them to live in. And just when Thor arranged for them to move in a galaxy outside Asgard, the spaceships of the Dark Elves were approaching Asgard. Malekith was still sitting high on the throne, looking through the obstacles at Asgard, a billion light years away, with a deep look in his eyes. It's coming soon. The day when the celestial bodies will come together is coming. The day when the celestial bodies come together will be the time of Asgard's destruction. He muttered to himself in a cold tone, with a trace of expectation flashing in his eyes. Asgard is the base camp of the god's domain, and it goes without saying that it has strong defense. In normal times, there is no way to enter from any other place except through the Rainbow Bridge. And once the Rainbow Bridge is closed, the enemy can be completely isolated from Asgard. However, there is no perfect defense in this world, and the same is true for Asgard. Because the 9 realms have always revolved around Midgard, every 5,000 years, the 9 realms will form a straight line. This day is also called the day when the celestial bodies converge. Every time when the celestial bodies come together, the boundaries of the 9 realms will be in a state of chaos, and the originally impenetrable defenses will also have flaws, allowing outsiders to enter Asgard without taking the passage. This is why Malekith waited 5,000 years to make a comeback. And if he misses this time, he will have to wait another 5,000 years. Therefore, he took this action very seriously. Thinking of this, Malekith on the throne suddenly said, "Here comes someone." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark elf stepped into the hall. "King, to awaken Algrim," Malekith said in a deep voice, and the expression of the dark elf below couldn't help but change. Algrim is Malekith's right-hand man and a strong man of the Dark Elf clan. Due to lifespan issues, he has to sleep deep in the spaceship to slow down the consumption of his lifespan. I don't know why the king awakened Algrim at this time. There's still some distance away from Asgard. His heart was full of confusion, but he did not dare to refute the king's will, so he agreed immediately. "I understand. Wong, I will make arrangements right away." After saying that, the dark elf exited the hall and walked towards the depths of the spaceship with a few people. Soon, in the dormant cabin deep in the spaceship, a dark humanoid creature was awakened. As he woke up, a strong momentum suddenly emanated from him, causing the expressions of many dark elves who woke him up to change, and they quickly lowered their heads. After all, this man was famous for his cruelty. No one knew whether he would tear them into pieces because of their disturbance when he woke up after sleeping, so everyone seemed very respectful. Fortunately, what they were most worried about did not happen. Although Algrim's face was filled with a trace of awakened annoyance, he did not take action. "Who woke me up? What happened?" Algrim's voice sounded. Seeing this, the dark elf who had met Malekith before quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, the king is calling you and asking you to go see him." As soon as the words fell, Algrim's slightly confused expression immediately dissipated, and he suddenly woke up. "King summoned me. Take me to the king." "Yes, sir." The dark elf responded respectfully, and then led Algrim, who stepped out of the dormant chamber, towards the main hall. Soon, he saw Malekith in the hall. "Algrim meets the king," Algrim said in a loud voice, his tone full of respect. Looking at him, Malekith had a smile on his face. Long time no see. It's my fault for waking you up early. King, what are you talking about? The subordinates are the sharp blades in the king's hands. As long as the king needs them, they will do whatever they want. I don't know what the king wants to do if he wakes me up, Algrim said with an expression of loyalty. Malekith nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and then said slowly, 5,000 years have passed, and the day has finally come for us, the Dark Elves, to take revenge. I have one thing I need your help with. I wonder what's going on? Algrim spoke again. Malekith didn't hold back and directly stated his plan. Although the day of celestial convergence is coming soon, I plan to let you enter Asgard in advance and act as an internal agent. At the critical moment, destroy Asgard's defense and search for the whereabouts of my Dark Elf clan, TIE Particles. As soon as he finished speaking, Algrim frowned. My subordinates have no objection to the king's arrangement. But if you want to enter Asgard in advance, you can only take the Rainbow Passage. The strength of the Asa Protoss cannot be underestimated. Once I enter, they will definitely discover me. My subordinates are not afraid of life or death, but they are afraid of not being able to fulfill the king's instructions. Of course I considered what you said. Look at what this is. As he spoke, Malekith flipped it over, and a black stone suddenly appeared in Malekith's hand. Seeing this, Algrim's expression changed. This is the Cursed Stone, the key to creating cursed warriors. That's right. Take this stone. After entering Asgard, take it according to the situation. By then, you'll be able to break free from the shackles and complete the mission as a cursed warrior. Thank you, King, Algrim said slowly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Cursed Warrior is the most powerful warrior among the Dark Elves. 5,000 years ago, the Cursed Warrior was the main reason why the Dark Elves were able to run rampant in the universe. But with the consumption of the Cursed Stone, the Dark Elves were driven out of Asgard. The Cursed Stones in their hands are becoming less and less, and even gradually disappearing. In the end, the once famous Cursed Warrior became a dead ringer in the end. He didn't expect that Malekith actually still had a Cursed Stone in his hand, and now he was rewarded with it. As long as he integrates the Cursed Stone, his strength will definitely increase greatly. How could he miss such a good thing? Go ahead and don't let me down. Malekith threw the Cursed Stone directly to Algrim and said in a faint tone. Algrim nodded heavily, turned around, and walked out of the hall without saying anything to express his determination. Soon, a spaceship broke away from the spaceship, headed in the direction of Asgard, moved forward using space jumping technology, and disappeared from the sight of the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Rainbow Bridge, the entrance to Asgard. There are immortal warriors stationed here all year round, and the guards are very tight. Suddenly, a violent space fluctuation came from outside, directly alerting the immortal warriors guarding the Rainbow Bridge. No one is allowed to trespass into the forbidden areas of God's domain. Stop! An armored Asgardian warrior stood on the Bifrost and shouted loudly. Soon, a spaceship appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, two missile-like things were launched directly from the spaceship and bombed toward the Asgard warriors. Seeing this scene, the face of the immortal palace warrior blocking the road suddenly changed, and a sharp roar suddenly sounded in his mouth. Enemy attack. Notify the Guardian. The words fell, boom. The shell fell on him, and he was directly overwhelmed by the exploding fireworks before he had time to dodge. Immediately, all the Asgard warriors guarding the Rainbow Bridge took action to stop the intruders. Someone also took the opportunity to quickly pass on the news. Soon, Heimdall, who walked out of Odin's golden palace on the floating continent, received a distress signal, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn, something happened. Cursing secretly, Heimdall instantly rose into the sky and flew towards the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, a bloody killing is unfolding on the Rainbow Bridge. As one of the strongest men in the Dark Elves, Algrim's strength is beyond what these Asgard warriors can stop. In just a few moments, more than 10 immortal warriors were beaten alive by him. For a moment, the remaining half of the Asgard warriors looked at Algrim with fear in their eyes. However, as Odin's army, They had faith in their hearts. Even though Algrim's performance was very terrifying and made everyone tremble, no one chose to retreat. On the contrary, looking at Algrim, who continued to approach the guiding temple, a shout rang out among the many Asgard warriors. "Brothers, the time has come to be loyal to the king. Everyone will follow me to kill him. Even if he dies, he will not be allowed to enter the temple of reception. Kill!" Everyone who was still alive shouted loudly. The loud roar dispelled the fear in everyone's hearts, and immediately, everyone rushed towards Algrim fearlessly. Seeing this scene, a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on Algrim's lips. A mayfly shaking a tree is seeking death. After saying that, a burst of black divine power flashed across his body, and his punches and kicks carried great power, which was simply beyond the reach of these ordinary immortal warriors. After just a few breaths, many immortal warriors were stunned. They all fell to the ground. Most of them were directly hammered alive by Algrim. Even if there were one or two lucky ones who escaped by chance, they completely lost their combat effectiveness. Just when Algrim was about to step into the Temple of Connection, suddenly, the space portal lit up in the Temple of Connection, and Heimdall's tall figure suddenly appeared in the Temple of Connection. He glanced around and saw that the Jain temple was empty, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. At the moment, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, so he quickly dissipated his mental power. Suddenly, the scene on the Rainbow Bridge appeared in his eyes. I saw corpses lying in various directions on the Rainbow Bridge. Those were all his colleagues and subordinates. But now they are all dead. Except for a few who are seriously injured and dying, most of them are dead. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a powerful aura emanated directly from him. Who? Who did it? Heimdall roared angrily, and at this moment, a gentle voice came from the door of the Jingyin temple. "I did it." The next second, Algrim's figure appeared in Heimdall's eyes. Seeing him, Heimdall immediately frowned, and his eyes gradually became serious. "The Dark Elves." Heimdall used a question, but his tone was full of affirmation. Obviously, he had already confirmed the identity of the visitor in his mind, and the reason why he asked again was just to confirm. When Algrim heard this, he did not refute. His mission here was to be an undercover agent, so naturally he came here as arrogantly as he did. "I didn't expect that the Asa Protoss would still remember my Dark Elf clan. Now, the time for our revenge has come. Are you ready to face death?" Algrim's arrogant voice sounded, with a playful smile on his lips. "Snort." Heimdall snorted coldly and said in a cold tone, "You are just a defeated general. If you dare to break into the divine realm again, I will completely keep you here today." After saying that, Heimdall didn't want to waste any more words and directly drew out the sword from his waist and struck it with one strike. With the blessing of divine power, his sword is powerful enough to split mountains and is extremely powerful. Whoosh! A strong sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the air was torn apart instantly. When Algrim saw this, his eyes and pupils shrank. A dark aura spread out from him, and a pure black sword was immediately drawn out from his waist. When the sound of metal clashing sounded, and sword after sword collided in midair, making a trembling sound. The speed of the two people was at its maximum at this moment, and their bodies continued to intersect, leaving a trail of afterimages in the reception hall. Fluctuations of divine power shook the four directions. If it were not for the divine formations in the Jain Hall, I am afraid that they would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the fight between the two. However, as time passed, Algrim gradually showed his invincibility, allowing Heimdall to gain the upper hand. In order to delay the consumption of his lifespan, he spent nearly 5,000 years in a deep sleep. Not only did his strength not reach its peak, it even declined slightly. In contrast, Heimdall has been guarding the Rainbow Bridge, and his strength has been improving, so Algrim is naturally no opponent. The suppressed Algrim's face was also full of annoyance at this moment. Although he had been prepared to be defeated and captured before he came, in his opinion, at least the righteous god of the Asa clan should take action to stop him. But now, Heimdall, a mere gatekeeper, was allowed to stop even an inch, which was really a shame. But the gap in strength cannot be smoothed out unwillingly, so no matter how reluctant he is, his end is ultimately doomed. Boom! Heimdall made an upward move, knocking the sword out of his hand, and then pierced his chest with the sword, completely taking him down. Whoop whoosh! A strong gasp came from Algrim's mouth. Heimdall held the sword in one hand and stepped on his chest with a sarcastic smile. Is this the strength of your dark elves? It is simply wishful thinking to want revenge with such little strength. After saying that, Heimdall directly sealed the divine power in his body, lifted him up with one hand, turned around, walked through the space door, and entered Asgard. As for the follow-up here, he doesn't need to worry about it. There will naturally be immortal warriors coming to clean up the battlefield. On the suspended continent, in the immortal palace, Heimdall carried Algrim into the Golden Palace, Odin's residence. On the throne, Odin sat on it with a majestic look, but there was no golden light surrounding him. But even so, it still does not damage his majesty as a god-king. When Heimdall entered the Golden Palace, Odin suddenly opened his eyes, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Before he could speak, Heimdall had already thrown Algrim to the ground, knelt down on one knee, and worshipped. King, I have captured a remnant of the Dark Elf clan. No, Odin responded, his eyes falling on Algrim, staring at him deeply. Where's Malekith? Why are you alone? Odin asked in a calm tone. On the ground, Algrim looked embarrassed, but he was still strong. Odin, it's been so long since I last saw you. Have you aged like this? My king will return to the divine realm soon. Judging from your appearance, you are no match for my king. I advise you to surrender early now and pray for my king's forgiveness so that you can still have a chance of survival. Algrim is also a figure from 5,000 years ago. When he once competed with Odin, he was the general of the Dark Elves. Therefore, he was no stranger to Odin, so he was not polite at all when he spoke and did not take him, the king of gods, seriously at all. Odin didn't care about this either. After all, the two sides were feuding, and Algrim was famous for his cruelty. It would be abnormal if he was really polite to him. Really? The former strong man of the Dark Elves can now not even enter the gate of God's domain. Do you think I will be afraid of Malekith? Odin said with a tone full of sarcasm, which instantly hit Algrim's pain point. At that moment, he looked more and more arrogant. I'm old and just a loser. Defeating a loser like me is worthy of your pride. Just wait. When my army of the Dark Clan comes, it will surely slaughter the entire God's domain. Algrim kept shouting, but Odin lost interest in continuing to talk to him. He also knew that it was impossible to ask him anything, so he waved his hand directly. Put him in the dungeon. Yes, my king. Heimdall responded respectfully, summoned 2 Asgard guards directly, and sent Algrim into dungeon. After being taken away, a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on Odin's face on the throne. Hey, troubled times. Seeing his expression, Heimdall was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, Wong, are you worried? In my opinion, the strength of the Dark Elves is just this. Besides, as long as the Rainbow Bridge is closed, they will not be able to enter Asgard. There is no need to worry. Heimdall said seriously. He had guarded the entrance to the Divine Realm for many years, and no one knew the defensive power of the Divine Realm better than him. As long as the Rainbow Bridge is closed, even Odin cannot break into the Divine Realm from the outside world. After listening to his words, Odin glanced at him and said calmly, The day when the celestial bodies will converge is coming soon. As soon as these words came out, Heimdall was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly reacted and frowned slightly. Yes, I neglected it. On the day when the celestial bodies converge, there will indeed be some trouble. Heimdall naturally knew what the day when the celestial bodies converged meant, but he just didn't realize it just now. But even so, he didn't have much fear. No matter what, our God's domain is not afraid of any enemy. Please rest assured, King, we will definitely protect Asgard to the death. I'm not worried about the loyalty of the gods, but Malekith's strength is not bad. 5,000 years have passed, and his strength may have become stronger. Originally, I wasn't afraid of him, but in the previous battle with that mortal, I was severely injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop that guy." Odin expressed his concerns. Heimdall was speechless. They can still handle ordinary strong men, but if it is a top strong man of Odin's level, they cannot match it. Therefore, when Odin finished speaking, Heimdall didn't know how to speak. Just when Heimdall was silent, Odin, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly said, "Is that mortal still in the divine realm?" "Huh, in Prince Sol's palace. Tomorrow, I will hold a banquet in the back garden. Please invite him over." "Yes, king," Heimdall said respectfully, but his tone seemed a little weird. Is it appropriate for a mortal to resolve the crisis in the divine realm? He was thinking strangely in his heart, but thinking about Tony's terrifying strength, Heimdall felt relieved again. Being able to draw a tie with Odin, or even severely damage Odin's existence. If he takes action, then the crisis in the god's domain will be nothing. While thinking about it, Heimdall retreated silently and stopped disturbing Odin. Soon, the day passed quietly. Different from the time on Blue Star, there are 36 hours in a day in God's domain, and the night is almost twice as long as that on Blue Star. When Tony woke up from Thor's palace the next day, he saw Heimdall waiting at the door as soon as he opened the palace. Looking at him, Tony raised his eyebrows and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "What's the matter with calling me so early?" As the saying goes, there is no need to go to the Three Treasures Palace. He had seriously injured Odin not long ago. Heimdall and others had no time to hide from him. They were waiting outside his door early in the morning. Tony would not believe him if he said that everything was fine. Hearing this, Heimdall did not delay and directly stated his purpose. "Wong, sir, please go to the banquet at noon, and I have been specially asked to inform you." "Invite me to a banquet?" A flash of surprise flashed in Tony's eyes. His relationship with Odin is not good. It is impossible for a hero to cherish a hero. What kind of banquet can he invite himself to? Thinking suspiciously, Tony didn't refuse. He wanted to see what medicine Odin was selling in his gourd. "Okay, I'll be on time. Then I won't disturb you anymore, sir. I'll take my leave first," Heimdall said respectfully. Then he turned and disappeared from Tony's sight. Maintaining respect in the face of the strong is an iron rule in the extraordinary world. Even in Heimdall's view, Tony is still a mortal, but with his great strength, even a mortal deserves to be treated with respect. In the blink of an eye, the sun rises above the branches, high in the sky and clear in the sky. Heimdall, who had disappeared all morning, reappeared outside Tony's palace, leading the way for Tony. The two left Thor's palace and walked towards the depths of the immortal palace. The back garden is Odin's residence. When Tony followed Heimdall into the back garden, a maid had already prepared a banquet here. Unlike the imaginary banquet, there were only two people at the table, a man and a woman. The man was naturally Odin, the king of the gods. Although Tony didn't recognize the woman, he could guess that he was the queen of the Asa clan, fully. Chia is also Sol's mother. After all, she was the only one who could be on an equal footing with Odin. Looking at the two of them, Tony nodded with a smile on his face. "I've seen the God King and this beautiful lady." After saying this, Frigga smiled softly, her body full of loving aura. "You are Tony. Come and sit down. Today is just an ordinary family dinner. There is no need to be formal." Hearing this, Tony nodded with a smile and sat directly opposite the two of them. Perhaps because the previous contact was not pleasant, Tony and Odin had nothing to say, and the two of them had basically no communication during the whole process. But Frigga, the queen, got along very well with Tony. One is elegant and generous, and the other is personable. Those who don't know better think that Odin is the redundant one. And with Frigga calming down the atmosphere in the middle, Tony and Odin were no longer silent, as at the beginning, and occasionally exchanged a few words. When she felt that the atmosphere was about the same, Frigga stood up in time and said, "I have some things to deal with. Tony, please excuse me. There is no need to be polite. Queen, business is more important." Hearing this, Frigga nodded, stood up, and left the banquet. Suddenly, Tony and Odin were the only two people left on the table. Looking at Odin, Tony picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip with a smile on his face and said, If you have anything to do, the God King should just tell you. If you continue to be so frozen, I have no interest in spending time with you." Hearing this, Odin's face darkened. His previous domineering temperament would probably have turned against him by now. But now he can only bear this tone when asking for help. Of course, the more important thing is that even if he takes action, he can't beat Tony, so he is very helpless. 5,000 years ago, there was a great war in our divine domain. At that time, the ruler of the divine domain was not our Asa clan, but the Dark Elves. At that time, our God clan tried our best to expel the Dark Elves and gain 5,000 years of peace in the God's domain. But recently, the Dark Elves are planning to make a comeback. My current strength is worthy of its peak, and I am not necessarily a match for the Dark Elf King Malekith. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help me," Odin said calmly, and Tony raised his eyebrows instantly after listening. Before, he was surprised that there was no movement on the tasks issued by the system, but he didn't expect that they were waiting for him here. Even if Odin doesn't speak, he still has to take action. However, now that he has spoken, he will naturally not give up this opportunity to kill the gods. It turns out that your god clan still has such enemies. Tony pretended not to know. However, according to what you said, the Dark Elves are so powerful. Why should I sacrifice my life for you?" Tony said with a playful smile on his lips. Odin was not surprised by his performance. From the beginning, he could see that Tony was not a good person. "Say your terms. As long as it's not too much, I can promise you anything." Odin kicked the ball back directly. He didn't want to get into trouble with Tony. "Quick, worthy of being the God King. Let's do this. You give me the eternal spear, and I will help," Tony said in a calm tone, and those who didn't know thought he just made a random condition. Odin almost couldn't breathe after hearing his request. "Good guy, you opened your mouth to ask for the eternal spear. Why don't you grab it?" Suddenly, Odin's face turned dark, and he said with a trace of anger suppressed in his tone, "No, I can't give you the eternal spear. I'll give you another one." Hearing this, Tony raised his eyebrows, which meant that he needed to complete the system task. Otherwise, if Odin dared to refuse his conditions, he would say goodbye to him directly and talk nonsense. However, the benefits given to you for free will not be taken away if you don't take them. Seeing Odin's insistence, Tony could only shrug and change his condition. "Well, let me go in and pick out 3 things from the treasure house of your gods. The one I like is mine. If you still disagree, then there's no need to talk. Make a deal." Without arguing with Tony, Odin agreed happily this time. In fact, if Tony hadn't asked for the eternal spear, Odin would have agreed just now. Fortunately, no matter what, the two sides successfully reached a cooperation, and Odin felt relieved. Without staying any longer, Tony left the back garden directly after the negotiation, and Odin naturally wouldn't try to keep him. Returning to Sol's palace, Tony saw Sol sighing in the main hall as soon as he entered the door. Seeing the sad look on his face, Tony couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" After saying this, Thor glanced at Tony, who came in and smiled helplessly. "It's not about TIE particles yet. That thing has been absorbing Jane's vitality. If it continues like this, Jane may not be able to hold on for long." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but feel a flash of astonishment on his face, and then shrugged helplessly, expressing that he couldn't help. If it was a normal injury, he could still try the horse talisman, but that thing is one of the infinite gems in the universe. If placed in the world of Shinxia, it would be a proper artifact of creation. No matter how powerful the horse talisman is, it is not easy to master such a high-level thing. Besides, now that he has obtained a lot of talismans, they already have conflicts with each other. Although this conflict is very small, Tony can still feel it. He had no solution to this situation and could only hope that he could draw the tiger talisman sooner. Prior to this, Tony would not use all his strength to activate any spell, otherwise this conflict would continue to expand. However, just when he was about to leave, suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I suddenly thought of a way. "Do you want to try it?" As soon as these words came out, Sol, who was originally frowning, suddenly became energetic and said, "What can I do?" After saying that, He looked at Tony expectantly, and Tony didn't show off and said directly, "Although we can't do anything with this thing, isn't this thing a sacred object of the Dark Elves? They should be able to get it out." Hearing this, Soul's originally excited expression suddenly shriveled up again like a deflated rubber ball. During this period, in order to find a solution, he read almost most of the ancient books of the gods, and naturally knew that TIE particles were sacred objects of the Dark Elves. The problem is, the Dark Elves were expelled by the gods 5,000 years ago. Where in this vast universe can he find the Dark Elves? Seeing Thor's discouraged look, Tony probably knew what he was thinking, and he coughed slightly. "I just came back from Odin, and he told me that the Dark Elves seem to be planning to launch a war against the gods in the near future." As soon as he finished speaking, Soul, who was still like frost beating an eggplant, instantly became excited. Really, looking at his excited look, Tony knew that he was excited because Jane was saved, but he still felt a little weird. No one would be excited knowing that their family was about to be beaten. Seeing Tony looking at him with strange eyes, Thor also realized that he had gone too far. He coughed lightly, and his face quickly became heavy, and said, "They are just a bunch of losers. As long as they come here, I will not do it. Let them go." "Okay, stop pretending." Tony interrupted the drama queen. "Although the Dark Elves have reappeared, there is indeed a chance to remove the TIE particles from a body. However, it is a sacred object of the Dark Elves, and not every Dark Elf can access it. So, if you want to take out the TIE particles, maybe only the King of the Dark Elves can do it. You should think about how to make people take out that thing willingly. Don't think about using force. That guy's strength should be pretty good. Your father came to me to deal with him. I'm not sure I can capture him alive. So, you have to find a way on your own." After pouring cold water on Thor, Tony walked away unsteadily. He had given him the method anyway, and he didn't care about the specific operation. After listening to Tony's words, Soul also came back from his excitement and frowned. He wanted to think of a solution on his own, but unfortunately, with his brain full of muscles, he couldn't think of any good solution. Helpless, Thor had no choice but to find Loki and ask Loki to help make suggestions. As the god of mischief and lies, Loki's brain is much better than his. Sure enough, soon, Loki came up with a solution, which was counterintuitive. The news of Algrim's capture had spread throughout the god's domain, and he was imprisoned in the god's domain dungeon pretending to be an enemy of Thor. When the Dark Elves arrive, he can escape with a guy named Algrim. With his past style, he should be able to win the trust of the Dark Elves. When the time comes, he should be able to remove the TIE particles from her body by handing Jane over to the Dark Elves. The only question is whether Jane will be harmed by then. No one can guarantee this. But just when the two couldn't decide, Jane appeared in the hall and agreed to Loki's plan. According to her words, if the TIE particles are not taken out, she will die sooner or later, so why not take a chance now? These words left Thor speechless, and he could only agree to the plan. Therefore, soon, Loki was sealed with divine power by Heimdall and thrown into the dungeon. In the God's Domain dungeon, Algrim looked at Loki, who was thrown into the cell next to him, with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Since Odin has ruled the divine realm for a long time, no god has dared to offend his majesty, so the dungeon of the divine realm has almost become a decoration. Algrim was almost the first prisoner in nearly 1,000 years. Now, there's another one in dungeon. How could he not be curious? "Hey, what did you do to get here?" "None of your business." Loki behaved very arrogantly, and his attitude was not even friendly. Algrim didn't care about this. As the internal agent of the Dark Elves, he is confident in completing the tasks assigned by Malekith. But if he could have one more helper, he would be very willing. So, ignoring Loki's attitude, Algrim continued talking to him. With his unremitting efforts, Loki gradually revealed his identity and why he was thrown into the dungeon. As the god of lies, Loki knew that pure lies would never win the trust of the guy in front of him. Therefore, what he said was almost half true and half false, revealing his identity completely. Even his hostility towards Odin was not hidden at all. After hearing this, Algrim would naturally not believe it easily, but after he went out to investigate, As long as he could match Loki's words, Loki would be able to win his trust. And this is also the highest level of lying. Using the truth to deceive people is worthy of Loki, the god of lies. Just as Loki and the two were plotting against the Dark Elves, in the universe, the Dark Elves were getting closer and closer to Asgard. Asgard can already be seen in the distance on the huge spaceship. When the spaceship of the Dark Elves approached Asgard, Algrim immediately received the signal in the Asgard dungeon. This is the contact information of the Dark Elves, which can send messages across the galaxy. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on Algrim's face, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the cell next to him, Loki looked at his expression, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. What does this guy want to do? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Algrim's body suddenly changed. An aura that made Loki fearful emanated from him, and his body squirmed visibly. Soon, patches of black armor appeared on the surface of his body, and two sharp horns sprouted directly from his head. Seeing his changes, Loki's eyes suddenly became serious. This guy really had a backup plan. Before, Loki found it strange how the Dark Elves could suddenly appear in the realm of God after disappearing for thousands of years. Now it seems that they must have come prepared. Just as Loki was thinking, suddenly, a clear clicking sound came from Algrim's body. The seal Heimdall set within his body was broken. Suddenly, a dark aura spurted out directly from his body. Under the impact of this momentum, Loki immediately took several steps back. At this time, Algrim also opened his eyes, turned to look at him, grinned, and his sharp white teeth shone with a cold edge, making Loki's eyes flash. The king's army is coming. It's time for us to prepare for the ceremony. Since you are the prince of God's domain, you should know where the protective shield device of God's domain is. Algrim looked at Loki with a faint look. Loki was sure that if he said he didn't know, this guy would definitely kill him on the spot. Therefore, without hesitation, Loki nodded directly. I know, but are you sure you want to act now? It's not that I underestimate you. Although your current strength is good, the power of God's domain is definitely not weak. If no one controls it, it is impossible for us to enter the core area. Listening to Loki's reminder, Algrim smiled. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. In 3 hours, it will be the day when the celestial bodies converge. The king's army will also arrive at that time, and we will take action then, just make arrangements. Loki nodded. Algrim suddenly raised his hand and broke open Loki's cell. Before that, let me help you break the seal, Algrim said enthusiastically, and those who didn't know thought that Loki was really one of their own. In fact, this is another temptation for him. If Loki approached him on purpose, he probably didn't have any sealed divine power. Looking at his actions, Loki instantly understood his plan and couldn't help but feel relieved. Heimdall really had no intention of placing a seal on him before. However, Loki was cautious enough and did all the tricks to let him impose the seal. Therefore, facing Algrim's temptation, Loki was not afraid at all and nodded and thank you. Then I'll trouble you. As he spoke, Algrim's hand fell on him, and a power exuding a dark aura suddenly poured into Loki's body and touched the seal. At that moment, two forces collided in Loki's body, and Loki let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Algrim, who had been planning to kill him at any time, immediately put down his worries and began to do his best to help Loki break the seal. After integrating the cursed stone, he has successfully evolved into a cursed warrior, and his strength is several times stronger than before. Although the seal set by Heimdall is powerful, it is obviously not enough to face the current Algrim. As time passed, finally, the seal in Loki's body broke directly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. In the starry sky outside Asgard, a huge shadow approached, covering the entire starry sky. At the Gillen Temple, the guards' expressions changed as they looked at the approaching spaceship. Lord Guardian, enemy attack. A guard shouted loudly, and Heimdall looked at the starry sky without saying a word, his face instantly becoming solemn. Close the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall ordered decisively. Yes. Many guards responded and activated the divine power in their bodies to close the Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, the Rainbow Bridge that originally connected the unknown place slowly closed. Soon, Asgard was completely isolated from the outside world. On the spaceship, Malekith looked at Asgard, who was close at hand, with a cold smile on his lips. It's been 5,000 years, and I'm finally back. This time, I must get back everything I lost. Malekith murmured to himself, and at this time, a dark elf came behind him. King, everything is ready. Okay, once the border is in chaos, launch an attack immediately. Yes, the dark elf responded, silently retreating, waiting for the final moment to arrive. In the main hall of the Golden Palace, Odin sat on the throne, looking up at the sky. His eyes penetrated many obstacles and fell into the universe. Looking at the huge space fleet outside Asgard, his eyes became deep. Soon, Odin withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the palace where Tony was, and sighed from his mouth. He didn't know whether Tony could help God's domain resist the revenge of the Dark Elves. If Tony failed, he would have no choice but to fight in person regardless of his injuries. However, if something unexpected happens to him, thinking of this, Odin lowers his head and looks at his feet. His gaze penetrated the earth and landed in the deepest part of God's domain, where countless undead armies slept. Compared to the Dark Elves, that's the real big trouble. It's been such an eventful time, Odin said in a tired tone. At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded in the Golden Palace. Old guy, what's wrong? Is it going to work? Your power is getting weaker and weaker. You can no longer seal me. I'm about to escape. Ella, go back. Odin shouted. The fatigue on his face swept away, and his face was filled with majesty again. At this moment, he became the king of gods standing at the top of the universe again. Old guy, how long can you hold on? It's coming soon. When I come out of hell, I will destroy everything you protect. Everything you have now should be mine. It should be mine. Hela's proud laughter echoed, and then gradually disappeared into the Golden Palace. Suppressing Hela again, Odin emptied his mind of distracting thoughts, and the divine power surged in his body. The next second, his figure transformed into a silhouette of huge amounts, overlooking the entire suspended continent and Asgard below. My subjects, darkness is about to come again. Pick up the weapons in your hands and defend our homeland together. I am with you. Odin's voice continued to echo, quickly spreading throughout Asgard. Suddenly, countless creatures picked up weapons and prepared to rush to the battlefield, and the sleeping gods also woke up from their slumber. In a vast primeval forest, a wave of waves rippled from the depths of the forest, and countless tree crowns fell to the depths of the forest, worshipping a great being. Soon, a man wearing a grass ring on his head and with his upper body exposed walked out of the depths of the forest step by step. Wherever he passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees bowed their heads. He is the god of the forest, Vidal. In the abyss of Asgard's northern domain, a man holding a divine spear and wearing armor stepped out of the abyss step by step. Terrifying fluctuations of divine power rippled from his body, and when he appeared, the ground below plunged directly into darkness. He is none other than the god of darkness, Hodor. Hodor, who was walking in the air, headed towards the immortal palace. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head to look to the east. A burst of dazzling white light filled his sight, causing him to let out a cold snort. In the east, in the city of light, Badr woke up from his slumber. With a cry of white robe, he also turned his attention to the north, with a warm smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Hodor, long time no see. His tone was very soft, but as soon as the words came out, they immediately reached Hodor's ears. I don't want to see you, nasty light. Hodor said something politely, then ignored Baldur and continued towards the immortal palace. After listening to his words, Badr, who was still in the city of light, was not angry. As twin brothers, the two had disliked each other for many years. It would be strange if Hodor ever became polite. One by one, the gods awakened under Odin's call. They walked out of their slumber one after another and gathered towards the fairy palace. God of war, Tyre, god of truth and justice, Versetti, god of poetry, Blocky, goddess of youth, Idun, etc. Many gods gathered together, filling the entire immortal palace with a powerful and terrifying aura. And as the gods gathered, the celestial body convergence that lasted for 5,000 years finally began. Outside Asgard, the originally unbreakable border suddenly became violently turbulent at this moment. Waves of cosmic storms continued to sweep across the starry sky. The laws of terror intertwined and emerged and gradually became chaotic. Soon, a vacuum appeared in Asgard's originally flawless defense. On the spaceship, Malekith's eyes flashed with divine light. Looking at this scene, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. The next second, his voice directly spread throughout the entire space fleet. The time has come. Clansmen, our chance for revenge has come. Everyone, listen to my order. Take back our territory. Take back our honor. Kill. Malekith gave the order, and immediately, countless spaceships flew out of the huge fleet and headed straight for Asgard. At the borderline, the Asgard warriors who had been prepared for a long time looked at the densely packed spaceships in the vast starry sky. At the command of the commander, they launched the laser-heavy cannon. Thousands of lasers shot out from Asgard, and the originally dark starry sky was directly scratched by countless lasers. Boom, boom, boom. There were explosions, and because the vacuum cannot transmit sound, no one could hear the explosions. However, they can see the bright fireworks blooming in the universe. Just as the Asgard warriors launched an attack, the Dark Elves driving the spaceship were also unwilling to be outdone and quickly opened fire to launch a counterattack. The Star Destroyer cannon was fired directly and fell into the Asa Protoss defense line. There were violent explosions, and a large number of Asgard warriors were swallowed up by the gunfire. The terrifying flames directly ignited the entire border. Immortal Palace, a certain palace. Tony opened the palace door and walked out, looking up at the sky. I saw that the originally blue sky was now completely dyed fiery red. Every moment, Tony could see bursts of red light flashing in the sky. He knew it was an explosion of flames. Compared with human war scenes, the battle between the Asa clan and the Dark Elves is simply an epic battle scene. Even though he didn't go to the battlefield in person, this magnificent battle still made Tony feel excited. Asgard Dungeon. Just when the Dark Elves launched an attack, Algrim stood up immediately. The time has come for us to act. After finishing speaking, Loki stood up without saying a word, and the two of them violently walked out of dungeon and walked towards the outside world. At this moment, in the immortal palace outside, many gods who had gathered before rushed to the battlefield. In addition, a large number of immortal palace warriors were also transferred to garrison the border. Therefore, the immortal palace now seemed very deserted. After leaving dungeon, Loki took the initiative to lead the way, perfectly interpreting what it means to be a traitor. Under his leadership, the two of them successfully passed through numerous obstacles and headed towards the placement of the protective device. At the same time, the Asgard warriors guarding the place where the protection device was placed received orders from the front line. Activate the protective cover. After receiving the order, the Asgard warriors did not dare to delay and quickly activated the protection device. Suddenly, on the battlefield, many spaceships that were about to break into Asgard were suddenly blocked by a transparent light shield. Upon seeing this, many Dark Elves who had originally expressed joy turned dark in their expressions. Because this protective shield is also a legacy left by the Dark Elves, specially prepared for the day when the celestial bodies converge. As long as the protective shield is turned on, unless the protective shield can be broken down in an instant, the defensive power of the protective shield will be enough to completely block all enemies from Asgard. This was originally their weapon against enemies, but now it has become their trouble. On the spaceship, Malekith, who had been paying attention to the battlefield situation, saw the protective cover raised, and his face also became a little gloomy. Fortunately, He had already expected this scene and let Algrim lurk in. Now he only hopes that he will not let him down. At the same time, Loki led Algrim to the depths of Asgard, where the protective device was stored. As soon as the two people appeared, they were immediately discovered by the immortal warriors guarding here. Ooh! There was a loud shout, and the Asgardian warriors looked at Loki and the two with wary faces. But before they could see the two of them clearly, a black shadow obscured their sight. The next second, Algrim appeared in front of them, and two sharp claws fell directly on their heads. Algrim's hand suddenly exerted force, and the heads of the two Asgard warriors shattered like watermelons. After dealing with the two of them, Algrim couldn't wait to walk in, and the protective cover device appeared directly in front of him. Seeing this scene, Algrim was overjoyed. "Okay, you did a good job." Algrim praised excitedly, and then the dark power gathered in his palm. The next second, he roared directly towards the protective device. Boom! Without any accident, the energy ball hit the protective device of God's domain hard. The violent explosion destroyed everything in an instant. On the border battlefield, the Asgard warriors used to suppress the Dark Elves with their protective shields and were able to attack freely. But suddenly, the originally stable protective cover suddenly fluctuated violently, flickering like a short circuit. In just a short moment, the protective shield was completely extinguished. Seeing this, many immortal warriors instantly became frightened. "No, the protective shield has failed." Shouts echoed on the battlefield, and panic gradually spread among the warriors in the immortal palace. On the contrary, when the Dark Elves saw this scene, they were overjoyed. At this moment, the voices of their respective commanders came to the ears of all the Dark Elves. "The turtle shell of God's domain is broken. Everyone, attack with all your strength." Yes, many Dark Elves responded one after another, and then rushed to the battlefield in spaceships with grins on their faces. Boom, boom, boom. The pace of war quickly spread to the divine realm, and the warriors of the Asgard who had been able to rely on the protective shield to calmly resist the Dark Elves suddenly ushered in a brutal fight. The giant cannon defense line deployed by the Asgard warriors fired continuously, and beams of light rushed into the universe and penetrated the spacecraft. But more spaceships broke through the defense line and continuously fired Star Destroyer cannons, destroying a large number of Asgard warriors. In addition, the spaceships of the Dark Elves can turn invisible, making it difficult for heavy artillery to aim. For a time, the Asgard warriors suffered heavy losses. At this moment, the entire border battlefield has completely become a flesh and blood mill. It is like a man-eating demon devouring all life. Every minute and every second, a large number of lives fall on this land soaked in blood. The ruthlessness of war is vividly reflected at this moment. Seeing that the defense line of the Immortal Palace is in danger, it will be completely overwhelmed by the army of Dark Elves at any time. At this moment, a chant resounded throughout the battlefield. "Life from nature, listen to my call and heal all injured creatures." A man with a straw ring on his head and a naked upper body appeared in the sky above the border battlefield. The powerful divine power in his body continued to surge, and behind him, countless green light spots gathered behind him, forming a tide of life in the blink of an eye, covering all the immortal warriors. Under the cover of the tide of life, the Asgard warriors who were originally exhausted or seriously injured seemed to have returned to their mother's arms one by one, surrounded by a burst of warmth. In the blink of an eye, all the immortal warriors were exhausted and their injuries were gone. Seeing this scene, many immortal warriors were overjoyed and looked up to the sky in surprise. "It's Lord Vidal. Lord Vidal has taken action. Praise nature, praise all things in the forest." The immortal warriors kept cheering, and the originally precarious defense line was instantly stabilized. The help from the gods gave them instant confidence in the war. And this is just the beginning. With the appearance of Vidal, many gods in the divine domain took action. Hodor, god of darkness. Baldur, the god of light. The goddess of power, Slud. Ural, the god of hunting. The gods came to the world, the divine light shined, and all the darkness was driven away by the divine light. The Dark Elves, who originally had the upper hand, were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the gods and suffered heavy losses. On the space fleet, Malekith, who was sitting high on the throne, had been watching the movements of the battlefield. After seeing his army being repelled by the gods, Malekith's face instantly darkened. "Damn thing! When I take over the divine realm, I will kill you all." With an angry curse in his mouth, Malekith was angry but not panicked. Although the gods are powerful, the Dark Elves are not vegetarians. Naturally, there are a large number of strong people who can rival the gods. "Someone is coming." Malekith's voice sounded in the hall. A dark elf suddenly walked in from outside the hall. "My king, awaken the sleeping strong men. It's time for them to appear." "Yes, my king." The Dark Elves took the order and left. Soon, the dormant cabins in the spaceship's sleeping place were opened, and each strong man from the Dark Elf clan slowly opened his eyes. Their bodies were shrunken and their appearance was terrifying. All of them were wearing black robes, completely different from ordinary Dark Elves. They are the high-end combat power of the Dark Elves, wizards. By studying various taboo techniques, you can gain power comparable to the gods. "Has the war begun?" An old wizard spoke in a hoarse voice. Perhaps because they had been sleeping for too long, their speech became a little awkward. Upon hearing this, the Dark Elf who awakened them immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Priests, the battle has begun. The king has an order to kill the gods. We know, we have finally waited for this day. Good guys, let's go and meet those guys who claim to be gods and see if they can block our forbidden art." "Good, let's go together." A priest from the Dark Elf clan said with a smile. There was no fear in their eyes, and some of them were even eager to try. Years of slumber have not only not wiped out the desire to fight in their bones, but have even become stronger. On the battlefield, shortly after many gods took action to kill the Dark Elves, chants resounded throughout the battlefield. The priests of the Dark Elves walked from the spaceship, and terrifying power radiated from their withered bodies. Frost, flames, thunder and lightning, storms, and forbidden arts bloomed in their hands. Suddenly, all the gods were enveloped by many forbidden arts. The battle escalates again. Seeing this, the faces of the gods of the Asa Protoss became solemn, but naturally they would not sit still and wait for death, and began to fight back. Various abilities burst out from their hands, and they competed with the priests of the Dark Elves without giving up. The most dazzling among them are the twin brothers Hodor and Balder. It's not that they're the strongest, but that light and darkness are extremely powerful in any world. Therefore, when they took action, they immediately attracted most of the attention. Just as the battle on the border battlefield was getting more intense, in the Immortal Palace, Loki and the two also walked out of the place where the protective device was stored. Since Loki helped complete the mission, Algrim now almost dropped all guard against him. After clearly realizing this, Loki had a thought in his mind and knew that the time he had been waiting for a long time had arrived. Then he pretended to be casual and asked, "What are we going to do next?" Loki asked casually. When he heard this, Algrim said directly without any concealment, "Go find the sacred object of my Dark Elf clan, TIE particles." Back then, when my Dark Elf clan retreated, the holy relics were left behind in the god's domain, and I don't know where they were sealed by Odin. So, let's find someone to ask first. Hearing this, Loki's calm heart stirred up some waves, and then he pretended not to care and said, "Oh, TIE particles. I seem to know where they are." As soon as he finished speaking, Algrim, who was walking outside, suddenly stopped and looked at Loki with excitement on his face. "You know, where is it? Tell me quickly." He looked at Loki with excitement on his face, his voice full of excitement. As the saying goes, it takes no effort to get there even if you break through iron shoes. Although he has never heard of this sentence, his current mood is exactly the same as what this sentence describes. Looking at him, a smile flashed in Loki's eyes. Things went smoother than he imagined. Whether it's revealing the location of the protective device or actively asking him about his next purpose, Everything is part of Loki's calculations. The purpose of revealing the location is to gain trust and guide him to reveal his purpose. The purpose of providing clues is to make him think that he is in charge of everything. In this way, you can avoid being suspected to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if Loki brought it up, it would definitely raise the vigilance he had just put down again. At that time, it may affect subsequent events. I have to say that Loki was worried about helping Thor. Don't worry, as far as I know, TIE particles broke out of the seal not long ago and merged into the body of a mortal. After saying this, Algrim quickly asked, "Where is that mortal?" "It's in the divine realm. However, I heard that Odin tried his best to remove the TIE particles from her body, but failed. Even if I tell you, can you take it out?" Loki pretended to be skeptical. This is his first trial. Although TIE particles are sacred objects of the Dark Elves, they definitely know TIE particles better than Odin and others. But whether they can take out the TIE particles is all their own guess, and no one knows whether they can do it. So, Loki wouldn't mind trying it out if he had a chance. If they can't take it out, then there's no need to waste any effort in their next plan. Seeing that Loki actually questioned them, Algrim suddenly smiled arrogantly. "TIE particles are the sacred objects of my dark clan. We can naturally take them out. As for Odin, I admit that he is quite powerful, but it is impossible to use the holy artifacts of my dark clan." Looking at Algrim with a proud face, Loki felt happy. However, he did not give up the temptation, but continued. "Oh, what is the method? Don't tell me that it is killing people to obtain treasures. If it is this method, then it goes without saying." Loki pretended to be disdainful. "That's right. The way to take out the TIE particles is to kill Jane directly. Without the host, TIE particles will naturally recondensate." He was afraid that the Dark Elves would also use this method, and then his work would be in vain. Hearing the disdain in Loki's words, Algrim became anxious. In other words, Loki's words had offended their pride. At that moment, Algrim said with a displeased look on his face, "How can it be possible to use that method? Forcibly taking the treasure will contaminate the sacred objects. Anyone who dares to desecrate the sacred objects will be the sworn enemy of my dark elf family, and will fight until death." Seeing Algrim's huge reaction, Loki was instantly relieved, and now the last trace of worry in his heart was gone. At that moment, Loki deliberately smiled and said, Sorry, I didn't know." After hearing this, Algrim did not want to continue to care about it. For him, finding the holy object was the most critical thing at the moment. "Stop talking nonsense, and tell me quickly, where is that mortal? Follow me, it's not far from here." Loki smiled and stepped forward to lead the way. The two of them, one behind the other, soon arrived at Thor's palace. At this moment, there was no one else in the palace except Jane and Tony, and Thor had already gone to the border battlefield. And this is also part of their plan, allowing Loki to take Jane away. When the two of them entered the palace, Tony noticed it immediately and opened his eyes immediately. The majestic spiritual power instantly penetrated the body and enveloped the entire palace. Looking at Loki, who was leading the way, Tony's words immediately rang in his mind. "Loki, how's your plan going?" Hearing the sudden sound, Loki's expression changed as he was walking in front. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and was not noticed. At that moment, Loki continued to lead the way with an expressionless face, while using his mental power to reply. It's almost. As long as this guy takes Jane to the Dark Elves and has someone take out the TIE particles." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Tony's lips, and he urged, "Then you have to hurry up. TIE particles are the sacred objects of the Dark Elves. The only one who could take out the sacred objects is the Dark Elf King. If you're slow, the Dark Elf King might take action. As soon as he makes a move, I can't watch anymore. If I accidentally beat him to death, then this last hope will be gone." Hearing this, Loki's heart suddenly trembled. In the eyes of others, Tony might be suspected of telling lies. "What do you mean you accidentally beat someone to death as soon as you took action? That was the king of the Dark Elves, not just a cat or a dog. How could he die so easily?" But Loki has seen all kinds of magic in Tony and his unfathomable strength, so he believes that what Tony said is true. If Malekith was really beaten to death by Tony, then he would really vomit blood. Immediately, he used his mental power to reply with a knowing sound, and Loki's feet couldn't help but speed up a bit. After Tony gave a reminder, he continued to close his eyes and rest. At the moment of the war, he naturally had to adjust his condition to its peak. Soon, Loki and the two arrived at the palace where Jane was. Before Algrim could take action, Loki stepped into the palace and took the initiative to knock Jane unconscious and put her into a temporary space. This space was temporarily constructed by him using Tesseract, and it is just enough to store one person. After all this was done, Loki and the two of them did not stay in Asgard any longer. Head directly towards the border battlefield. Loki wanted to solve the problems within the simplified body as soon as possible before things would change later. Algrim, on the other hand, did not want to continue to create extraneous problems and focused on holy objects. At this point, the two showed an amazing tacit understanding. Both Loki and Loki were not weak in strength. They rushed on the road with all their strength and soon arrived at the border battlefield. Now the Rainbow Bridge, the only passage in the god's domain, has been closed, and the only way to get out is through the border battlefield. Although Loki knew a path that left the god's domain, that path led directly to Blue Star and was not suitable for entry and exit. What's more, Loki didn't want to expose that path to Algrim. Looking at the raging battlefield and the gods and dark elf priests constantly fighting in the sky, Loki couldn't help but swallowed subconsciously and said in a dry tone, "How do we leave?" His performance was not just an act, but he really felt a little numb. With so many strong men fighting, even if he thought he was strong, he would not have the confidence to pass between them. He even doubted whether he would be set on fire by the gods if he appeared on the battlefield now. After all, not many people know about his and Thor's plan, and they can't calculate it more than one palm. In addition, his relationship with the gods of the Asa domain is not very good. Loki is really afraid of these guys. After seeing himself and Algrim together, he will suddenly give himself a hard blow. When the time comes, he will not be able to bear it. Seeing Loki looking at him, Algrim also had a headache. According to the plan discussed between him and Malekith, he was the one who acted as an internal agent to cause sabotage and help the Dark Elves invade Asgard. There was no response arrangement at all. But now, TIE particles suddenly appeared, completely disrupting his plan. He had to send the TIE particles out as soon as possible, but there was no one to respond. So looking at the scene in front of him, he didn't have much to do. How about we find a place to wait and delay for a while? Maybe after a while, Asgard's defense will be breached, and we won't have to go out, Algrim suggested. Hearing this, Loki felt anxious. Tony's reminder just now still echoed in his ears. But he was eager, and he knew that he must not show it at this time. Otherwise, once he was suspected, all his previous efforts might be wasted. Therefore, Loki nodded immediately and said, "I don't care, since you said wait, then just wait. It's just that it's impossible for Odin not to pay attention to TIE particles. We have taken people away now, and we don't know when Odin will find out," Loki said, pretending to be sad. Algrim's expression changed instantly. He really hadn't thought about this just now, but now that Loki said it, he immediately reacted. Indeed, I and others are in extremely danger now. The mortals who had integrated TIE particles were taken away by them. Odin could not have known that the difference was just a matter of speed or slowness. At that time, if the Dark Elves are unable to break through the Asa Protoss defense line and Odin reacts, his life will be in danger. Moreover, the newly recovered TIE particles can easily be snatched back by Odin. It is basically impossible to snatch them back at that time. Thinking of this, Algrim, who originally suggested waiting, suddenly changed his face. "No, we can't wait. We must find a way out immediately and get back to the ship." Looking at Algrim, who was turning his face faster than turning the pages of a book, a trace of mockery flashed in Loki's eyes. "If that's the case, then you should quickly find a solution. I can't help with this matter." Loki spread his hands and said he was helpless. In this regard, Algrim did not doubt him. After all, Loki had said before that he had no dealings with the gods of the divine domain. After standing there and thinking for a long time, looking at the battlefield like a meat grinder, Algrim finally gritted his teeth and decided, "There is no better way, just break in. Later, I will act as a shield for you. Just keep your head down and rush forward. As long as we return to the ship, we will be safe." Listening to his decision, Loki's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this guy was planning to trade his life for his. Although I know that he is more interested in type particles, it is not bad to be able to do it to this extent. But what was surprising was that he was not going to try to persuade him. He didn't really join the Dark Elves, so he didn't care about this guy's life or death. So, after he finished speaking, Loki nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll do as you say." The two reached a consensus and took action quickly. First, he quietly approached the border battlefield until he was discovered by the Asgard warriors. Algrim suddenly shouted loudly, "Get out!" After saying that, a dark divine power was immediately released from him, forming a dark protective shield that enveloped the two of them. Suddenly, like lightning, the two men quickly broke out of the blockade of the Asgard warriors and rushed towards the starry sky. And in the starry sky, the battle of the gods continues. Powerful forbidden spells and magical powers explode in the universe, and the terrifying aftermath sweeps across the starry sky. The two people who rushed out of Asgard were immediately overwhelmed by the aftermath of the battle between the gods, and the terrifying impact continued to fall on Algrim. Suddenly, a mouthful of black blood spit out from his mouth. The originally stable protective shield also flickered on and off at this moment, making Loki feel frightened. Don't let this guy be so stupid and be taken away in a wave. Otherwise, he will die unjustly. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Algrim, who integrated the cursed stone and transformed into a cursed warrior, was strong enough to withstand the mighty aftermath and continue to fly towards the spaceship. At this moment, the warring gods also noticed the two of them. Divine light flashed in their pupils, and they saw Loki directly. Suddenly, the expressions of the gods changed one after another. Tyr, the irascible god of war, suddenly burst into a loud shout. "Loki, how dare you betray the divine domain?" After saying that, Tyr dropped his opponent and flew towards the two of them, intending to stop them. Seeing this, the ghosts of Algrim emerged. If they were stopped at this time, they would really be dead. Immediately, he glanced at Loki aside with a resentful look. Although he believed Loki and knew that what he said was true, he never expected that Loki's popularity would be so bad. It was really unlucky to attract the hatred of a god as soon as he appeared. Fortunately, he saw the dark elf priest who was fighting with the gods at this time. At that moment, Algrim quickly shouted, "Stop him and cover us." As he spoke, Algrim's body quickly erupted with the exclusive aura of the dark elves, indicating his identity. Seeing this, the dark elf priests reacted one after another, and Tyr's previous opponent immediately stopped Tyr, preventing him from getting closer. Although they did not recognize Algrim, who had changed his appearance greatly, they could feel the pure dark elf aura emanating from him. He actually risked huge amounts of risk to cross the battlefield and return to the spaceship at this time. There must be something important, so they can't just sit back and watch anyway. As many dark elf priests took action, the situation on the battlefield changed again, and a new round of battle started between the two forces around Loki. Feeling the constant aura of terror coming from the surroundings, Loki and the two looked ugly for a while. Fortunately, under the cover of the dark elf priest, the two finally crossed the battlefield and escaped from danger. On the spaceship, when the two landed, Algrim let out a long sigh of relief and looked back at the battlefield behind him. There was still a hint of fear on his face. At this moment, two dark elf warriors walked up. "See, my lord." Hearing the sound, Algrim immediately turned around, looked at the two of them, and coughed slightly. The fearful look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of majesty. "Where is the king?" "Back to your lord. The king is in the meeting hall." One of the warriors replied. Algrim nodded. "Take me to see the king." "Yes." After saying this, two dark elf warriors led the way, and Loki followed behind them, walking towards the meeting hall. On the way, Loki kept looking around, seeing the strict guards and the permeating dark atmosphere, and he couldn't help but become nervous. After doing 99, it can be said that now he is just one last tremor away, and the more this time comes, the greater the pressure Loki is under. Especially after entering the meeting hall, the tension in Loki's heart reached its peak. Fortunately, Loki's psychological quality is not bad. Although he is nervous, his face does not show any abnormality. He even shows a relaxed expression, giving people a feeling of joy. Finally, a figure sitting on a throne appeared in front of Loki. Just as Loki looked at him, Algrim immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "King, I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, Malekith on the throne suddenly opened his eyes, and divine light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at Loki and others, and said in a leisurely tone, "Why are you back?" Malekith's tone was very calm, but it instantly put people under great pressure. Cold sweat broke out on Algrim's forehead for the first time, and he quickly explained, "King, I came back early because I found the sacred object of our Dark Elf clan. My subordinate was afraid of an accident, so he came back early against the order." As soon as these words came out, a wisp of terrifying aura instantly spread out from Malekith's body. His originally calm expression now emitted a terrifying light. "Where is the sacred object?" Malekith suppressed his inner surprise. Although he acted very calmly, everyone could hear the joy in his words. Hearing this, Algrim did not speak, but turned to look at Loki and gestured to him. Malekith, who had been staring at him closely, suddenly noticed his little move. His eyes turned and fell on Loki. "Who is he?" "King, he is Loki, the god I instigated rebellion in the divine realm. My subordinates were able to successfully complete the mission this time and find the sacred object, all thanks to his help." "Oh!" Malekith had a playful smile on his lips and looked at Loki with bright eyes. "I see, well done. Now, take out the holy objects first." "Yes, King," Algrim responded, then looked at Loki and urged, "Don't be stunned." After saying this, Loki nodded and immediately released Jane with a wave of his hand. The moment Jane appeared, Malekith's eyes were immediately attracted to her. Don't get me wrong, he just felt a familiar aura on Jane's body. At the same time, Algrim's explanation also sounded at this moment. "King, the holy object broke the seal not long ago and merged into this mortal's body. We still need to trouble the king to take the holy object out of her body." After hearing these words, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the hall. After confirming that the holy object was indeed in the body, Malekith could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Okay, I understand. Gorham has done a good job. If we win this battle, you should be the first to take credit. The king has rewarded you," Algrim said modestly. Malekith ignored him, but looked at Loki again and praised, "Don't worry, the Dark Elves, will not treat anyone badly. Since you have taken refuge in our clan and have made such great achievements, I can grant you a request. Thank you to the Elf King. I don't have many requests. I just hope that after the Elf King takes out the holy object, he can give me the mortal in front of me." "Oh, what do you want a mortal to do?" Malekith asked curiously, and Loki's heart instantly became tense. Even though Malekith seems to be very talkative now, Loki can feel that this guy doesn't trust him. So your next answer is crucial. If his suspicions were aroused, it might not be that simple for him and Jane to get out of here today. Realizing this, Loki became more cautious. He went over the prepared words in his mind several times, and after confirming that there were no problems, he slowly spoke. "This woman is the son of Odin and the lover of Thor. Although he is only a mortal, Thor values him very much. To be honest with you, your majesty the Elf King, Nazol and I are incompatible with each other. If she is in my hands, Nazol will definitely be at my mercy." After saying this, Loki stood respectfully waiting for Malekith's response. Malekith did not answer him immediately, but glanced at Algrim to confirm the authenticity. He believed that since Algrim dared to bring Loki to see him, He must have investigated Loki's details. Then it is natural to distinguish the truth from falsehood in Loki's words. Looking at Malekith's eyes, Algrim instantly understood and nodded slowly. Seeing this, Malekith's doubts were completely dispelled, and he smiled and said, "I thought it was something. It's just a mortal. Since you want it, I'll give it to you." "Thank you, your majesty the Elf King." Loki showed a hint of gratitude on his face, and Malekith did not continue to waste time on him. He turned his eyes to Jane again, his eyes full of expectation. Pung! A burst of black light fell on Jane as Malekith waved his hand. Suddenly, the unconscious Jane let out a muffled groan, and the next second, her body floated directly. Seeing this, Malekith's face suddenly became solemn, and a loud shout came directly from his mouth. Point! As the words fell, red particles were seen separated from Jane's body and gradually gathered together. In this way, the TIE particles that left Odin helpless were now easily extracted from Jane's body by Malekith. The process of extracting TIE particles went smoothly. In just half an hour, Malekith completely peeled off the TIE particles in the body. Looking at the dark red particles gathered in his hand, Malekith's mouth curved in an astonishing way, and his eyes were completely attracted by the dark red color emitted by TIE particles, as if there was a peerless treasure inside. Seeing this scene, Loki suppressed the urge to snatch TIE particles back and quickly stepped forward to check on Jane's condition. After careful observation, he found that there was nothing else wrong with Jane except that she looked pale and looked weak. Looking at her, who was still unconscious, Loki did not wake her up. He just raised his hand and took him back into space again. Then he looked at Malekith, who was still addicted to TIE particles on the throne, and said, "Your Majesty the Elf King, if nothing happens, I will retreat first." Hearing this, Malekith waved his hand without looking back. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. The joy of getting TIE particles was enough for him to ignore everything. Turning around and leaving the hall, Loki, led by 2 dark elves, arrived at the residence assigned to him. After sending the dark elves away, Loki didn't hesitate and quickly cut his wrist. Blood flowed out of his wrist, forming a mirror. This is the contact method Loki and Thor agreed upon. Use your own divine blood to connect. In this way, there will be no problem of spell fluctuations, and you can hide yourself to the maximum extent. Soon, Thor's figure appeared in the bloody mirror. Looking at Loki, Thor on the other side of the mirror suddenly said excitedly, "Loki, how is things going?" "Success. Jin is safe and sound. You can start taking action. Also, tell Tony to be careful. Malekith has obtained TIE particles. I always feel that those things are not simple." "Great, don't worry, I know. I will remind Tony." The two didn't talk for long, and soon the communication was disconnected. At the same time, in the meeting hall, Algrim looked at Malekith and asked curiously, "King, what are the effects of holy objects?" Although he is also a strong member of the Dark Elf clan, unless he sits on the throne, he will not know the specific effects of TIE particles. Hearing this, Malekith, who was addicted to TIE particles, finally came back to his senses and said with a smile on his face, "The power of TIE particles is unimaginable by the world. The most intuitive point is that curse stones are made using TIE particles. With TIE particles, I can continuously create cursed stones and create the cursed army again." Hearing this, Algrim's face was filled with shock. He has personally experienced the effect of the cursed stone, which more than doubled his strength. Now, cursed stones can be manufactured in batches. Think of an army composed of strong men. Just imagining such a scene makes people tremble all over. Congratulations to my king. This time I will definitely be able to regain the divine domain and destroy the Asa clan," Algrim said excitedly. Malekith nodded in agreement, and then said, "Go and select an elite team. I will personally create an invincible army." "Yes," Algrim responded, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Watching his leaving figure, the smile on Malekith's lips disappeared, and his face gradually became calm. Creating cursed stones is just a trivial ability of TIE particles. The real power of TIE particles is that they can make people's wishes come true. Even if TIE particles were to swallow up the 9 realms, Malekith would be able to completely plunge the entire universe into darkness with a single thought. This is the most powerful point of TIE particles, but naturally he will not tell Algrim such secrets. Looking at the battlefield outside and the resisting gods, Malekith's lips curled into a sneer. Come on, your end is coming. After devouring the divine realm, and then devouring the other 8 realms, who can stop me then? Malekith murmured to himself, unabashedly promoting his ambitions. If before he planned to leave the divine realm behind, now after retrieving the TIE particles, the existence of the divine realm is no longer necessary. His goal is the entire universe. Asgard, the palace where Tony was, the door slowly opened and Tony walked out. In order to leave time for Loki and others, he had not taken action before, not even going to the border battlefield. And just now, he had received the news from Saul that Jane had been successfully rescued, and there was no need to delay anymore. Therefore, Tony walked out of the palace, flew directly from the immortal palace, and rushed towards the border battlefield. The control of gravity and the power of the rabbit charm allowed his speed to reach the extreme in an instant, and a sonic boom sounded in the sky above Asgard. Tony's figure was like lightning, instantly piercing the sky, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the border battlefield. Looking at the starry sky and watching this epic battle, Tony felt like he was watching a 3D blockbuster in his previous life. It was even more enjoyable than a 3D blockbuster. At this moment, a figure flew back from the front line and headed in the direction of Tony. Hey, Tony. Thor appeared in front of Tony holding Thor's hammer, with a smile on his face and a strong smell of blood on his body. Why are you back? Tony asked, confused. Hearing this, Thor quickly said, It was Loki who asked me to remind you. Malekith has obtained TIE particles. Those things don't seem simple. Please be careful. Really? I understand. Tony nodded calmly. It's not that he didn't take Loki's reminder to heart, but that he already knew how powerful TIE particles were and had been prepared for them. There are 6 infinity stones in the universe, and TIE particles is one of them, the reality stone. It has the ability to make people's wishes come true. In a sense, it is the most powerful treasure in the universe, a bug-level treasure. But there is no invincible thing in the world. Although the ability of the reality stone is powerful before it swallows the 9 realms, its ability is not stronger than other gems, and is even a little weaker. In addition, the consumption of using the reality stone is far higher than that of using other gems, so Tony is not worried that he can't do anything about the reality stone. Moreover, just in case, he had obtained a mind stone from Loki before. With the mind stone as a foundation, even if the reality stone is really more powerful than he imagined, he is not without means to counter it. Seeing Tony's calm look, Thor shrugged without saying anything and asked instead, When will you take action? When you forced Malekith out, Tony said in a calm tone. When he heard this, Thor was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Why? After he finished speaking, Tony looked at him calmly and said nothing. And Sol also reacted suddenly, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. The spaceship is Malekith's home field. Who knows what backups he has prepared inside? If Tony goes directly in, he will lose the home field advantage. It would be fine if he had a weaker opponent, but is Malekith weak? Odin didn't dare to say this, so facing such an enemy, he naturally weakened him however he could. Ahem. After a slight cough, Sol scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Okay, leave it to me. I'll force him out right now. After saying that, Sol turned and left. If he stayed here any longer, he always felt like it'd be ***************. So he slipped away, with a plan in mind. After Thor returned to the battlefield, he quickly sent a message to the gods, asking them to go all out. Even if both sides suffered losses, they must kill the army of the Dark Elves. He didn't believe it. The army was defeated, but Malekith could still sit still. The gods listened to Thor's words, and although they hesitated, no one refuted. As the prince of the Asa clan, Thor's orders are still somewhat effective, especially at this time. Unless someone wants to be betrayed by the Ace of Protoss, no one will easily refute his orders. Suddenly, the god's offensive suddenly became more fierce. The dark elf priest who could still fight back and forth with the gods suddenly began to fall into a disadvantage as the gods did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. Soon, Hodel, the god of darkness, killed his opponent with his heavy damage. Immediately afterwards, Badr, the god of light, also killed his opponent. The explosion of the two broke the deadlock on the battlefield and established an advantage for the Protoss. Although this advantage is not very obvious, it is like a snowball. After an advantage is established, the snowball gets bigger and bigger, and finally forms an overwhelming advantage. Boom, boom, boom. There were violent explosions, and with the help of the two Hodel brothers, more and more gods defeated their opponents. Gods with powerful combat capabilities, such as Tyr, the god of war, can single-handedly destroy their opponents, further expanding the advantages of the gods. As priests continued to die, the originally strong morale of the Dark Elves suffered a huge blow. It completely triggered a chain reaction and formed a rout. Kill! Loud shouts resounded throughout the battlefield. Under the leadership of the gods, the Asgard warriors rushed into the battlefield and strangled the Dark Elves crazily. At this moment, the Dark Elves began to collapse. Countless Dark Elves fled towards the space ship, with panicked expressions on their faces. At this moment, they no longer had the ambition they had at the beginning. Instead, they were running away like lost dogs. Seeing this, the gods of the divine realm naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. They took advantage of the victory and pursued it, pressing towards the space ship. In the meeting hall, Malekith looked at the situation on the battlefield outside, with a look on his face. He did not expect that the battle situation would change so quickly. He was in a daze for a while, and the situation on the battlefield suddenly collapsed. What do you think? Believe it. After reacting, dark clouds gathered directly on his face, and his body stood up from the throne at this moment. Waste! With a fierce curse in his mouth, Malekith took a step forward and disappeared into the hall. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the spaceship. The Dark Elves who were running away frantically stopped when they saw Malekith standing in front of the spaceship and looked at their king nervously. Even though the shouts of killing behind them were getting closer, all the Dark Elves did not dare to make any sound, and they all looked up at Malekith with awe. His eyes swept over the bodies of many Dark Elves. He was about to get angry, but he stopped when he looked at the injuries on their bodies and the words that finally came to his lips. They're all their own subjects and fighting for themselves. Even if they lose and need to be punished, it shouldn't be now. Thinking of this, Malekith calmed down, and with a wave of his hand, the dark power surged, sending them directly back to the space ship, instantly clearing the starry sky in front of them. The densely packed Dark Elves suddenly disappeared in front of him and the others, leaving only a figure looking down at them. Seeing this scene, the gods and many immortal warriors couldn't help but stop. Thor looked at Malekith solemnly and guessed his identity. At that moment, Thor stepped out directly and said loudly, "Are you the king of the Dark Elves, Malekith? Your doom has come, just surrender." Thor directly spoke to persuade him to surrender. Although he knew that he was most likely doing useless work, he still wanted to try it, just in case this guy really surrendered. However, it turned out that he was overthinking it. Malekith not only did not surrender, but even ignored him. Instead, he kept scanning the crowd, looking for something. Soon, when he didn't see the figure he wanted to see in the crowd, he frowned. "Where's Odin? Did he just send you guys to stop me?" As soon as these words came out, the gods became angry. Anyone who was called a rotten fish would be angry, let alone a group of aloof gods. Arrogant. Court death. How arrogant. The scoldings of the gods continued to sound, and the echoing sounds made Malekith feel agitated. At that moment, his eyes turned cold, and the terrifying dark aura was directly released from him. The mighty pressure instantly fell on the gods and many immortal palace warriors. The pressure fell, the expressions of the gods changed drastically, and many immortal warriors were directly crushed alive by Malekith's pressure. Bang! 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 In an instant, clouds of blood mist exploded directly in the starry sky, dyeing the starry sky red in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire battlefield became silent. Everyone looked at Malekith in horror. The joy of defeating his opponent completely disappeared, replaced by deep fear. This guy is so terrifyingly strong that no one can even think of resisting. Malekith basically turned a blind eye to the fear on everyone's faces. At this moment, he was looking up in the direction of God's realm. The vast sound spread directly in the vacuum environment of the universe and swept towards God's realm. Odin, I haven't seen you for 5,000 years. Are you going to be a coward? Let these rubbish come to your death. The sound wave rolls towards the God's realm. Once it falls into the God's realm, not only will his words spread throughout the God's realm, but it will even cause great damage to the God's realm. However, just when Ian Lang was about to enter the divine realm, a figure appeared on the boundary of the divine realm, and an indifferent voice also echoed in the universe. Odin can't come. Who are you? Malekith frowned as he looked at the figure blocking his sound wave. Me? I'm considered a substitute, Tony said with a smile on his face and a joking tone. Under the support of gravity, his figure walked step by step towards Malekith's location. Listening to his words, not only Malekith, but even the gods in the divine domain couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths at this moment. What a substitute. Do you think this is playing football? You are a substitute. The gods were complaining crazily in their hearts, but no one spoke. Although they did not know Tony, but Tony dared to appear at this juncture. It must not be simple, and he might even be a strong man comparable to Odin. Therefore, the gods remained silent and watched silently. But their silence made Tony a little disappointed. He was still waiting for a slap in the face. After all, a time traveler who doesn't know how to show off is not a good time traveler. However, when he met a group of human beings who didn't give him this chance at all, Tony couldn't help but sigh helplessly. At this moment, a cold snort spread throughout the audience. Malekith looked at Tony with cold eyes, filled with naked, murderous intent. Odin doesn't dare to come out and let you come and die. In this case, I will kill you first to see if he can still calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave suddenly emanated from his body, and the dark power gathered in front of him, forming a huge amount of energy light ball. With a wave of Malekith's hand, the energy light ball shot toward Tony instantly. Looking at this scene, Tony's eyes narrowed, and looks of horror appeared on the faces of the gods. At that moment, one by one fled backwards quickly. They felt the breath of death from the energy light ball. Once the energy light ball exploded, they could not resist it at all, so running away became their only option. In just a short moment, all the gods behind Tony fled, leaving only Thor standing behind Tony with a nervous look on his face. Everyone else can leave, but he cannot. After all, Tony was here to help him. If he ran away, regardless of what Tony would think, he would not be able to get through the hurdle in his own heart. Therefore, although Thor also felt the approach of death, he still suppressed the panic in his heart and stood with Tony. Tony, who was standing at the front, paid no attention to the movement behind him. Seeing the energy light ball getting closer and closer, a ball of flame suddenly rose in Tony's hand, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a fireball the size of a basketball file. Compared with the energy light ball, the fireball in Tony's hand is very small, but as long as you feel the energy contained in it, no one dares to underestimate the fireball in Tony's hand. As a fireball was thrown by Tony, soon, the two groups of energy, one large and one small, collided fiercely. Boom! Endless light shines, and the originally dark starry sky seems to have entered daytime at this moment, making people unable to open their eyes. The next second, a terrifying energy shock spread from the center of the explosion to all directions. Suddenly, all the meteorites and small planets in the billions of miles of stars passed by with the impact of energy and were instantly shattered. The shock wave rushing towards the spaceship was blocked by Malekith with a wave of his hand. The shock wave rushed towards Asgard, but Tony was too lazy to block it. Therefore, Asgard, which was also affected, suddenly shook violently. The earth shook, and cracks stretching for thousands of miles lay across the earth. Countless creatures knelt down on the ground with fear on their faces, praying to the gods for blessings. Little did they know that the gods they prayed for would vomit blood and fly backwards under the impact of energy. They could not protect themselves, so they had no time to pay attention to them. Thor, who had been standing behind Tony, luckily escaped. After everything calmed down, he turned his head to look at the stars in all directions and swallowed involuntarily. I saw that the starry sky in all directions looked very clean at the moment. That's right, it was clean. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing else except Asgard and the space fleet. According to Thor's memory, there were hundreds of planets large and small, but now they have just disappeared. And this is all the work of the two people in front of him. For a time, Thor had a new understanding of the four words top powerhouse. Yes, if you can block my casual blow, you are qualified to be my opponent. Malekith looked at Tony with a calm expression. His tones still had a hint of condescension. Hearing this, Tony smiled. Really? But you let me down a little. The majestic king of the dark elves, this is it. Tony spread his hands, showing great disdain. Seeing this, Malekith's expression turned gloomy. Sharp-tongued guy, I'll make you regret coming here. After speaking, Malekith raised his hand and grabbed the space to the side. Suddenly, a pitch-black long sword was grabbed out of the space. This is the king's sword of the dark elves. Like the eternal spear, it is a powerful artifact. Looking at this scene, Tony couldn't help but frown slightly. The artifact's blessing to combat power is still great. When fighting with bare hands, Tony felt a little disadvantaged. Thinking of this, Tony turned to look at Asgard behind him and said, "Lend me the eternal spear." After he finished speaking, Sol, who was standing behind him, looked confused and thought Tony was talking to him. But soon, he discovered that Tony was not looking at him. Sure enough, the next second, a whistling sound came from behind him. Thor looked back and saw the eternal spear rushing out of Asgard directly and landing in Tony's hand. He raised his hand to grab it, and the eternal spear fell directly into his hand. Feeling the cold feeling coming from the gun, Tony waved it casually, and it was unexpectedly smooth. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tony's lips. His right hand, holding the gun, raised a finger, and the tip of the gun was pointed directly at Malekith. "Come and fight," Tony challenged. Hearing this, Malekith snorted coldly, then dodged and rushed forward. Suddenly, the king's sword and the eternal spear collided fiercely, and the bodies of Tony and Malekith also became entangled. Lines of spear light and sword light continued to overflow from the center of the battle. Thor, who was still close to watch the battle, immediately retreated to the rear after being almost killed by his sword light. He could finally see that whether he stayed or not had no impact at all. Even if he stayed, he might become a burden. Therefore, it is better to leave the battlefield honestly. As Thor left, Tony was the only two people left in the starry sky of the universe. Their figures were like lightning, crisscrossing the entire starry sky. The sounds of metal clashing continued to spread as the two collided. As for the setting, that vacuum cannot transmit sound. It does not take effect on the two of them at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Tony and the two fought for hundreds of rounds, and Malekith gradually gained the upper hand. Boom! After another blow, Tony relied on the speed of the rabbit charm to quickly distance himself from Malekith, looking at the eternal spear in his hand with some depression. The power of the eternal gun is indeed not bad, and Tony's strength is not weak either. But the problem is that Tony does not know how to play with guns. Therefore, after relying on his temporary enthusiasm to fight Malekith in close combat, Tony quickly fell into a passive state of being beaten. Situation: if his strength wasn't weak and his speed wasn't slow, he might have been severely injured by now. While Tony's face was full of depression, Malekith's face on the other side was terrifyingly gloomy. As soon as they fought, he realized that Tony couldn't use a gun at all. After realizing this, He thought he could defeat Tony quickly, but the result was something he never expected. Whether it was speed or strength, Tony was superior to him. Although he didn't know any skills, but with the advantages of speed and strength, he was tied with him. This was a great shame for him. The expressions of the two people are different, but at this moment, their moods are similar. Glancing at the gloomy-looking Malekith, Tony suddenly smiled brightly and said, "I've had enough fun. I won't play anymore." After saying that, Tony suddenly exerted force and threw the Eternal Gun directly. Suddenly, the Eternal Spear turned into a stream of light and sped towards Malekith. Seeing this, Malekith's pupils shrank, but his reaction was not slow either. He instantly threw the king's sword out to block the Eternal Spear. Suddenly, the two artifacts opened up a battlefield and collided wildly. Losing the weapon had no effect on Tony at all. With a thought, terrifying flames suddenly appeared in front of him and gathered into a fire dragon. Under the control of Tony's thoughts, the fire dragon rushed towards Malekith in an instant. Wherever it passed, the starry sky in the universe was burned with Kaz sound. Feeling the astonishing warmth rushing towards his face, Malekith's face suddenly became solemn. The majestic, dark divine power spurted out directly from his body, building a dark barrier in front of him to resist the fire dragon. Now two forces, one black and one red, collided in the starry sky, and no one could do anything to the other. Watching this scene, Tony was not surprised. He never expected that the fire dragon alone could take down Malekith. Therefore, just after the fire dragon was blocked, Tony's mental power instantly condensed into a mental gun, and it rushed towards Malekith again. The mental gun is invisible and cannot be resisted by ordinary means. Although Malekith's mental power is good, it is still far behind Tony. Therefore, after noticing the attack of the spiritual spear, although he also gathered his spiritual power to block it, he was blasted to pieces by the spiritual spear. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth, and Malekith's expression changed suddenly. Before he could recover, suddenly, a strong gravitational force acted directly on his body, directly restraining his body. The barrier he built with the power of darkness was instantly broken, and the blocked fire dragon violently hit him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a sea of fire appeared where Malekith was. His body was surrounded by flames and burned quickly. The intense pain made his face look extremely ferocious. It's all a long story, but in reality, it all happens in the blink of an eye. The gods of the divine domain and the dark elves watching the battle from a distance were all stunned by the changes in the starry sky. They never expected that Malekith, who had been extremely strong just now, would be defeated instantly. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Only the instigator of all this, Tony, was not surprised by this. Although Tony was very strong before, he never had an accurate standard to judge his combat effectiveness. It wasn't until he fought Odin that he had an accurate understanding of his own strength. In terms of strength alone, neither Odin nor Malekith is weaker than him, and even Odin is a little stronger. But in addition to strength, Tony also has various powerful abilities, such as fire, gravity, mental power, etc. For ordinary people, being able to use an ability to its peak is already the limit. But because of Tony's system, all the abilities he possesses have reached their peak. Therefore, even though Odin and Malekith are not weak in strength, facing Tony is a bit overwhelmed when he encounters various abilities that emerge one after another. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be invincible at the same level and capable of fighting at higher levels. Seeing Malekith becoming more and more embarrassed under the burning flames, at this moment, a group of dark red particles suddenly appeared in front of Malekith. I say, all the harm surrounding me will be dispelled. Malekith's words sounded slowly. When the words fell, a shocking scene happened. The sea of fire that originally surrounded him quickly began to dissipate and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the declining aura on his body began to become stronger again, and the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Malekith, who couldn't breathe for a few seconds and was at his peak, appeared in front of everyone again. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly became speechless. The gods of the divine realm who were watching the battle were as if they were going crazy, and they kept mumbling about how it was possible. As for the Dark Elves, after they reacted, they all burst into cheers. Even the relaxed look on Tony's face at this moment disappeared, replaced by solemnity. He knew that the reality stone was very powerful, but the level of comparison seemed to be a bit too great. Why don't they call it a reality gem? Let's just call it Yanshuffa. In one sentence, all his previous efforts were in vain. Breathing out a breath of turbid air, Tony suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Malekith with cold eyes, and said, "I don't believe it. You can use this thing indefinitely. Let's see how many times you can use it." After saying that, two powerful rays of light suddenly burst out from Tony's eyes, blasting towards Malekith. Seeing this, Malekith did not dodge, holding the reality stone in one hand, and said in his mouth, "I said, everyone who attacks me will suffer backlash." As soon as the words fell, the two rays of light that originally rushed towards Malekith suddenly reversed and rushed towards Tony himself. Seeing this scene, Tony's mentality collapsed instantly. Grass! With an angry curse, two rays of light erupted in Tony's eyes again, colliding with the previous rays of light, causing an explosion. As the explosion dissipated, Tony looked at Malekith gloomily and said word by word, "I don't believe it. This thing really has no limit." Immediately, Tony plunged his hand into the void and took out a scepter. It is the soul scepter inlaid with a soul gem. Looking at the scepter that appeared in front of Tony, Malekith, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly focused his eyes and recognized the soul gem inlaid on the scepter at a glance. After all, apart from their different attributes, the 6 gems had almost the same aura, which immediately caused Malekith's expression to change slightly. As mentioned before, the reality gem's ability is the best among the 6 gems. But compared to other gems, the reality gem must swallow the 9 realms before it can fully display its power. Prior to this, although the reality stone's ability was still terrifying, it could not ignore everything. Tony, who had been staring at Malekith, noticed the change in his expression almost immediately. At that moment, a sneer appeared on Tony's lips, and he said in a cold voice, "I want to see if the reality stone in your hand can compete with the Mind Stone." After saying that, Tony didn't hesitate, directly held the scepter in one hand, and activated the Mind Stone. Dazzling light radiated from the Mind Stone. With the blessing of the Mind Stone, Tony's mental power suddenly increased without limit. If Tony's mental power was like an ocean before, now, with the blessing of the Mind Stone, his mental power has completely turned into a galaxy in the universe. Spiritual storm. Tony held the scepter and spoke word by word. As his words fell, the extremely huge mental power roared out directly under the blessing of the soul gem, forming a terrifying storm. Different from the previous ones that were invisible to the naked eye, this time, because the mental power was so powerful, it was directly solidified and manifested. For a moment, both the Dark Elves and the gods in the realm could see a white storm roaring directly towards Malekith. And at the moment Tony launched his attack, Malekith started singing again at the same time. But compared with the previous relaxation, this time, his face was full of solemnity. "I say that no attack can fall on me, and all those who attack me will suffer backlash." His voice fell slowly, and immediately, his originally strong body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine power in his body was almost drained. At the same time, the mental storm that was originally roaring towards him slowly stopped under the resistance of an inexplicable force. However, it just stopped, and the mental storm neither dissipated nor rolled back like the light emitted by Tony before. Seeing this, Tony smiled as he watched this scene. He guessed right, the reality stone does have a limit, and when it reaches the limit, The reality stone can no longer continue to change everything. What's more, the spiritual storm he released was blessed by the Mind Stone. If the reality stone wanted to change his attack, it had to change it together with the Mind Stone. The reality stone, without enhancement, obviously cannot do this. In the end, the mental storm slowly dissipated, and it did not fall on Malekith after all. Tony didn't mind this, because he still has some energy left, while Malekith looks haggard and looks like he could die suddenly at any time. Whoosh! Without any nonsense, Tony directly activated the power of the rabbit spell, and his figure immediately disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Malekith, raising his hand to grab it. The reality stone that was originally held tightly in Malekith's hand was snatched away by Tony. Malekith wanted to resist, but unfortunately, the chant just now drained all his strength. He can hardly even stand now, let alone resist. Therefore, he could only watch as the reality stone fell into Tony's hands. After grabbing the reality stone, Tony sent it directly to the Shadow Kingdom together with the Mind Scepter without studying it. After doing all this, Tony looked at Malekith, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "How do you want to die?" Hearing this, Malekith glanced at Tony weakly, then slowly closed his eyes and said nothing. Looking at this scene, Tony raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. This guy is more generous than he thought. He can still remain calm in the face of life and death, and he is worthy of being the king of his clan. At that moment, Tony, who originally planned to kill him directly, had other thoughts in his mind and said again, "Give you a chance to live, kneel down and surrender, and I will spare your life. This is your last chance." Hearing this, Malekith, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes again, but he did not do what Tony said. There was just a hint of ridicule on his face. "I am the king of the Dark Elves. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Succeed as king or lose as bandit. I can afford to lose, so let's do it." Hearing this, the look of admiration on Tony's face became even stronger. If nothing else, just that sentence that he could afford to lose was worthy of Tony's high look. Puff! A punch penetrated his heart, and the flames burned on Tony's fist, quickly igniting Malekith's body. Malekith let out a muffled groan, without struggling or roaring, and allowed the flames to completely engulf him. Tony, who had taken a step back, watched this scene quietly, the admiration on his face having dissipated. Appreciation is appreciation, and letting the enemy go will never happen to him. Since Malekith is unwilling to surrender, death is his only destination. After Malekith died in battle, all the Dark Elves on the spaceship fell into a sluggish state. Their king died, and their faith collapsed. For a moment, all the Dark Elves seemed to have lost their souls. However, they were stunned. The gods in the divine domain did not. Witnessing Tony killing Malekith, the gods who had been watching the battle for a long time suddenly became excited. Then each one of them looked at the Dark Elves fiercely. As the old enemy of God's domain, no one wants the Dark Elves to continue to exist. However, they did not rush to take action, but all looked at Tony. Tony conquered them with his strength. Needless to say, everyone was led by Tony at the moment, so they were waiting for Tony's order. And Tony quickly noticed this, so he would naturally not be merciful, and cold words rang out in his mouth. "Kill!" "Yes!" The gods responded in unison, and in the next second, the gods of the divine domain, together with many immortal warriors, attacked the spaceship at the same time. The sound of fighting sounded again, and the death knell of the Dark Elves also sounded. In the previous battle, they had already lost many strong men, and now they witnessed Malekith's death in battle. All the Dark Elves completely lost their morale. Therefore, under the attack of the gods of the divine domain, they fell into a rout without even thinking about resisting. Soon, a battle turned directly into a massacre. The smell of blood floated throughout the star field, and the corpses of Dark Elves floated toward the depths of the universe. Looking at the sight of thousands of corpses floating in front of him, Tony's eyes didn't waver at all. As early as the beginning of time travel, he lost all compassion and goodwill. except for the people he cares about. Even if all the rest are exterminated, it will be difficult to leave any ripples in his heart. Not to mention a group of alien life forms. Ding! The mission is completed, and rewards will begin. The belated system reward finally arrived. Listening to the voice in his head, Tony quickly withdrew his attention and opened the system panel. Temporary mission, Dark Glory. Mission description. As the ultimate darkness, all darkness should be under the control of the host. Conquer or destroy the Dark Elves and maintain the glory of darkness. Task reward. Number of draws +1. One of the Black Shadow masks, Ninja Mask. Task status, completed. Looking at the information on the system panel, Tony unusually did not draw a lottery immediately, but instead summoned the Ninja Mask. In the anime, the Black Shadow Mask is one of the sources of power to summon the Black Shadow Core. Only by wearing the Black Shadow Mask can you master the Black Shadow Core. However, now he can control the Black Shadow Core even without the Black Shadow Mask. So Tony is curious about the specific function of this mask. As if knowing his doubts, just after he took out the Black Shadow Mask, the system gave a rare function prompt. Item, Ninja Mask. Function. After wearing it, you can summon the Ninja Core and collect 10 masks to activate the ultimate darkness and engulf the world. Each time a world is swallowed, the strength of the Black Shadow Core and the mask wearer will be greatly enhanced. Looking at the function displayed by the system, Tony directly ignored the first half. Looking at the information at the back, his eyes suddenly flickered. Ultimate darkness, swallowing the world, interesting. Muttering to himself, Tony had a concrete understanding of the effect of Ninja's mask. However, this thing can only take effect after all the masks are collected. Now, it can only be temporarily left in the corner to gather dust. Putting the mask away, Tony finally turned his attention to the exciting draw. Every time he draws a lottery, his strength will skyrocket. Therefore, although it is not the first time he draws a lottery, Tony's heart is always full of expectations. But before drawing the lottery, he still needs to make a choice. Which one is better to draw, the magic roulette or the spell roulette? Needless to say, the power of the demonic energy. Integrating Cursed Land's demonic energy directly allowed him to compete with a strong man of Odin's level. The talismans are not inferior to the demonic energy. What's more important is that the 12 talismans are almost collected. Tony is curious about what will happen when the 12 talismans are gathered together. Therefore, without struggling for too long, Tony locked the spell roulette. With a thought, the roulette wheel started spinning rapidly. Even with Tony's current strength, it was still difficult to catch the pointer on the roulette wheel. In the end, Tony had no choice but to call it a day. Roar! A roar of a tiger exploded on the roulette wheel, and a black and white tiger appeared on the roulette wheel, then rushed towards Tony and disappeared directly into his mind. In an instant, a balanced force merged into Tony's body. His whole body seemed to be returning to his mother's body. His whole body was warm and surrounded by a gentle force. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly Tony opened his eyes again, and a breath leaked from his body. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled. Not far away, Thor, who had ended the battle early, was about to step forward to say hello to Tony, but when he accidentally saw this scene, he couldn't help but tremble. It's scary. Why does it feel like this guy's strength has improved again? Thinking silently in his mind, Thor did not come up to disturb him, turned around and flew towards the spaceship, looking for Loki. Tony naturally had no feeling about Soul's gaze. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with surprise. The tiger charm represents the balancing power of yin and yang. Although Tony also hoped to get the tiger talisman, he was a little disappointed when he won it in the previous draw. After all, in the anime, the power shown by the tiger talisman is indeed a bit overwhelming and only balances the abilities of each spell. But after truly integrating the tiger talisman, Tony realized that the tiger talisman was the most powerful existence among the 12 talismans, because only it can connect the 12 spells together to form a whole. For example, the dragon talisman and the pig talisman. No matter how Tony used them before, he could only use the ability of one spell at the same time. When the use is completed, the power of another spell can be mobilized. But after integrating the Tiger Talisman connected the power in his body into a whole, so he could mobilize the power of multiple spells at the same time. The power of the Tiger Talisman is not just that. When multiple talismans are connected in series, the power of each talisman is greatly strengthened, and even the magic energy is connected together. That's why Tony was pleasantly surprised. Although the Tiger Talisman did not directly increase his power, it strengthened his original power, which resulted in the terrifying scene just now. Just a wisp of breath leaked made the space in front of him tremble. Name, Tony Stark. *X male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman. Sombra Ninja Control, Sombra Blade Control, Sombra Nightbat Control, Sombra Troll Control, Sombra Warrior Control, Sombra Alien Control. Demonic Chi, Cursed Blue Demonic Chi. Number of draws, 0. Dark Alliance members, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, MR, fantastic. After taking a look at the data on the personal panel, Tony suppressed the joy in his heart and closed the panel. Then he glanced at the spaceship. He has not forgotten Loki's promise. This guy promised to join the Dark Alliance. Now that everything has been dealt with, it is his turn to fulfill his promise. At that time, he can also get a lottery draw. 1 mission, 2 draws, great fun. Thinking a little excitedly, Tony stepped directly in. Suddenly, his figure disappeared directly from the place, and when he reappeared, he had already landed on the spaceship. Its speed is so fast that it has completely surpassed before. Before integrating the Tiger Charm, when Tony used the power of the Rabbit Charm, although it was fast, it would still leave an afterimage. But now it is silent, as if teleporting, and it is extremely terrifying. Ignoring the corpses on the ground on the spaceship, Tony's spiritual power was instantly emitted, and soon enveloped the entire spaceship, and traces of Loki and others were found. But when he saw the situation of Loki and others, a strange look suddenly flashed in Tony's eyes. Because now Loki is being beaten in a certain hall of the spaceship. At this moment, the god of darkness Hodel, the god of light Balder, the god of Hercules Mani, and the god of courage Modi are surrounding Loki. The 4 of them stared at Loki with unkind eyes, and Loki also looked at them with an indifferent expression. The scene where Loki and Algrim walked through the battlefield together is still vivid in everyone's mind. Now, the Dark Elves have been defeated, and Loki, the nominal traitor, has naturally been liquidated. Apart from them, Thor was standing between the 2 sides at this moment, isolating them, and kept explaining that Loki did not betray, and everything before was his plan. However, looking at the situation at the scene, his explanation obviously did not achieve the expected effect. The expressions of Hodel and others didn't even change much. Soon, after Thor finished speaking, Hodel and the others who had been silent for a while finally spoke. Badr looked at Thor calmly and said calmly, "Thor, we know you want to protect him, but betraying the gods is a serious crime. We can't let him go, so don't bother." After saying this, Sol became anxious. "I told you that everything was my plan. Why don't you believe it?" Thor's angry voice sounded, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to change anything. Mani even had a weird smile on his lips and said, "No one among the gods in the realm knows about your relationship with Loki. Loki treats you as an enemy. How can he cooperate with you? Besides, how do you know that he is not using you? It's just that the dark elf he surrendered to failed, which is why this situation happened." What Mani said makes sense. "Sol, please get out of the way, otherwise we will have to take you down together." Modi then said, everyone's words directly distorted the matter completely and turned it into another version. Thor looked at this scene and deeply realized what it means to be unable to argue. Just when he was about to continue explaining, Loki put his hand on his shoulder. Loki's voice sounded slowly behind him. "Don't waste your efforts. They just want to target me. It's useless no matter how much you say." As soon as these words came out, Thor's body trembled, And then he immediately figured out what was going on and looked at Badr and the others in disbelief. As his eyes swept over the 4 people one by one, what appeared in front of him were indifferent faces. At this moment, he suddenly realized that getting rid of the traitor was all an excuse. Loki has a bad relationship with the gods of the realm, and even hates most of the gods, not only from himself, but also from the grievances of the previous generation. Therefore, these people are just deliberately targeting Loki. The so-called betrayal is just an excuse for them to take action. Even if this didn't happen, if there were other opportunities, they wouldn't let Loki go. After thinking about this clearly, Sol's face suddenly turned pale, and his tone was hoarse. Why? We all belong to the divine race. Why can't we live in harmony? After finishing his words, Hodel suddenly sneered. Who belongs to the same race of gods as him? How does he, a remnant of the giant race, qualify to be among the gods? If the atmosphere between the two parties was tense before, but there was still room for maneuver, then this sentence completely blocked this room. Loki's originally indifferent expression suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Hodel. Hodel didn't pay attention to this at all, and the same was true for others. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not regard Loki as a kinsman. At this time, Badr also spoke again. Stop talking nonsense, and deal with him as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams. What should I do with Thor? Modi asked. Glancing at Thor, who still refused to retreat, Badr didn't hesitate too much. Take it together, just be careful not to hurt his life. Good. The rest of the people responded, and waves of powerful aura emanated from them. The next second, the 4 figures moved at the same time and rushed towards Loki and the 2. Modi fights Thor alone. His mission is only to hold Thor down, and he doesn't need to worry about other things. The 3 of Hodel attacked Loki at the same time, hoping to kill Loki as quickly as possible. At that time, even if Odin asks afterward, they will have a reason to evade. After all, it is normal for a god to die on the battlefield, and Odin wouldn't be able to check it even if he wanted to. So what if Thor knew the truth? Who would embarrass their 4 living gods for the sake of a dead god? I have to say that their calculations were very good, but they underestimated Loki's strength. With dual vocations, Loki's strength is far stronger than that of ordinary gods. What he showed in the divine realm before was not his true strength at all. Otherwise, Thor would not have been beaten up by Loki when he was on Earth. So when Loki took action with all his strength, Hodel and the others suddenly realized that they could not defeat Loki for a while. This discovery made them shocked and angry, and at the same time strengthened their murderous intentions. Loki's strength is so strong. If he escapes today, how will they resist him in the future? They can't be tied together to guard against Loki in the future. Thinking of this, the gods acted faster and became stronger. Soon, Loki was beaten until he was vomiting blood. After all, although his strength is not weak, Hodel and others are not vegetarians either. Each of them is an extremely powerful god, possessing powerful power. Especially Hodr and Balder. One is the god of light, and the other is the god of darkness. Their priesthood is the top existence among the gods. In contrast, the power they control is also top-notch among the gods. Therefore, with the cooperation of the 3 people, Loki was quickly seriously injured and lost his ability to resist. Thor, who was restrained by Modi, looked at this scene and roared, "Stop!" As he said that, he wanted to rush forward, but unfortunately Modi didn't give him this chance. The moment he made a move, Modi stopped him again. But in terms of strength, Modi is naturally not his opponent. As long as he's given time, it will only be a matter of time before Modi is eliminated. But unfortunately, what he lacks most now is time. Sol's heart was full of hatred, hating his own weakness and hating his own powerlessness. If he had the strength of Tony or Odin, would the current situation still happen? The results speak for themselves. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he could only watch Hodel and the others walk towards Loki step by step. And Loki is about to die in their hands, and nothing can be done. Just when Loki was about to die at the hands of Hodel and others, suddenly, a burst of footsteps came from outside the hall, and at the same time, Tony's teasing voice sounded. Is it so lively? So many people have gathered, and everything has been done. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the hall stopped moving. The expressions on their faces changed, and they quickly turned their heads to look behind them. After seeing Tony's figure clearly, a look of nervousness suddenly appeared on the faces of Hodel and others. On the contrary, Thor, who was originally desperate, seemed to see hope and quickly shouted, "Tony, save Loki. They want to kill Loki." As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of Hodel and others became even more ugly, and Bader quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, don't listen to Thor's nonsense. Loki betrayed the gods and is a traitor. We're just clearing out the traitors." Badr explained quickly, fearing that Tony would take action if he took one step slower. They had seen Tony's strength before, and even if they were tied together, it wouldn't be enough for Tony to fight. They didn't want to arouse Tony's hostility. Listening to Badr's words, Tony didn't make any move, but the corners of his mouth raised with an uncertain smile. "Loki is a traitor? How do I remember that he seems to be mine? My people betrayed me. How could I not know?" Tony asked slowly, and Bader was instantly confused by the question. He didn't expect that Loki and Tony would have such a relationship, and for a moment, he panicked. At that moment, Bader quickly turned to look at the others, wanting to see if they had any solution. However, when he turned his eyes to everyone, he found that everyone was avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Bader's heart suddenly sank, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. At that moment, a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. He looked at Tony and said, "Sir, if I say that this is all just a misunderstanding, would you believe it?" He was so desperate to survive that he spoke dryly. He didn't even believe what he said, but there was nothing he could do. Tony's appearance instantly reversed the situation, and he could only find a way to save himself. However, just when he gave up hope, he saw Tony nodded directly and said matter-of-factly, "Believe it. Why don't you believe it?" When the words fell, Bader was confused, and so were the others. However, Tony seemed to have no intention of continuing to pursue the matter, which was undoubtedly a good thing for them. At that moment, Bader quickly smiled and said, "Sir, your wisdom is comparable to the God King, and your mind is comparable to the endless ocean. I praise you, sir. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can I leave?" Balder said carefully while flattering him. He deliberately did not mention Hodel. These guys just wanted to push him out for thunder, so naturally he wouldn't intercede for them now. Hearing this, Tony nodded and said generously, "Okay, my feet will grow on you. You can go wherever you want. It's none of my business." "Thank you, sir," Bader said with a face full of surprise, and he couldn't wait to leave here. Tony's presence made him feel that the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The 36 strategies were the best, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that Bader was about to abandon his people and run away, Hodel and others panicked. What would they do if he ran away? They wanted to stop Bader, but Tony was in front of him, and they didn't dare to speak, lest they attract Tony's attention, so they could only watch Bader walking towards the entrance of the hall step by step. Just as Bader was about to leave the hall, Tony snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice echoed in the hall. At the same time, a flame suddenly burned on Bader's body out of thin air and quickly engulfed his body. Bader's miserable howl sounded, instantly filling the entire hall. A look of surprise appeared on Tony's face at this moment, and he falsely said, "Oh, misunderstanding. I just wanted to test the ability. How come it burned you?" Tony said with an exaggerated expression, but did not move at all, just holding his hands and looking at the burned Bader quietly. The intense pain caused Bader's face to twist, and Tony's flames now not only burned the body, but also burned the soul. No one can bear that kind of pain. "Sir, I was wrong. Please give me a break." Balder roared and begged for mercy. Tony picked his ears and said casually, "I can't hear what you said." After speaking, Tony withdrew his gaze and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the remaining Hodels. The smile on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by indifference. "How do you guys want to die?" Words without any emotion rang out in Tony's mouth, and cold sweat quickly fell from the heads of Hodel and others. At this moment, they didn't dare to speak at all. Badder died because of a misunderstanding. God knows whether what they said as soon as they opened their mouths would be the cause of his subsequent death. Therefore, several people looked at Tony with pleading eyes, but they did not dare to speak. And seeing their appearance, Tony, who had originally planned to play with them, suddenly lost interest. He likes the tenacity of the strong and dislikes the wailing of the weak. He thought that these gods could be tougher, but he was disappointed. This may also be because the longer you live, the more you fear death. With random thoughts in his mind, Tony looked at the pale Loki and said with a smile, "I leave these people to you. It's up to you to deal with them as you want." Hearing this, Hodel and the others felt despair, and they suddenly felt that the death god was getting closer and closer to them. But just when they were almost desperate, Loki's weak voice suddenly sounded. "Let them go." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked, even Tony. Loki doesn't look like someone who repays kindness with kindness. However, this has nothing to do with Tony. Since he wants to let them go, let them go. Anyway, to him, they're just a few ants. Whether they are killed or not has no impact on him. "Get out." Tony waved his hand calmly. Immediately, the shocked Hodel and the others suddenly came to their senses, and they all quickly left the hall as if they had been granted amnesty. When they passed by Badder's ashes, their hearts could not help but beat violently, for fear that the body was also on fire. Just after a few people left, Tony slowly came to Loki and extended an invitation. "How about joining the Dark Alliance? Next time something like this happens, I will be your backing." Tony invited again, without mentioning Loki's previous promise. In his opinion, the probability of Loki agreeing was very high, so he didn't bother to leave the impression of repaying a favor. Sure enough, when faced with Tony's invitation again, Loki agreed without hesitation. "I am willing to join the Dark Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, a pleasant sound sounded in Tony's ears. Suddenly, the corners of Tony's mouth couldn't help but tilt up. Ding! The evil god Loki has successfully joined the Dark Alliance and will be rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Ignoring the prompts of the system for the time being, Tony, who had just drawn the prize, was not in a hurry to draw the prize. Instead, he turned to look at Sol and smiled. "Now that the matter is done, you should go back quickly. There are still a lot of things waiting for you. You handle it." Forehead. Sol was a little stunned, and then asked doubtfully, "What about you?" "You don't have to worry about it. We have other things to do, of course," Tony said in a calm tone, with no intention of explaining. Seeing this, Sol scratched his head and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll leave first." After speaking, Thor looked at Loki. Loki understood instantly, and with a wave of his hand, Jane was released from the space. Looking at the unconscious Jane, Sol hugged her and left the hall directly. After his figure disappeared, Loki immediately looked at Tony and said with a hint of respect, "Do you have any orders?" As soon as he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Tony's face. Compared with the naive Thor, Loki is obviously much smarter, and it can be seen at a glance that he deliberately sent Thor away. "Do you want to take revenge on the gods?" Tony asked directly. Hearing this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Loki's eyes. "As long as I live, they will never have peace." He did not answer directly, but his words showed his determination. Seeing this, Tony immediately reached out and patted Loki on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't have to wait until later, you can do it now. The god's domain has just gone through the war, and when the alertness is at its lowest, we can take action now." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of surprise flashed across Loki's face, and then he said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we are not able to do it with just the two of us. Although you are very strong, Odin is far from being as simple as he appears. As far as I know, most of his power has been suppressing something. Therefore, the strength he is showing now is not his full strength." Loki said slowly, but Tony was not surprised at all. He is the king of gods after all, so he wouldn't believe it if he didn't have a trump card. Besides, Loki just mentioned suppression, which immediately reminded him of someone. Hela, the daughter of Odin, the legendary goddess of death. He was suppressed in hell by Odin for committing a major crime. Contact Loki just said that it is self-evident what Odin is suppressing. Of course, I know what you're talking about, but don't worry, we are not without help. I need you to do something. Please give your orders. Loki lowered his head. Looking at his appearance, Tony nodded with satisfaction. Why has he been obsessed with pulling Loki into the Dark Alliance? Apart from the system rewards and his own appreciation for him, the most important thing is that Loki can clearly define his position at all times. It is really comfortable to have such a person as your subordinate. Find a way to send Odin out of the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki was stunned. How could he send Odin away by himself? Loki looked at Tony in confusion, and Tony casually grabbed the Mind Scepter from the Shadow Kingdom and threw it to Loki. Use this, and you'll find a way. After saying that, Tony turned and walked out of the hall, leaving a dazed Loki standing there. Leaving the spaceship, Tony stepped out, and his figure immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in Asgard. Standing in the sky, looking down at the entire Asgard, Tony's eyes kept flashing with light. After a long time, the light in his eyes disappeared. Tony reached out and took out the Reality Stone. Tony had never paid much attention to the 6 Infinity Stones before. He relied on the system and had very low demand for these things. Therefore, even if he collected the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, he casually threw them to Loki. However, after seeing the power of the Reality Stone, he admitted that he was moved. The kind of power to follow the law is what Tony longs for. When he killed Malekith, he captured part of the memory in his mind and knew that the Reality Stone could be improved by swallowing the 9 realms. Therefore, after helping God's domain solve its troubles, he had already started plotting against God's domain. And he was just measuring the entire Asgard, calculating how difficult it would be for the Reality Stone to swallow Asgard. The conclusion is that it is difficult. With the current power of the Reality Stone, it is almost impossible to swallow up a world as powerful as Asgard. Therefore, Asgard must be weakened first. The strength of the world generally consists of 3 parts: the laws of the world, the strong creatures, and the origin of the world. Among them, the creatures and the strong represent the upper limit of the world. The stronger the origin of the world, and the more perfect the world's laws. Generally speaking, the world and living beings have an interdependent relationship. Therefore, if you want to weaken Asgard, you must kill a large number of strong people. Only in this way can the Reality Stone have a chance of swallowing Asgard. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Tony looked at the fairy palace hanging in the sky and murmured to himself, "The glory of the gods is past. Let me start the twilight of the gods." After saying that, Tony took a step towards the direction of the fairy palace and disappeared instantly. Golden Palace, Odin's palace. At this moment, the gods are standing respectfully on both sides of the hall, waiting for Odin's reward. After all, it is necessary to reward those who have made meritorious deeds after a war, no matter which world they are in. As the reward ended, the gods left the Golden Palace one after another. After the Golden Palace returned to its former tranquility, Tony's figure quietly appeared in the Golden Palace. On the throne, Odin looked at Tony, who appeared silently without much surprise in his eyes. Instead, he whispered, "You are here." Hearing this, Tony nodded and said with a smile, "I'm here to ask for my reward." "Don't worry, it's been prepared for you." "Hi, Odin shouted outside the hall, and Heimdall stepped in immediately. "King," Heimdall said respectfully, "take him to the treasure house and choose 3 treasures freely." Hearing this, Heimdall glanced at Tony and then nodded. "As you command, King. Please come with me." With that said, Heimdall made an invitation gesture and then led the way out of the hall. Tony didn't stop and followed with a smile on his face. Leaving the main hall, under the leadership of Heimdall, Tony quickly arrived at the door of the Asgard treasure house. A thick stone door stood in front of Tony. 2 armored immortal palace guards stood on both sides of the door with guns and cold expressions on their faces. Even when they saw Heimdall, the expressions of the 2 Asgard guards did not change at all, and even the 2 spears directly crossed each other in midair, blocking Tony and the 2 of them. "It is forbidden to trespass in this important treasure house. Violators will be killed without mercy. Seeing this scene, Heimdall was obviously not surprised. He took out a token from his arms and said loudly, "According to the king's order, I enter the treasure house to get 3 treasures. No one can stop me." Seeing this, the 2 immortal palace guards put away their spears, got out of the way, and slowly opened the treasure house door. As the treasure house opened, Heimdall did not move, but turned to look at Tony behind him. "Sir, you can only go in by yourself later. I will wait here. After the selection is completed, you can come here to register." Hearing this, Tony nodded and stepped into the treasure house without saying a word. As he stepped through the treasure house gate, a dazzling light suddenly filled Tony's eyes, and everything he saw was golden. After getting used to the light in front of him, Tony looked around and saw mountains of gold stacked in front of him. Various gold standard items are placed everywhere like garbage. At this moment, Tony, who was the richest man in Blue Star, suddenly felt his poverty. But these things are just simple yellow and white things, which are of no help to Tony. So after the initial surprise, Tony quickly adjusted his mentality and walked towards the depths of the treasure house. As we go deeper, the items in the treasure house are getting better and better, which makes Tony a little dazzled. It's a pity that these things have no meaning to him. He can only move on and find his goal. Finally, when he reached the deepest part of the treasure house, the items on display became scarcer, but the quality became higher and higher. And Tony's goal of entering the treasure house finally appeared in front of him. A glove. In a last life, although Tony didn't know Marvel very well, he came across a video about the Infinity Gauntlet in a short video. Among them, it is recorded that there is an Infinity Gauntlet stored deep in the treasure house of God's domain. This thing became famous because of Thanos. Although it has strong side effects, it does not prevent Tony from getting it. After all, if he hadn't come to this timeline, Tony would have become Iron Man and eventually died on this thing. Get the gloves now, and they will naturally come in handy when you gather 6 Infinity Stones later. Of course, Tony himself will definitely not be able to use it, but he can give it a try to the Black Shadow Core. Anyway, the Shadow Core is immortal. Even if it dies, it can be reborn at any time. The side effects of the Infinity Gauntlet are almost non-existent. The only thing that makes Tony unsure is whether the Shadow Core can carry the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Thinking quickly in his mind, Tony's movements on his hands were not slow at all, and he directly put away the Infinity Gauntlet. As for the other 2 places, Tony did not waste it and randomly selected 2 treasures that looked pretty good: a golden spear and an eternal chalice. Needless to say, the golden spear is the main attack, and its lethality is not bad. Although it is not as good as the eternal spear, it is still no problem to blow up a small planet with 1 shot under Tony's full strength. As for the eternal Holy Grail, it is a bit interesting. If you pour it into it, it can turn into eternal holy water, which can make the drinker live for hundreds of years. However, the side effects of this thing are also very obvious. That is, you must continue to drink it, otherwise your longevity will be exhausted and you will die in an instant. And this thing has a limitation. That is, it is only effective for ordinary people. For the strong, it is completely worthless, tasteless to eat, and a pity to discard. After selecting all the treasures, Tony did not stay any longer and turned around and left the treasure house. When he stepped out of the treasure house gate, the 2 thick stone doors closed instantly, and Tony finished his trip to the treasure house after registering the 3 items he had selected. And just when Tony was finishing his trip to the treasure house, on the other side, in the Golden Palace of Asgard, Loki, who had returned from the spaceship, walked into the hall step by step. On the throne, Odin's eyes, which were originally closed, opened in an instant. Looking at Loki walking into the hall, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Loki rarely comes to see him when he is not summoned by him, and it is even rarer for him to take the initiative to walk in like today. At that moment, Odin's voice slowly sounded, "What's the matter?" After finishing speaking, Loki did not speak, but looked at Odin with complicated eyes, an inexplicable look flashing in his eyes. After a long time, Loki's low tone slowly sounded, "Father, it's been a long time since we had a good chat." Hearing this, Odin was stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking in his mind, 10 years or 100 years. Before he could get an answer, Loki, who was standing in the hall, suddenly raised the spiritual scepter. An illusion that could be mistaken for reality suddenly enveloped the entire hall. Sensing the fluctuation of divine power, Odin came back to his senses instantly and looked down, only to see Loki still standing in the hall with a downcast face. That was an expression that Odin had never seen before. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt as a father. And this also made him ignore the fluctuation of divine power just now. In fact, what appeared before him at this moment was entirely the illusion constructed by Loki. Loki is a genius in illusions. His illusions have reached the pinnacle, but now, with the blessing of the Mind Stone, they are even more terrifying to the extreme. True or false, it's all in Loki's mind. In addition, most of Odin's power is suppressing Hela, and he was injured by Tony before. Now Odin can be said to be the weakest in history. Therefore, even as the God King, it was difficult for him to detect it for a while. In the fantasy space, Loki told his grievances and unwillingness bit by bit. In the real space, Loki pushed the spiritual scepter desperately. Beads of sweat had covered his forehead before he knew it, and the huge amounts of energy consumed made him feel extremely tired. However, he did not dare to stop, because once he stopped, Odin, who had finally fallen into the illusion, would wake up instantly, and then all his efforts would be in vain. Time passed little by little, and Loki's face gradually turned pale just when he was about to reach his limit. Suddenly, Odin on the throne finally made some movement. I saw a surging divine light emanating from his body, and a huge amount of black hole appeared behind him. A suction force came from the black hole, pulling Odin in. When his figure was completely submerged into the black hole disappeared, and Odin's figure was completely lost on the throne. When Odin's figure completely disappeared, Loki in the hall fell to the ground without any force. At this moment, he was breathing heavily, and waves of strong fatigue kept flooding into his heart, making him feel like he would fall asleep at any time. In order to complete the task assigned by Tony, this time he drained himself completely. Fortunately, the final result was gratifying. He successfully completed the task and sent Odin out of the divine realm. Such a thing sounds a bit fanciful, but in fact it is true. As the king of the gods, the divine domain is Odin's home court. Without his permission, no one can expel him from the realm of God. This is the authority of the king of gods. So in order to complete the task, Loki could only find another shortcut and let Odin take the initiative to exile himself. That's why he assumed a very low posture at the beginning, just to arouse the fatherly love in Odin's heart and relax his vigilance. Coupled with his secret guidance, this was barely successful. Well done. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, instantly making Loki feel like he was dead. He suddenly turned his head to look, and when he saw Tony's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Why are you here?" Loki asked, confused. Hearing this, Tony immediately smiled and explained. "I felt your aura and guessed that you might have taken action, so I came here to take a look. Now that Odin has been exiled, what should we do next?" "Wait, someone will take the initiative in what happens next." However, Odin's disappearance cannot be hidden at all, and it may even be discovered at any time. By then, the entire God's domain will not be shaken. That's up to you. During this period, I will trouble you to be the king of the gods for once. By the way, I will let you experience how it feels to be the king of the gods. This is your reward," Tony said with a smile on his face, and Loki looked at him in horror. "Make yourself the king of the gods. Is it such a big deal?" Thinking of this, Loki swallowed nervously. "Nothing will happen this way. If I were discovered, I feel like the gods could tear me alive. Don't worry, with me behind me. Even if they are discovered, what can they do? Besides, it doesn't take long. Soon, you'll be free." "Oh well." Loki nodded hesitantly. Under Tony's persuasion, he finally agreed to this bold and exciting proposal. After convincing Loki, Tony did not stay any longer and quietly disappeared into the Golden Palace. just as he came. As Tony left, Loki immediately turned to look at the throne behind him. A strong sense of excitement filled his heart and drove him to walk towards the throne step by step. Finally, he came to the throne, turned around, and sat down. At this moment, a huge amount of satisfaction rose in his heart. His long-held dream came true. This feeling seems not bad. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his body shape began to change. Soon, another Odin appeared on the throne. In the palace where Tony lived, Tony returned directly to this place after leaving the Golden Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Tony looked up. His eyes passed through the roof of the palace and landed on the top of the fairy palace. I saw a vast divine power gathering above the immortal palace, suppressing the unknown land in the dark. These divine powers were naturally left behind by Odin. Even though he is left, his divine powers are still lingering in the immortal palace. At this moment, a strong dark power rose from Tony's body and disappeared towards the vast divine power. He wants to use the reality stone to devour Asgard, and before that, he must reduce the number of powerful people in the divine realm. But compared to doing it himself, he prefers to kill with a borrowed knife. And this knife is Hela, the goddess of death. As long as Hela is released, he doesn't have to do anything and just wait to devour the divine realm. So this is why he sent Odin away. Because Odin continues to stay in the divine realm, it is impossible for him to erase the divine power he left behind. Even if he makes a slight move, Odin will be able to detect it immediately. In the depths of hell, lava is filled and demons are fighting. This is one of the most dangerous places in the universe, and it is also the destination of all exiles. Over hundreds of millions of years, countless powerful beings have been sealed here, gradually becoming one of the restricted areas in the universe. And Hela is one of them. From being a high-ranking god, he was reduced to being associated with the devil, which filled Hela's heart with anger and violence. But because of Odin's suppression, she could only stay in this place and endure the eternal silence. But even today, Hela suddenly woke up from her deep sleep. She felt that the seal that suppressed her was weakened a little, although it was only slightly weakened compared to the ever-increasing seal power. This slight weakening made her ecstatic because it represented hope. Old guy, you're going to die soon. I have finally waited for this day. I swear, when I see the light of day again, it will be the end of the Asa clan. Ha ha! Crazy laughter rang out, and her voice echoed in the depths of hell, causing countless demons to panic. At the same time, some powerful beings were awakened and looked at him one after another. That woman is going crazy again. Isn't she tired of going crazy once every few decades? Didn't you hear? She's about to go out. Hey, this is the prison of the gods. Who can get out if the gods are immortal? After a while of exchange, those powerful beings fell silent one after another. Blue Star, a nursing home. Odin is lying on a rocking chair, wearing a vest and pants, looking like an old man in his twilight years. At this moment, he seemed to feel something. He cast his gaze into hell, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's make trouble. After suppressing you for so many years, it's time for you to come out and cause trouble. But if the old man is provoked, I don't know if you young people can survive it. Talking to himself, Odin quickly looked away and closed his eyes. His figure continued to rock as the rocking chair continued, and a feeling of relaxation filled his whole body. No one knew whether he was in self-exile under Loki's influence or whether he was really tired. Time keeps passing by and never stops for anyone. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed in the divine realm. On this day, Thor also stepped into the Golden Palace, planning to bid farewell to Odin and send Jane back to Blue Star. I have met my father. Thor saluted respectfully, but at this moment, Loki on the throne was a little panicked. Looking at Thor below, Loki felt a little flustered. Among the gods, who knows him and Odin best? It must be Thor. After all, the two parties have not dealt with each other once or twice, so when he saw Thor, Loki instinctively felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted himself and coughed lightly. Thor, what's the matter? Hearing this, Thor quickly said, Father, I came here specifically to say goodbye to you. I plan to send Jane back to Blue Star. Oh, let's go ahead and do this. Loki waved his hand indifferently. He thought it was some big deal and didn't take it to heart at all. But just after he spoke, Thor's expression in the hall suddenly changed. He, who was originally full of respect, looked up at Odin on the throne with a suspicious expression. Odin didn't have this attitude towards Jane before. He wanted to break them up, so when Thor came this time, he was ready to be scolded. But now Odin actually agreed directly and asked him to leave quickly. This sudden change made him feel particularly unreal. Seeing that the hall suddenly became quiet, Loki, who originally just wanted to send Thor away quickly, suddenly felt a thump in his heart. He looked down at Thor with a suspicious face and suddenly cursed in his heart. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and said, What's wrong? Is there anything else? No, it's just that my father. I have something else to ask your father for help. Sol clasped his fists respectfully. Loki's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know what Thor was planning to do, his instinct told him that it was better not to agree and to send this guy away quickly. With this thought in his mind, Loki also did the same thing. He coughed lightly and said, I don't have time. You can go find someone else. If you have nothing to do, leave as soon as possible. Loki urged. But the more this happened, the less Thor wanted to leave. He already felt that the Odin in front of him was a little weird. There seems to be something wrong with my hammer in the previous battle, so please help me check it out, father. As he spoke, Thor's hammer suddenly appeared in Thor's hand. As Thor kept throwing Thor's hammer up and down, Loki's eyelids jumped as he looked at the throne. What you up to? Loki said, and a smile suddenly appeared on Thor's lips. Nothing. I just want to see if father can resist my hammer. After saying that, Thor instantly smashed Thor's hammer at Loki. A sound broke through the air, and Loki's expression changed. Damn it. Then his figure moved and quickly disappeared from the throne. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the main hall. Boom! Holding the hammer that flew back with one hand, Thor looked at Odin with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, Loki, what on earth are you doing? Hearing this, Loki, who still looked like Odin, spread his hands helplessly, and then his body changed to reveal his true body. Looking at this scene, even though he had guessed his identity before, a trace of shock flashed through Thor's eyes, shocked by his audacity. How dare he pretend to be the king of the gods? Ahem. He coughed lightly. Looking at Thor, who was staring at him, Loki explained helplessly, Don't get excited. Do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding? Loki was perfunctory, but Thor ignored his perfunctory. Now he just wanted to know where Odin was. Where is father? It should be in Blue Star, Loki said a little uncertainly. The place where he guided Odin to self-exile was Blue Star, but he didn't know whether it had any specific effect. Is it Tony's idea for you to pretend to be father? Thor continued to ask. Loki's expression changed, and he waved his hand quickly. Don't talk nonsense. He denied it repeatedly, but at this moment, Thor seemed to have evolved from the Tai-Henin to Sherlock Holmes, and ignored his denial at all, and continued his analysis. What does this guy want to do? He actually took away his father and asked you to pretend to be him. So, what he wants to do is probably not finished yet. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to pretend to be someone to stabilize the situation. I'll go find him right now. Thor was analyzing to himself, and Loki looked like he was having a headache. He didn't say anything. This guy just relied on his imagination to figure out Tony's situation. It was just nonsense. He thought silently in his heart, but Loki naturally couldn't let Thor go to find Tony, so he stepped in front of him in a flash. With me here, you can't get there. You should take Jane away quickly. This matter is not something you can participate in. After hearing this, Sol naturally couldn't stop here. However, he did not force his way in, but said with a faint smile, You are sure you want to fight me here? There are all Asgard guards outside, and Heimdall is also there. If I fight, you are sure you can still hide it. Go down. As soon as he said this, he immediately grabbed Loki's painful leg, making the look on his face look a little ugly. For a time, he could neither advance nor retreat, and was caught in a dilemma. Looking at his appearance, Thor had no time to continue grinding with him. He just wanted to find out what Tony planned to do. Although Tony helped him before, he would never forget what kind of person Tony was originally. If he didn't care, the entire Asgard might be destroyed by Tony. Therefore, Thor walked quickly past Loki and walked towards the palace where Tony lived. Seeing this, Loki had no choice but to follow, but in order to hide his identity, he deliberately hid his figure and was not exposed to the eyes of the Asgard guards. Soon, Thor came to the palace where Tony was. Without any hesitation, Thor directly knocked on the palace door. "Enter." Tony's voice came from inside the palace. Thor pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by Loki. Tony, who was erasing Odin's seal, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the angry Thor and the helpless Loki, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't see what happened in the Golden Palace, looking at the state of the two of them, Tony reacted instantly. Loki's secret was revealed, and Thor exposed him. At that moment, Tony's brows raised slightly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, "You discovered it so quickly. Thor, when did you learn to use your brain?" After saying this, Sol's face darkened. He said this like a fool. He always knows how to use his brain. He thought a little unconvinced, but Sol was not here to discuss this issue with Tony, so he went straight to the point. "Tony, what do you want to do? In other words, if you want something, you can tell me and I can get it for you with your credit." Sol said in a sincere tone that although they were opponents before, he was still grateful for Tony's help this time. Seeing Sol's serious expression, Tony smiled and shook his head. "You can't give me what I want, so I can only take it myself." "How is it possible? No matter what you want, as long as you tell me, I will definitely get it for you." Thor continued that he knew very well how powerful Tony was, and coupled with Tony's previous help, he did not want to conflict with Tony. "Really? Then I want the whole Asgard," Tony said slowly. Hearing this, Thor's face was stunned, and his tone suddenly became a little dry and said, "The whole Asgard? What do you mean?" "That's the literal meaning, so you can't give it. Take Jane with you, leave Asgard, and don't get involved in this matter. This is my last advice to you." "No, you can't do that," Thor roared. Just when he was about to say something else, suddenly Tony's telekinesis directly acted on him, lifting his entire body from the ground. "For Loki's sake, I won't kill you, but don't challenge my patience. Trust me, you won't want to know the consequences." After saying that, Tony immediately threw Thor out of the palace with a thought. Boom! There was a fierce collision, and Thor's whole body hit the open space outside the palace, making a big hole in the ground. But he ignored the pain in his body, struggled to get up from the ground, and walked towards the palace again, saying as he walked, "Tony, you can't do this." But before he could step through the palace gate, Loki stopped in front of him, looked at him with a complex expression, shook his head and said, "Let's go. Stop talking. You should know Tony's temper. No one can change the things he decides, unless you plan to stay here with your life." As Loki tried to persuade him, the excitement on Thor's face faded, and he became completely lost. After a long silence, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said, "What did Tony mean when he just said that he wants the whole of Asgard? Does he want to be the king of the gods?" "I don't know either, but he probably has no interest in this position," Loki said calmly. "Then he wants to destroy the entire Asgard, right?" Thor roared instantly. This time, Loki was silent and didn't answer. Seeing this, Sol confirmed what he was thinking, became more and more silent, and then turned around and left without saying a word. It's not that he gave up, but that he knew that he couldn't stop Tony by himself, so he needed help. Of course, he did not seek help from the gods. After all, with Tony's strength, even if the gods join forces, they may not be his opponent. Therefore, to stop Tony, he must find Odin. Only Odin can prevent things from happening. Quickly returning to his palace, Sol took Jane directly towards the Rainbow Bridge without saying a word. After entering the temple, Heimdall looked at Thor and greeted him respectfully. "Your Highness." Hearing this, Thor stopped and glanced at Heimdall. He wanted to tell him the truth, but he didn't dare. If he ruined Tony's plan now, who knows if Tony would go on a killing spree. Therefore, looking at Heimdall, Thor finally did not inform the matter, but just reminded him, I've been paying more attention to my father lately. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Understood, Your Highness. Heimdall nodded, and Thor didn't know if he understood what he meant. He could only take Jane onto the Rainbow Bridge and return to Blue Star. After Blue Star returned, Thor immediately sent Jane home and then went to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury seemed very happy to see Thor again, but before he could talk about the past, Thor told him what happened in the Divine Realm and asked for help. After hearing the whole story of the incident, Fury, who was originally smiling, suddenly turned into a bitter smile. Thor, it's not that I won't help you, but what do you think we can do? You also know the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. very well. That guy is a pervert. None of the gods in your domain can match him. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is added, there is no way to deal with him. Hearing this, although Thor knew that Fury was right, he still felt a burst of anger in his heart. So, are you going to watch Tony destroy my hometown? Thor stared at Fury, and Fury also knew that what he did was unreasonable. Thor had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. a lot before, but now he refused directly, which was indeed a bit unkind. At that moment, Fury spoke to comfort him. Don't misunderstand, Thor. I didn't say I won't help. It's just that we have to have a feasible plan instead of leading everyone to death, which is completely meaningless. Fury kept explaining, and listening to his words, Thor gradually became quiet. Because what Fury said did make sense, I was a little impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Soul said slowly, Sorry, I lost my temper. But we don't have no hope of winning. My father Odin should be in Blue Star now. I need you to help me find him. If anyone can stop Tony now, it's only my father Odin. Saul once again revealed a piece of news. Fury, who originally had a headache on his face, stood up instantly when he heard this. Odin is on the Blue Star. Yes, my father was exiled to Blue Star by Loki before. As long as my father is found, there is still hope of saving everything. So, I can only leave this matter to you. Thor said solemnly, and Fury nodded directly. No problem. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. As long as Odin is still on Blue Star, I will definitely find him. Fury said excitedly. He thinks more than Thor. Who is Odin? He is the king of the gods. If he takes action, can he completely eliminate Tony? After all, compared to God's domain, Tony's base camp is on Blue Star, so Fury wants to deal with Tony more than anyone else. But before, he had no choice but to suppress all his thoughts in his heart. But now Odin's appearance gave him hope. As long as Odin can deal with Tony, he won't have to face that guy in the future. Thinking of the excitement, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Looking at Fury with a smile on his face, Thor couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. After staying with Loki and Tony for a long time, his control over people's hearts has increased. Looking at Fury's appearance, he almost guessed what Fury was thinking. For a moment, he hesitated to tell him that Tony had fought against Odin and won. After thinking for a long time, Thor still didn't say anything about it. He couldn't bear to expose Fury's hope. Full of hope, Fury immediately took action. Thor was responsible for providing the portrait, and he mobilized 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence power to search for Odin's whereabouts. As the #1 intelligence organization in the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities have crushed almost all agencies in the world. Therefore, under the search of a large number of intelligence personnel, news about Odin soon appeared on Fury's desktop. Seeing the news passed back, Fury's face lit up and he quickly said, "Go and call Thor." "Yes, Director." The assistant responded, immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Soon, the office door was pushed open again, and Saul quickly walked in, with a trace of excitement on his face. "How is it? Did you find my father?" Thor said excitedly. Fury did not show off, and nodded directly and admitted, "Yes, we have locked Odin's location, but my people did not dare to go up and disturb him. I plan to go with you." "Okay, no problem. Without further ado, let's leave now," Thor responded directly. At that moment, the two of them left S.H.I.E.L.D. together, boarded the helicopter that had been prepared, and flew towards a certain state in the United States. On the way, Thor learned all the information found by S.H.I.E.L.D. Odin actually lived in a nursing home as a lonely old man. Knowing this, the corner of Thor's mouth suddenly twitched. Fortunately, Shild's intelligence ability was good. If he had to look for it himself, he would not be able to find Odin even if he killed himself. Who would have thought that the majestic king of the gods would live in a nursing home? Really, it gives people an unexpected feeling. After spending 3 hours, Sol and others finally arrived near the nursing home. In order to avoid trouble, they did not let too many people accompany them, and only Thor and Fury enter the nursing home. Compared to the fast-paced life outside, the pace of life in a nursing home can be described as very leisurely. A calm and peaceful atmosphere permeates the entire nursing home, making people unable to help but relax. However, Sol and the two did not forget their purpose, so this feeling was quickly dispelled from their hearts, and their eyes quickly searched the crowd. Without any surprise, Thor soon saw that familiar figure, and suddenly, a touch of excitement appeared on his face. "Father," Thor called. Not far away, Odin, who was lying on a rocking chair and fanning a cattail leaf, suddenly opened his eyes and looked back. When he saw Sol, a smile also appeared on his face. "Sol, why are you here?" Odin greeted with a smile, and Thor walked up quickly with fury. Seeing Odin looking like a lonely old man, Thor felt a sore nose and resisted the urge to cry. "Father, I'm here to take you back." "Go back." "No need. I'm fine here." "What are you going to do?" Odin refused without thinking. After hearing this, Sol suddenly became anxious. He didn't have time to feel sad, and quickly told Tony's conspiracy. However, I never thought that his words did not attract Odin's attention, and he still looked that leisurely. If they want to mess with it, let them mess with it. I have guarded Asgard for so many years, and I am tired. This is a calamity for the divine realm, but also an opportunity for the divine realm. If we get through it, the divine realm will naturally be smooth. If we can't get through it, the divine realm will be destroyed. Odin spoke very calmly, but his words made Thor frown. After all, this was not something Odin would say, and he couldn't help but doubt that the Odin in front of him was someone else pretending to be him. And just when this idea came to his mind, Odin's voice sounded again. "However, since you have found this, the Father will not stand idly by and let me help you." After saying that, Odin suddenly waved his hand, and suddenly, a majestic divine power directly enveloped Thor's body and dispelled the doubts in his heart. The next second, a large amount of divine power poured into his body, crazily increasing his strength. For a moment, a powerful aura slowly emanated from Thor's body. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the suspended Thor was put down. At this moment, he felt the change in his own power with a face filled with surprise. He felt that his power was at least 10 times stronger than before, which filled his heart with excitement. After finally calming down, just when he was about to say something, he saw Odin falling asleep on the rocking chair with a tired face. Obviously, improving Thor's strength will take a lot of effort from him. Seeing this, Sol fell silent, a trace of guilt rising in his heart. And then he didn't speak again and turned around and walked away from the nursing home. Fury on the side saw this and followed him without saying a word. Soon, the two walked out of the nursing home, and Fury, who had been silent until now, said, "What should we do now? Your father doesn't seem to want to go back." Hearing this, Sol showed a smile on his face and said, "It's okay. Leave the rest to me." "You?" Fury looked at him with surprise. Thor smiled, and with a casual move, a spear appeared in his hand. Fury naturally doesn't recognize this thing, but the gods in the realm would definitely recognize it. This is Odin's artifact, the Eternal Spear. Just now, when Odin infused Thor with divine power and improved his strength, he also gave him the Eternal Spear. Originally, Thor didn't have much confidence in Tony, but with his improved strength and the artifact in hand, he felt certain. Therefore, even if Odin doesn't take action, he plans to return to God's domain to fight Tony again. Looking at Thor with a look of confidence on his face, Fury didn't know the source of his confidence, but after being silent for a while, he finally said with a wry smile, "I'm going to summon the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and go to God's domain with you." Hearing this, Sol glanced at him in surprise, wondering why he changed his mind. Seeing this, Fury sighed and said, "Tony is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue, Shield will not even have a chance to stand in front of Tony. So, joining forces with God's domain is our last chance." Fury said slowly, his tone full of desolation. In this regard, Saul did not express an opinion, nor did he refuse. For him, it must be good to have more strength to deal with Tony. Without continuing to be sentimental, the two quickly returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury immediately summoned all the extraordinary people in S.H.I.E.L.D. The Green Fat Man, the Magical Trio, and the Captain will follow Thor to God's domain to fight Tony. No one refused Fury's arrangement, and soon, under the leadership of Full of Hope, Fury immediately took action. Thor was responsible for providing the portrait, and he mobilized 80% of SHIELD's intelligence power to search for Odin's whereabouts. As the #1 intelligence organization in the United States, SHIELD's intelligence capabilities have crushed almost all agencies in the world. Therefore, under the search of a large number of intelligence personnel, news about Odin soon appeared on Fury's desktop. Seeing the news passed back, Fury's face lit up and he quickly said, "Go and call Thor." "Yes, Director." The assistant responded, immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Soon, the office door was pushed open again, and Saul quickly walked in, with a trace of excitement on his face. "How is it? Did you find my father?" Thor said excitedly. Fury did not show off, and nodded directly and admitted, "Yes, we have locked Odin's location, but my people did not dare to go up and disturb him. I plan to go with you." "Okay, no problem. Without further ado, let's leave now," Thor responded directly. At that moment, the two of them left SHIELD together, boarded the helicopter that had been prepared, and flew towards a certain state in the United States. On the way, Thor learned all the information found by S.H.I.E.L.D. Odin actually lived in a nursing home as a lonely old man. Knowing this, the corner of Thor's mouth suddenly twitched. Fortunately, SHIELD's intelligence ability was good. If he had to look for it himself, he would not be able to find Odin even if he killed himself. Who would have thought that the majestic king of the gods would live in a nursing home? Really, it gives people an unexpected feeling. After spending 3 hours, Sol and others finally arrived near the nursing home. In order to avoid trouble, they did not let too many people accompany them, and only Thor and Fury enter the nursing home. Compared to the fast-paced life outside, the pace of life in a nursing home can be described as very leisurely. A calm and peaceful atmosphere permeates the entire nursing home, making people unable to help but relax. However, Sol and the two did not forget their purpose, so this feeling was quickly dispelled from their hearts, and their eyes quickly searched the crowd. Without any surprise, Thor soon saw that familiar figure, and suddenly, a touch of excitement appeared on his face. "Father," Thor called. Not far away, Odin, who was lying on a rocking chair and fanning a cattail leaf, suddenly opened his eyes and looked back. When he saw Sol, a smile also appeared on his face. "Saul, why are you here?" Odin greeted with a smile, and Thor walked up quickly with Fury. Seeing Odin looking like a lonely old man, Thor felt a sore nose and resisted the urge to cry. "Father, I'm here to take you back." "Go back." "No need. I'm fine here." "What are you going to do?" Odin refused without thinking. After hearing this, Sol suddenly became anxious. He didn't have time to feel sad, and quickly told Tony's conspiracy. However, I never thought that his words did not attract Odin's attention, and he still looked that leisurely. If they want to mess with it, let them mess with it. I have guarded Asgard for so many years, and I am tired. This is a calamity for the divine realm, but also an opportunity for the divine realm. If we get through it, the divine realm will naturally be smooth. If we can't get through it, the divine realm will be destroyed. Odin spoke very calmly, but his words made Thor frown. After all, this was not something Odin would say, and he couldn't help but doubt that the Odin in front of him was someone else pretending to be him. And just when this idea came to his mind, Odin's voice sounded again. "However, since you have found this, the Father will not stand idly by and let me help you." After saying that, Odin suddenly waved his hand, and suddenly, a majestic divine power directly enveloped Thor's body and dispelled the doubts in his heart. The next second, a large amount of divine power poured into his body, crazily increasing his strength. For a moment, a powerful aura slowly emanated from Thor's body. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the suspended Thor was put down. At this moment, he felt the change in his own power with a face filled with surprise. He felt that his power was at least 10 times stronger than before, which filled his heart with excitement. After finally calming down, just when he was about to say something, he saw Odin falling asleep on the rocking chair with a tired face. Obviously, improving Thor's strength will take a lot of effort from him. Seeing this, Sol fell silent, a trace of guilt rising in his heart, and then he didn't speak again and turned around and walked away from the nursing home. Fury on the side saw this and followed him without saying a word. Soon, the two walked out of the nursing home, and Fury, who had been silent until now, said, "What should we do now? Your father doesn't seem to want to go back." Hearing this, Sol showed a smile on his face and said, "It's okay. Leave the rest to me." "You?" Fury looked at him with surprise. Thor smiled, and with a casual move, a spear appeared in his hand. Fury naturally doesn't recognize this thing, but the gods in the realm would definitely recognize it. This is Odin's artifact, the Eternal Spear. Just now, when Odin infused Thor with divine power and improved his strength, he also gave him the Eternal Spear. Originally, Thor didn't have much confidence in Tony, but with his improved strength and the artifact in hand, he felt certain. Therefore, even if Odin doesn't take action, he plans to return to God's domain to fight Tony again. Looking at Thor with a look of confidence on his face, Fury didn't know the source of his confidence, but after being silent for a while, he finally said with a wry smile, "I'm going to summon the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and go to God's domain with you." Hearing this, Sol glanced at him in surprise, wondering why he changed his mind. Seeing this, Fury sighed and said, "Tony is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not even have a chance to stand in front of Tony. So, joining forces with God's domain is our last chance." Fury said slowly, his tone full of desolation. In this regard, Sol did not express an opinion, nor did he refuse. For him, it must be good to have more strength to deal with Tony. Without continuing to be sentimental, the two quickly returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury immediately summoned all the extraordinary people in S.H.I.E.L.D. The Green Fat Man, the Magical Trio, and the Captain will follow Thor to God's domain to fight Tony. No one refused Fury's arrangement, and soon, under the leadership of Thor, the group set out on the road to God's domain. Looking at the closed palace door, the gods' eyes flashed, but no one acted rashly. In the previous battle in the universe, Tony had proved his strength. Now, Loki had entered the palace, and they did not dare to force their way in. For a moment, the faces of the gods were full of hesitation. However, not everyone is afraid of Tony. Heimdall looked at the palace gate, then turned to look at the hesitating gods, then took a deep breath and slowly walked out, heading towards the palace gate. He is the patron saint of the divine realm, not only guarding the Rainbow Bridge, but also guarding Odin. Now, someone pretended to be Odin, and Odin was missing. He had to find out the situation no matter what. So he suppressed his fear of Tony and knocked on the palace door. Boom, boom, boom. There was a dull knock on the door, and Heimdall said calmly, "Please see Lord Tony." After the words fell, there was no response from the palace. Heimdall's face darkened, and he continued, "Since you don't want to meet me, don't blame me for offending you." As he spoke, Heimdall suddenly pushed open the palace door with a sudden force. Squeak! The sound of the palace door being pushed open slowly sounded. When the gods heard the sound, their hearts suddenly lifted. Soon, the door was completely pushed open, and Heimdall stepped in without hesitation. At that moment, Tony, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and Loki, who had recovered his true form, suddenly appeared in front of him. First he glanced at Tony, who had his eyes closed, and Heimdall's eyes quickly locked on Loki. It's you. Heimdall stared at Loki and said slowly. Although Loki recovered his true form, Heimdall, who had fought with him, still recognized him at a glance as the person who had just pretended to be Odin. Suddenly, a trace of anger flashed across Heimdall's face. "Where is the God King?" Hearing this, Loki did not answer, but turned to look at Tony. At this time, Tony slowly opened his eyes, and his dull gaze fell directly on Heimdall. Suddenly, Heimdall felt a chill all over his body, and a great fear arose in his heart. At this moment, he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, being stared at by a lion, and might become the lion's ration at any time. If it were an ordinary god, he might simply become intimidated at this moment. But Heimdall didn't. He suppressed the fear in his heart, turned his gaze to Tony, and asked word by word, "Sir, what exactly do you want to do?" He didn't ask Tony before because Tony's strength prevented him from speaking rashly for fear of irritating him. But now, when Tony stood up for Loki, he understood that Loki's pretending to be the God King had absolutely nothing to do with him. Therefore, he stopped covering up and asked Tony directly past Loki. Listening to his words, Tony's calm lips couldn't help but reveal a smile. "You will know what I'm going to do soon." Seeing this, Heimdall couldn't help but take a deep breath and said seriously, "No matter what you want to do, unless I die, you can never succeed." "Yeah." Tony raised his eyebrows, then raised his hand and pointed at the top of his head. "But I have succeeded," Tony said playfully. Heimdall looked up. He saw nothing but the roof, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. And Tony didn't bother to explain to him. Just now, the moment he entered, in the sky above the Asgard, the last trace of Odin's divine power was completely wiped out by him, and the seal was completely broken. This also means that everything Tony has to do has been done, and all that is left is to watch the show. Heimdall withdrew his gaze, and a bad feeling quickly arose in his heart. Although he didn't know what Tony meant by what he just said, his intuition told him that there was big trouble. Just when he thought of this, before he could continue to ask further questions, suddenly there was a burst of exclamation from outside the palace. "Oh my God, what's going on? Your Majesty, God King, what happened? It's cracked, it's cracked." Hearing the noise from the outside world, Heimdall's expression changed. He ignored Tony and turned around and walked out quickly. Tony did not stop him and even walked out with Loki. When the three of them arrived outside the palace, their attention was immediately attracted by the strange sight in the sky. I saw that the originally clear sky was dyed dark red at some point, and thick fire clouds covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura emanated from the sky, making the gods tremble. It seemed as if he had encountered something scary. As time passed, the vision in the sky not only did not dissipate, but became more and more intense. At the end, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and terrifying thunder flashed across the sky. Suddenly, a huge amount of crack appeared in the sky, accompanied by lightning, and slowly opened. Seeing this scene, the gods took a deep breath, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Although they're still not sure what happened, the power that can tear apart the divine realm is definitely not something they can fight against. At this time, the cracks in the sky above the god's domain became larger and larger, gradually allowing people to see clearly the scene on the other side of the cracks through the cracks. Suddenly, a world of lava appeared before the eyes of the gods. They saw erupting volcanoes, blazing hellfire, and demons that were constantly fighting. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that a woman appeared in front of them. She was wearing a dark green battlesuit, and her body was filled with a terrifying aura of death. In her habitat, everything was extinct and the lava was extinguished. Everything seemed to have lost its life, leaving only dead silence. Looking at this scene, the gods felt a chill in their hearts, and fear appeared on many people's faces. Finally, someone who didn't know who it was said tremblingly, "Hyla." As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused fear in everyone's hearts. Everyone seemed to be going crazy and started talking to themselves. "Impossible. How could Hela appear? Isn't she sealed? Damn it, damn it. That madman is back, and we are all going to die. Where is the God King? Where's the God King? Please call the God King." Fear, panic, madness, and all kinds of human states are now taking place among the gods. And all this is only because of the appearance of Hela, the goddess of death. Just as the gods are going crazy, Hela gradually woke up on the other side of the crack. Suddenly, the death aura on her body began to increase rapidly, and even rushed into the divine realm through the crack. With the influx of the breath of death, the trees washed away by the breath of death suddenly lost their vitality and died at a speed visible to the naked eye. The guards guarding the immortal palace seemed to have been deprived of their longevity at this moment. Their skin quickly became old, and their whole people were rapidly declining. This is the horror of Hela, where death is everywhere. Seeing the horrific scene in front of him, Loki suddenly took a breath of cold air and his whole body felt numb. Tony's eyes also froze at this moment. He didn't expect Hela to be so terrifying. Before he appears, just the aura emanating from his body is already so terrifying. What do we do now? Loki said seriously. Watch a show. Tony replied calmly, holding his hands and quietly watching the changes. Although Hela was released by him, what happened next was none of his business. So it's best to do nothing now. At this time, in the depths of hell, Hela completely woke up from her sleep. Suddenly, the aura of death surrounding her began to surge tenfold. Terrifying divine light emanated from her eyes, instantly piercing the void. She looked up at the crack in the sky above her head, and a crazy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Then a voice full of evil meaning slowly sounded. Has the seal finally been broken? Odin, I'm back. Waves of echoes echoed over the immortal palace and quickly spread throughout the entire immortal palace. The expressions of the gods changed one after another after hearing these words. Heimdall instantly responded from his shock and shouted loudly, "Reinforce the seal and seal the cracks." After speaking, he didn't wait for anyone else's reaction. Heimdall quickly burst out with divine power and rushed straight into the sky, trying to seal Hela back again before she was completely out of trouble. And his actions also reminded the surrounding gods. At that moment, the gods came to their senses one after another, and each one quickly exploded with divine power to strengthen the seal. Suddenly, the gap in the sky that was originally open suddenly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Apparently, the reinforcements from the gods had an effect, but Hela finally waited for the opportunity to break through the seal. How could she give up so easily? At that moment, a sharp roar came from her mouth, and the aura of death permeating her body skyrocketed again. At the same time, the power of death in her body seemed to be free of charge at this moment, venting out crazily and attacking the seal crazily. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull, loud noises echoed over the immortal palace. Each loud noise seemed to step on the hearts of the gods, making them feel heavy in their chests and making them want to vomit blood. But the more this happens, the less the gods dare to relax. They know very well the terror of Hela. Once Hela is born, all of them will suffer. Therefore, even though they felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood, the gods still gritted their teeth and persisted. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Loki, who was watching the show, couldn't help but ask, "Do we want to help? Otherwise, she may not be able to escape." Loki put forward a suggestion, and Tony shook his head without hesitation, and then said in a cold tone, "I have helped her remove Odin's seal. If she can't even deal with these guys, what will happen even if she comes out? It's just trash." Loki was speechless for a moment when he said this. These are not just one or two creatures. The gods put together are almost over 100. It is so easy to deal with the power of so many gods gathered together. He was thinking speechlessly, but Loki didn't speak. Since it was Tony's decision, he just had to follow it. In fact, Hela did not disappoint Tony. There is no doubt about the power of the gods, but Hela's power is not something to brag about either. As the goddess of death and Odin's first child, Hela was born extraordinary. After becoming an adult, her strength even caught up with Odin's. Now that so many years have passed, Odin has gradually aged and his strength has declined, but Hela has crossed over from the growth stage and reached the peak. If Odin hadn't used his own power as a guide to gather the power of the entire Asgard to seal it, Hela would have escaped thousands of years ago. But now, Odin's seal has been broken, and he has lost the power blessing of the entire Asgard. If he wants to seal Hela back, he can't do it even if Odin is present, let alone a group of gods who are not even comparable to Odin. Although there are many of them, as the saying goes, sheep flock in a flock and ferocious beasts roam alone. Are sheep in a flock not sheep? A bunch of ants dare to stop me. You will all die. Hela's sharp voice came from the cracks and echoed throughout the fairy palace. The next second, an overwhelming force burst out from Hela. Suddenly, the gods, who had already reached their limit, could no longer withstand the impact of the power of death, and vomited blood and flew out. And this scene directly caused a chain reaction. Suddenly, all the gods who strengthened the seal vomited blood and flew upside down, and the seal was completely shattered. The crack that had healed for 1/3 was torn apart again, and this time the crack in the sky became even bigger. At the same time, Hela's figure also became clearly visible. Hela, with a sneer on her face, walked out of the depths of hell step by step, exuding a terrifying aura of death, and finally stepped out of hell and fell into the realm of God. Boom! As Hela completely entered the divine realm, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out without any hindrance. Before, Hela's aura had already made the gods uncomfortable when they were separated by a world. Now that they have lost the isolation of the world, Hela's own momentum alone has overwhelmed the gods and made them unable to lift their heads. At this moment, despair appeared in the eyes of many gods. Looking at Hela, they seemed to have seen the end of the world coming. But Hela, who was finally out of trouble, had no time to pay attention to the gods below. She took a deep breath and felt this sweetness in the air, which was completely different from the smell in hell. For a moment, a trace of intoxication appeared on his face. I like the taste of freedom. However, I hate the breath of life. Death is the destination of all things. While muttering to herself, Hela unabashedly allowed the aura of death on her body to spread. In just a short moment, the suspended continent where the immortal palace is located has been shrouded in a strong aura of death. Suddenly, everything on the suspended continent began to wither, and life continued to pass. Even the gods who are aloof can feel that they are constantly declining at this moment. With the intrusion of the breath of death, they seem to have reached the end of their lives ahead of schedule, and the end began to approach. Feeling this scene, the gods were completely frightened. At that moment, the gods completely lost the courage to confront Hela, and they all mobilized their divine power to flee outside the fairy palace. Streams of light pierced the sky, and the frightened gods increased their speed to the extreme, just wanting to escape from this fairy palace shrouded in the breath of death. Heimdall looked at this scene with dull eyes, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that Asgard was over. Everything is withering, and the gods are fleeing. In this desperate scene, Loki and Tony seem out of place. Compared to the panicked gods, the two of them seemed like outsiders, watching this scene calmly without any panic. Should we go? Loki reminded. Right now, everyone is on the run, and it's really a bit eye-catching for them to watch the show like this. After hearing this, Tony was about to nod, but when his eyes glanced at Heimdall, the words he was about to say suddenly changed. Don't worry, the good show is on. How can the audience leave early? After saying this, Loki let out a sigh and looked at Tony with a trace of doubt on his face. But Tony didn't look at him, but still stared at Heimdall's position. Seeing this, Loki followed his gaze and looked at Heimdallton, who looked sad and determined. What does he want to do? Loki asked, confused. There is no shortage of bloody people in this world. It seems that not all of the gods are worthless. Tony said calmly, and Loki immediately reacted. Sure enough, the next second, the grieving Heimdall suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Hela, go back to your hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall soared directly into the sky, holding a giant sword and slashing at Hela with a fearless look on his face. A sword energy cut through the sky, and with the blessing of divine power, it released a dazzling light. This scene not only stunned Hela for a moment, but also made the fleeing gods look back subconsciously. The next second, the sword light approached, and the stunned Hela suddenly came back to her senses. With a cold smile on her lips, she pointed out calmly. The divine power of death gathered at his fingertips and collided with the sword light. The seemingly indestructible sword light was shattered directly under Hela's finger. Then Hela's finger kept moving and fell on Heimdall's chest. Boom! There was a roar, and Heimdall's figure flew back faster than before, hitting the ground heavily, creating a huge amount of potholes in the ground. At this time, Hela's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Remarkably brave. After saying that, Hela's face showed a hint of a smile, full of unspeakable sarcasm. The gods who originally turned around to watch ran faster after seeing this scene. At this moment, Hela's figure flashed and appeared in front of Heimdall. Before Heimdall could make a move, Hela's right hand had already landed on his head, looking like a mother comforting her child. But after Heimdall saw this scene, a look of despair appeared on his face. The next second, his life breath quickly began to dissipate. Heldam's soul body was directly pulled out by Hela, and then he opened his mouth slightly and swallowed Heimdall's soul in one gulp. This is Hela's most basic ability as the goddess of death, to control life and death. She can easily extract the souls from any Asgard god she touches. After doing all this, Hela smiled with satisfaction. Then she stopped looking at the corpse on the ground and turned to look at the two remaining spectators, Tony and Loki. "You are not afraid of me," Hela said in a cold tone. Her eyes revealed the aura of death, as if she could take away their lives at any time. Loki swallowed and said nothing. If it weren't for Tony, he would have run away. Hela was already terrifying enough, and he had just witnessed Heldam's soul being drawn out and devoured, which made him want to stay away from Hela. Therefore, when faced with Hela's inquiry, Loki had no intention of answering, and instead did be prepared to run away at any time. However, Tony was not afraid of Hela because of the scene just now, because he and Loki were fundamentally different. He was a human being, not a creature of Asgard, and was not under the jurisdiction of Hela, the Asgard goddess of death. Of course, in addition to this, it is also because Tony is very confident in his own strength, which gives him confidence. "Why should I be afraid of you? I freed you with my own hands. Since I dare to release you, I am naturally not afraid of you." "Oh, is it so?" Hela smiled. Her smile was like the legendary Medusa, charming and dangerous. "Then should I thank you?" "That's no use. Just take what you need." Tony shook his head slowly, with a confident smile still on his face. Hela looked at him deeply. The smile on her lips disappeared, and then turned around and left. Tony made her feel a little bit of danger, so she didn't want to provoke Tony when he didn't actively antagonize him. After all, making enemies for yourself for no reason is what a fool does. Although Hela is crazy, she is not stupid. Looking at Hela, who turned to leave, a trace of surprise flashed across Loki's face. Leaving now? He was ready to run away and clear the battlefield for them. With a flash of regret in his heart, Loki turned to look at Tony. "Now that the show is over, where should we go?" Hearing this, Tony had a smile on his face and did not explain, but just asked Loki to leave with him. It is naturally not an easy task to devour Asgard with the Reality Stone. In addition to weakening Asgard's resistance, Tony also needs to prepare a formation to provide sufficient energy to the Reality Stone. Of course, Tony originally didn't know any formations, but there was such a formation in the memory of Malekith's death, which could assist the Reality Stone in swallowing the world. However, setting up the formation requires a lot of materials, and Tony naturally doesn't have them, so he needs to go and rob them now. Of course, we can't say robbery, just taking things that others don't want. The treasury of the Divine Realm and the guards of the Immortal Palace have all disappeared. As long as they open the door, they can take whatever they want from the treasure house of God's domain. He turned to look at Loki beside him. Loki was stunned under Tony's gaze, and then said with an ugly face, You don't want me to open this door, do you? Smart. Tony praised. Loki's mouth twitched. I don't have the ability. I can't do it. Loki refused without thinking. Unfortunately, Tony did not let him go, but patted his shoulder and said slowly, Don't worry. We have plenty of time. You can study it slowly. I believe you can. Come on. Tony gave him an encouraging look. The door to the divine treasure house was naturally not easy to open, and he didn't expect Loki to open it directly. However, Tony didn't believe it if Loki didn't know how to open it. With the level of trouble this guy had, he must have thought about the treasure house more than once. He believed that he would have a way. Just when Tony and the two were studying how to open the treasure house of God's domain. On the other side, at the Jain Temple, Thor has led the captain and others across the Rainbow Bridge and entered the Jain Temple. Looking at the empty hall, the captain's eyes were full of curiosity. Is this the divine realm? It's different from what I imagined. The captain sighed somewhat. Banner carefully felt the changes in the gravity of the temple, and after a while he said, The gravity of this world is 10 times that of the earth, and it is not suitable for ordinary people to survive. Listening to the conversation between the two, Sol, who was walking at the front, said helplessly, Everyone, we have sightseeing and research to do. We have plenty of time when we go back. Now, let's complete the task first, okay? Hearing this, the captain and Banner smiled awkwardly. Soon, the team returned to calm, and the group left the guiding temple and officially entered the divine domain. However, just after they entered the divine realm, Thor's expression suddenly changed, and the expressions of Banner and others also showed different changes. I don't feel it. It's so peaceful, the captain said in a serious tone. Johnny spoke from the side. Is the entire God's realm so lifeless? Problem occurs, Saul concluded. At that moment, the group of people stopped delaying and quickly rushed towards the immortal palace. Since the captain and others could not fly, Thor could only use his divine power to surround them and take them to fly together. However, Thor, whose strength has been improved, can't fly much slower even with people. Soon, an hour later, everyone arrived at the immortal palace, and suddenly, a ruined wall with all things exhausted appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Thor didn't say anything and headed towards the back garden of the immortal palace, because his mother, Frigga, queen of the divine realm, lives in the back garden. When he came to the back garden, he saw that the evergreen flowers, plants, and trees in the back garden had fallen into decay. A dead breath filled the back garden, which made his heart skip a beat. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the back garden, but he didn't find the figure he wanted to see. For a moment, Sol couldn't help but feel a haze in his heart. He returned to Xiangong Square with a gloomy face, where the captain and others were waiting for him. After seeing him return, the captain quickly asked, What happened? I don't know either. Thor shook his head. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. They didn't know what was going on, and they had no direction to take action. And just when everyone was at a loss what to do, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the God's Domain treasure house. When they heard the noise, without anyone saying anything, everyone rushed towards the direction where the noise came from. At the door of the God's Domain treasure house, Tony found a rocking chair from somewhere and lay comfortably on the rocking chair, his figure swaying. At this moment, Loki was standing at the door of the God's Domain treasure house with a disgraced look on his face, looking at the door of the treasure house with a worried look on his face. Just now he tried to break open the treasure house door, but unexpectedly the protection of the treasure house door was activated, sending him flying out. And just when Loki was trying to continue opening the treasure house door, a sudden sound broke through the air, and Thor appeared behind the two of them. Looking at Tony and Loki, Thor's eyes lit up, although he came back to deal with Tony. But now something had obviously happened in God's domain that he didn't know about. He didn't take action immediately, but started asking, Tony, Loki, what happened in God's realm? How did Asgard become like this? Also, where has my mother gone? As soon as he stood still, a series of questions came out of Sol's mouth. Loki looked back at him, ignored him, and continued to think about how to open the treasure house door. Tony looked back at Thor and said with a smile on his face, You asked this, someone named Hela ran away from hell, and then Asgard became like this. As for your mother, I didn't pay attention. She seemed to have evacuated with the gods. Hearing this, a flash of astonishment suddenly flashed across Sol's face, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he didn't hear the bad news. But just when he was relaxing, Tony patted his head as if remembering something and said in a relaxed tone, "By the way, Heimdall is dead, killed by that woman." As soon as these words came out, Sol suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and his relaxed mood was completely caught off guard. After a long time, Thor came back to his senses, looked at Tony with an ugly face and said, "Aren't you her opponent?" "I do not know." Sol's mouth twitched, not knowing what to answer. "I didn't fight her. I don't know if she can beat her or not." Tony shrugged and said indifferently. Sol asked with a stiff face, "You didn't do anything? Why didn't you stop her? Why should I stop her? Does it have anything to do with me?" "It's inexplicable." Tony kept teasing Sol, causing Sol's mentality to explode instantly. For a moment, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Tony smiled with satisfaction. This guy left and came back, making it clear that he was here to deal with him. That's why Tony kept teasing him. Otherwise, this guy would really think he had no temper. Now that the evil taste in his heart was satisfied, Tony also lost interest in continuing to talk to him and lay comfortably on a rocking chair. After finally calming down, Sol took a few deep breaths and looked at the two of them seriously. "What are you doing?" "Open the door." "By the way, can you open it?" Tony asked expectantly. Thor shook his head directly. "This is the treasure house of God's domain. No one can open it except for the order of Father." Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Thor couldn't help but say in a more serious tone, "Stealing the treasure house of God's domain is a serious crime." As he said that, Thor wanted to step forward to stop him, but before he could make any move, Tony's lazy voice suddenly sounded. "I think you have time to stop us, so you might as well go find Hela's whereabouts and see if you can stop her. We just stole the treasury of God's domain, but she plans to destroy the entire Asgard." As soon as these words came out, Thor's figure suddenly froze in place. "Where is Hela?" he asked eagerly. Tony spread his hands and didn't reply, but his meaning was very clear, "I don't know." Seeing this, Thor glanced at the two of them, thought about Tony's words, and finally turned around and left. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Tony's words made sense. To stop Hela, what he should do now is to steal the treasure house. Steal it, steal it. You may not be able to open the treasure house door anyway. Thinking like this, Thor left quickly, completely unaware that Tony had to do much more than Hela. Thor, who was deceived and lame, left the fairy palace with his captain and others to search for Hela's whereabouts. Tony continued to wait for Loki to crack the divine treasure trove. As time passed, soon, the treasure house of God's domain was gradually opened under Loki's hard work. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. Although he wasn't very anxious, the lack of results still made him a little irritated. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Just when he was about to enter it, suddenly, a figure walked out of the space and stood beside him. I saw Sister Hela looking at Tony with aura, a smile on her lips, and said, "How about it? Do you mind if I go in with you?" Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyelids and said bluntly, "I don't mind. If you want to have S*X for free, there is no such thing as such a good thing." He said this unceremoniously, completely forgetting that he was also a member of the prostitution party. Listening to Tony's words, Hela was not angry. Her arrogance would only exist in front of the weak. In front of strong people, she can still communicate calmly. According to the current speed, it may take some time for you to open the treasure house door. If I help you, I can open it soon. Hela said slowly with a smile on her lips, her tone full of calmness. "Oh." Tony glanced at her and said doubtfully, "Then you can go in by yourself? Why follow me? I want to cooperate with you, deal with the gods of the divine domain together, and help you open the treasure house. It's my sincerity. How about it? Collaboration? Interesting." A playful smile appeared on Tony's face. "Those guys don't seem to be your opponents. cooperation would be unnecessary. Although they are nothing, there's an old guy who is very difficult to deal with. I may not be sure. Odin. No. Who is that? Bull. Speaking of this name, Hela's face rarely became serious, and Tony's eyes also focused at this moment. Most people may be unfamiliar with Bull, but Tony happened to know this person from a short video introduction in his previous life. Odin's father, the previous king of the gods. Are you sure you're talking about Bull? Is he still alive? Tony frowned. The Asa Protoss has a lifespan limit. Odin is almost reaching his end. It is unimaginable that Bull is still alive. After hearing this, Hela slowly shook her head. Not sure, but it's very possible. Don't underestimate these old guys. If you think they are dead, in fact, they may still exist in some corner of the universe. As for longevity, it is indeed a limit for ordinary gods, but for these old people, there are many ways to increase their lifespan. Hearing this, Tony shrugged helplessly and had to accept this fact. However, he still has not made a decision on whether to cooperate. Thank you very much for telling me this, but it seems I still don't need to cooperate with you. Opening the treasure house is nothing more than spending more time. If you want me to help you based on this, I'm afraid it's impossible. Tony folded his hands and looked at Hela quietly, wanting to see what other chips she could bring out. After listening to Tony's words, Hela said calmly, "You help me, and I can also help you. Don't tell me you release me from hell just for fun. Although I don't know what your purpose is, but having more friends is better than having many enemies. What do you think?" Hela spoke clearly and analyzed it very well. Unfortunately, she missed one thing. That is, her and Tony's attitudes naturally conflict. As the goddess of death, she has a very close connection with Asgard. It can even be said that as long as Asgard exists, she will never die. This is one of the reasons why she is so powerful and dangerous. But Odin only sealed her instead of directly killing her. Because in order to kill her, Asgard must be destroyed first. Unfortunately, Tony's goal is to devour Asgard. So there's a fundamental conflict of interest between the two parties, making cooperation almost impossible. Of course, nothing is absolute. Although the fundamental interests of both parties conflict, Hela doesn't know it. Therefore, there is still a slight possibility of cooperation between the two parties. The reason why Tony wanted to cooperate was also because Hela mentioned Bull. He thought that Odin was the strongest man in God's realm, but he didn't expect that there was another old guy, maybe even more than one. Then, it is necessary to cooperate with Hela, at least before falling out. He can use her power to fight against Bull. Tony thought a lot, but the outside world only passed for less than a second. Looking at Hela's expectant eyes, Tony was a little reserved and finally nodded. "Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Tony smiled enthusiastically, which made Hela shiver all over. He quickly interrupted. "Forget it. You should go back to the way you were before. You are so enthusiastic that I think you are plotting against me." After saying this, Tony couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good guy. Is this a woman's sixth sense? It's almost like a prophet. It's been cut. After officially reaching a cooperation, Hela stopped watching the show and stepped forward to crack the divine treasure trove with Loki. With the addition of Hela, the progress of cracking the God's Domain treasure house has increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, there's only a click. The originally closed treasure house door was finally opened. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but smile on his face. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with cooperation. At that moment, the three of them walked into the God's Domain treasure house together. Tony had already come in once not long ago, and now that he was here again, he didn't have too many mood swings. As for Loki, although he is not well received, he is a prince after all and has visited the treasure house more than once. So naturally there is nothing new about him. Hela's words were even more exaggerated. As soon as she entered the treasure house, a look of disgust appeared on her face, and she muttered, "What kind of rubbish are these? This kind of thing is also qualified to be put into the treasure house. Asa Protoss, and the like, isn't it true that the years are getting worse?" Just like this, the treasure that is enough to make 99% of the creatures in the world excited is completely ignored by Tony and the other three at this moment, and is even constantly disliked by Hela. as if what is in front of her is a pile of garbage. Fortunately, this phenomenon gradually disappeared as we gradually deepened into the treasure house. After all, anything that can be placed in the depths can be considered to be on the table. Unfortunately, Hela is still not interested in these, but Tony and Loki have already begun to select suitable materials. The two of them were just like shopping in a supermarket, picking up whatever they liked without any psychological burden at all. After picking and choosing along the way, Tony and others soon arrived at the depths of the treasure house. Compared to Hela's quietness, the two of them were like bandits crossing the border and took away 1/3 of the things in the treasure house. You know, this is tens of millions of years of accumulation of the gods' domain, and now 1/3 has been taken away in one breath. If the gods knew about it, they would be absolutely furious and vomit blood. After searching so many things, Tony finally collected all the materials he needed. "You haven't found what you're looking for yet?" Tony asked casually. After saying this, Hela curled her lips and pointed at a burning flame deep in the treasure house. "I found it. This is what I want." Hearing this, Tony looked in the direction of her finger and saw an orange-red flame burning continuously, which looked ordinary. "What is this?" Tony was a little curious. "Eternal fire, a flame that is said to never go out." Loki on the side opened his mouth to explain. Listening to these words, a flash of understanding flashed in Tony's eyes, and Hela had already stepped forward to put away the eternal fire. She needed the eternal fire to unblock her undead army. Both parties got what they needed and did not stay in the treasure house any longer. They turned around and left the God's Domain treasure house. At the gate of the God's Domain treasure house, Hela looked at Tony and invited, "Would you like to witness the resurrection of my legion with me?" "No, I still have something to deal with. You can go on your own." Tony refused directly. Seeing this, Hela didn't force it, but just reminded, "Don't forget the cooperation between us." "No problem. I will take action when the time is right." After hearing this, Hela nodded and said nothing more. Her body directly merged into the void and disappeared. After Hela left, Loki, who was standing next to Tony, said, "What are we going to do now?" "Find a place to rest." "Forehead." Loki looked at Tony in shock. Tony patted him on the shoulder. "Now is not the time to act. Don't worry." After saying that, Tony walked towards the palace where he lived before, while Loki shrugged and quickly followed. Back at the palace, Loki found a place to rest by himself, and Tony returned to the room alone. What Hela said before echoed in his mind. Bull? That's really troublesome. He didn't know how strong Bull was, but being able to make Hela fearful meant that Bull was something special. Although he promised Hela to cooperate with her to deal with Bull, Tony never liked to put his hope on others. Therefore, rather than cooperate, he hopes that he will have enough strength to fight against all enemies. Thinking of this, Tony called up the system. He had been busy with various things before, and he never had time to draw a lottery. Loki's lottery for joining the Alliance still stayed quietly on the system panel. After taking a look at the panel data, Tony thought and summoned the 12 Talisman lottery wheel. With a thought, the number of draws returned to 0, and the pointer on the roulette will quickly spun. "Stop!" With a low shout in his heart, the pointer on the roulette will slow down and stopped quickly. Suddenly, a dog appeared on the roulette wheel. "Woof woof!" A roar came from the roulette wheel, and the puppy disappeared into Tony's mind. Suddenly, a mysterious force acted on Tony, causing Tony's body to undergo an unknown transformation. I don't know how long this change lasted. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like 10,000 years. Until the transformation was completed, Tony slowly opened his eyes, with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Among the 12 talismans, which talisman Tony wants most is not the dragon talisman with huge amounts of power, nor the horse talisman that can cure everything, but the dog talisman that represents immortality. The holder of the dog talisman can stay young and live forever. The introduction is very brief, but the terrifying effect is enough to make anyone's mind sway. Call! Call! Taking deep breaths, it took Tony a long time to calm down, but he still had a happy smile on his face. If he was vaguely worried before, now he has no fear in his heart. With the dog spell on his body, no one or anything can worry him anymore. Opening the personal information, Tony glanced at the data on the panel. Name, Tony Stark. S*X male. Identity, heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Sheep Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Dog Talisman. Sombra Ninja Control, Sombra Blade Control, Sombra Nightbat Control, Sombra Troll Control, Sombra Warrior Control, Sombra Alien Control, and Sombra Shadow Eater Control. Demonic Chi, Cursed Blue Demonic Chi. Number of draws, 0. Members of the Dark Alliance, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, MR, Fantastic, Evil God Loki. Looking at the panel data, Tony's eyes couldn't help but fall on the Shadow Eater Ninja. With a thought, a Shadow Eater Ninja the size of a thumb file appeared in front of him. Looking at the pocket version of Shadow Eater, Tony couldn't help but smile. He suddenly discovered that Loki was indeed his lucky general. The dog talisman drawn from his body was drawn out of the lottery, and the number of Shadow Ninjas increased by him turned out to be Shadow Eater Ninjas. Although this little guy looks cute now, in fact, he has the greatest potential among all the Black Shadow Ninjas. As long as you can swallow the shadow, you can grow infinitely. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but think about it. With so many creatures in Asgard, they were all going to die anyway, so it would be better to contribute to him before death. Thinking of this, Tony flashed and left the fairy palace directly. This time, he had no fixed target and would go wherever there were crowds. Every time he arrived in a city, he would stay for a moment and summon a large number of shadow-eating ninjas. Although he could let Shadow Eater Ninja go to major cities by himself, this little thing was too weak in its early stages, so he could only make the trip himself. However, Asgard was too big. Tony ran for a whole day without even visiting Asgard. In the end, after summoning a large number of Shadow Eater Ninjas in hundreds of cities, Tony, who was impatient, chose to return to Asgard. And just after he left, the summoned Shadow Devouring Ninja began to develop. Because of Tony's order, they were not exposed to the world, but chose to grow secretly. In addition, their bodies were only the size of a thumb file, so almost no one noticed. Soon, an epidemic broke out in major cities. A large number of residents suddenly fell into coma while walking on the road and were sent to the hospital for examination. Their bodies were functioning normally, but they could not wake up. For a time, the people in power in major cities convened a large number of top medical personnel to study response methods. The Shadow Eater Ninja is also in the darkness, gradually passing through its infancy and growing stronger. While Tony and Hela were acting independently, Thor and others were not idle either. In order to find traces of Hela and ways to fight against Hela, Thor visited the resting places of the gods one by one, hoping to get help from them. Get the solution there. However, the gods were frightened by Hela and hid one by one. Therefore, Thor spent a lot of time, but could not even find any trace of the gods. Helpless, Thor could only take the captain and others to the Fountain of Wisdom to find the wisest man in God's domain, Mimir. Mimir is a wise man of the giant family, famous for his extensive knowledge. He is also Odin's uncle and is related to Thor. If there is anyone else who can give him guidance in the gods' domain now, then besides Mimir, Thor can't think of anyone else. With an uneasy mood, Thor and others came to the Fountain of Wisdom. This time they finally did not run away and successfully met Mimir, the god of wisdom. A towering giant tree has its roots in the spring of wisdom. On the giant tree, a human face with 2 horns on its head is closing its eyes and concentrating. He is Mimir. When Sol and others appeared at the Fountain of Wisdom, Mimir slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of vicissitudes of life rushed directly towards Sol and others, especially Mimir's eyes, which seemed to contain infinite wisdom, and one can be deeply immersed in it at a glance. "Sol, why are you here?" Mimir's rich voice sounded slowly. Hearing this, Thor bowed respectfully, and then said, "Great God of wisdom, God's domain is about to face a disaster. I came here specifically to find solution. In addition, I want to know the whereabouts of Hela. Sol asked straight to the point. He had already wasted a lot of time and had no time to waste anymore. After hearing these words, Mimir's eyes, full of wisdom, immediately looked towards the sky. He seemed to have seen through the secrets hidden in the world and said unhurriedly, "Is there a catastrophe in the divine domain? I saw blood and war, the withering of countless lives, and finally the divine realm ceased to exist." As he murmured, Mimir withdrew his gaze, looked at Thor, and said slowly, "This is an unavoidable disaster. You can't stop it. Before the disaster breaks out, take your friends and leave God's domain." Mimir, instead of answering Sol's question, advised him to leave. Upon hearing this, Thor clenched his fists instantly, knowing that Mimir must have seen something. However, he could not give up his hometown, so he insisted, "Please ask the wise man to tell me the solution, and I will definitely prevent the disaster." Seeing his persistence, Mimir sighed helplessly. "Okay, I hope you can succeed. Hela is now in the Sea of the Dead, the deepest part of God's domain. Find her and get her help. Maybe you still have a chance to survive the disaster." Hearing this, Thor was shocked, and the captain and others were also surprised. They always thought that the disaster was caused by Hela, but how could Mimir let them seek Hela's help? Full of doubts in his heart, Sol asked directly, "Wise man, isn't Hela the cause of the disaster? Why seek her help?" After finishing his words, Mimir said with neither sadness nor joy, "I saw the black natural disaster spreading in the gods' domain. All living beings were destroyed by the natural disaster. The immortal existence defeated the gods, and the entire Asgard was eventually swallowed up. If you want to save the divine realm, you can only get a chance of survival by getting the help of Hela and gathering the power of the gods. I hope you can survive the disaster. Go ahead." After saying that, Mimir's face on the giant tree slowly blended into the trees and disappeared. Looking at this scene, Saul and others didn't know what to say for a moment. The enemy they originally imagined turned out not to be an enemy, but became the key to them surviving the disaster. This kind of thing made everyone feel extremely absurd. For a moment, they didn't know what to do at all. Helpless, everyone could only look at Thor and wait for him to make up his mind. And Thor stood there for a long time, constantly pondering Mimir's words in his heart, and his brows gradually frowned. At this moment, for some reason, he thought of Tony. He felt that Tony was the leader of this catastrophe in the gods' domain. This feeling had no basis, but it firmly occupied his heart. "Thor, what do we do now?" the captain asked from the side, waking Thor up from his meditation. After coming back to his senses and looking at everyone, Sol let out a breath of turbid air. "To the Sea of the Dead." After saying that, Sol turned and left, and the captain and others quickly followed. Thor did not tell anyone about his inner speculation. No matter what, he first followed Mimir's guidance to get Hela's help before talking about anything else. The Sea of the Undead is located in the deepest part of the god's domain. It is a sea of corpses and bones, where nearly endless undead souls sleep. They are loyal to Hela and are immortal. After Hela was sealed, the army of the undead was also sealed by Odin. At this moment, above the Sea of the Dead, Hela's figure was floating in the sky, and under her control, the eternal fire fell over the Sea of the Dead. Suddenly, the eternal flame burned instantly, burning the seal above the Sea of the Dead. As time passed, the seal was gradually broken by the burning of the eternal fire, and the breath of the undead army was gradually leaked as the seal was broken. Feeling the familiar breath, Hela's lips raised a smile, and the sleeping undead army gradually woke up after feeling Hela's breath. For a moment, the originally peaceful sea of the undead shook violently, and the undead army continued to attack the seal. Just when Hela broke the seal, suddenly, she felt the breath of living people breaking into the Sea of the Dead. At that moment, Hela suddenly looked back at the entrance to the Sea of the Dead. Suddenly, at the entrance, Thor and the others slowly walked out. Looking at the endless Sea of the Dead, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Compared with the shock of others, Although Thor was also very shocked, he quickly came back to his senses. His eyes swept over the sea of the dead and quickly found Hela's figure. Looking at Hela suspended in midair, Thor took a deep breath and said, "Wait for me here." After saying that, regardless of everyone's reaction, Thor's figure immediately rose into the sky and headed towards Hela. Looking at Sol approaching, Hela raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't make a move and just watched Sol approaching quietly. She could feel that the same blood as hers was flowing in his body, so she didn't mind giving him a chance to speak. Looking at Hela, who was standing there with her hands folded, staring at him with a half-smile, Thor felt a mountain-like pressure. Especially as the distance between the two parties got closer and closer, Thor became even more breathless. This is not entirely psychological, but stems from the strength gap between the two sides. The greater the gap in strength, the more difficult it is for the weak to compete head-on with the strong. Fortunately, Thor's strength has improved a lot compared to before. Although the pressure brought by Hela is strong, he can still withstand it. "Hey, isn't this my dear brother? Looking for me?" Hela said in an exaggerated tone. Even though her face was full of smiles, in fact, there was no emotion in her tone. He even carried a murderous intention unconsciously, cold and ruthless. She has been sealed for thousands of years, enduring boundless loneliness and eternal loneliness every day. All normal emotions have been wiped out by time, so she naturally has no feelings for Thor. It is a kindness of hers not to kill him directly. Sol himself knew this very well, so he had no intention of playing the emotional card. He had already thought of the wording before he came, so when faced with Hela's inquiry, Thor took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said calmly, "I brought you a piece of news. I think you would be interested." "Oh, what is it?" "Someone is going to destroy Asgard." Thor's words were astonishing. Hela was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then laughed crazily. "The person you're talking about cannot be me." "Of course not. What does that have to do with me? I just want to see Asgard destroyed. I will take action even if others don't. So, what's the point of telling me this?" Hela's tone was full of sarcasm, but Thor didn't panic at all. "Really, but as far as I know, you should have a deeper connection with Asgard. If Asgard is destroyed, I think you will be the one who loses the most." Sol spoke slowly. Hela looked at his face, and the whole person fell silent for an instant. She doesn't intend to take revenge, but it is the god she wants to take revenge on, Odin, not Asgard. As Thor said, she is the one who least wants to see Asgard destroyed. Therefore, after noticing the seriousness in Sol's words, his expression changed instantly. After a long silence, Hela spoke again. "How do I know whether what you said is true or false? I'm not sure you're lying to me. Mimir told me all this. I think you should know him. The god of wisdom in the divine realm can penetrate the fog and see through the future. Then what are you asking me for? You're not planning to cooperate with me, are you?" Hela curled her lips and spoke in an inexplicable tone. Thor didn't care about the weird meaning in her words. To him, as long as he could save Asgard, being ridiculed once or twice was nothing. "Yes, I'm here to cooperate with you. Let's put aside our grudges. No matter what, Asgard is our hometown. I don't think you want to see it destroyed, right?" Thor spoke in a sincere tone. Seeing this, Hela, who had originally planned to ridicule him, finally put away the joking in her eyes and became serious. "Little guy, don't think you're scaring me with this trick. I will cooperate with you. Even if someone really wants to destroy Asgard, I will not let him succeed. For the sake of the information you sent me, I won't embarrass you this time. You can go." Hela stretched out her hand and started to chase people away. Seeing this, Thor's heart sank. In the past, if Hela said this, he might really leave, and he wouldn't care about the consequences. But after such a long period of experience, he has grown up. He knew that if he really left, there would really be no hope of cooperation. In his opinion, this time the catastrophe of God's domain is likely to be verified by Tony. As for Tony's terror, he also had a deep understanding of it. It can be summed up in 4 words, which is unfathomable. Therefore, although Hela is very strong, he does not think that Hela will be Tony's opponent. Therefore, he must unite all forces. Thinking quickly in his mind, various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Finally, Thor let out a breath and said, "Don't be too busy refusing. How about this? During this period, we will follow you. If you can cope with the disaster, we will never interfere. If not, we can also help. Although our strength is not as good as yours, we are still somewhat useful and won't hold you back." As soon as these words came out, Hela suddenly laughed. "I am planning to hunt the gods. Are you sure you want to follow me?" Sol's face froze, and he couldn't help but cursed wildly in his heart. Is this crazy woman serious? I have said so much just to tell her that there is danger and to unite all the forces that could be united. In the end, she still hunts the gods, which is simply unreasonable. Can you please slow down first? I think the gods are also part of our strength to survive the disaster," Sol said with a strange expression, and Hela rejected him without hesitation. "Cannot." Well, Thor wasn't too surprised when he heard this answer. He finally saw that this woman was paranoid and insane, and it was almost impossible to change her mind. However, he still plans to follow her. Firstly, to be ready to deal with disasters at any time, and secondly, Thor can't find where the gods are, so if Hela can find them, it won't be too late to turn against her. Having made up his mind, Thor smiled and said, "Then we will follow you and help you find out the whereabouts of the gods." Hearing this, Hela glanced at him in surprise, then smiled nonchalantly. Whatever. The strong will not care about the plans of the weak. Without absolute strength, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they are all vain. Therefore, even if she saw that Sol had other ideas, Hela didn't care. As for why he wants them to follow her, Hela also has her own considerations. In this way, you know my bad intentions, I know your bad intentions, and the two parties stay together for the time being. It can't be considered cooperation, but at least it's no longer the hostile state it was before. Boom! A strong vibration emerged above the sea of the dead. When the two were chatting earlier, Hela did not forget to break the seal. Therefore, under the burning of the eternal fire, the seal of the sea of the dead will be completely broken. Looking at this scene, they would have stopped it before. Now, if it's broken, let's break it. The divine realm is already in chaos anyway, and we don't care about another undead army. Time passed by inadvertently, and soon, a few hours later, an evil spirit rising into the sky rose from the sea of the dead. Thor, the captain, and others who were waiting at the entrance all changed their faces under the impact of the evil spirit. Only Hela felt the evil spirit emanating from the undead army, and her face was filled with joy. "Wake up!" A loud shout rang out from Hela's mouth. Hela was exuding Ling Rant's power at this moment, like a high and mighty queen. As her words fell, a series of violent noises emanated from the sea of the dead. The white bones opened their scarlet eyes one after another. Wearing armor and holding spears, they formed elite phalanxes and roared loudly. Roar! Suddenly, the already strong, evil spirit increased by more than 10 times. Looking at this scene, Sol suddenly regretted it. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to sit back and watch this army wake up. But when things got to this point, it was obviously irreversible, and he could only watch this scene quietly. Ha ha ha! A burst of crazy laughter came from Hela's mouth. Looking at her army, she seemed to be filled with great pride. Now he waved his hand and led the army towards the exit. The captain and others who were originally waiting at the exit saw this scene and made way for the undead army to pass by them. And Hela turned her head to look at Thor with a contemptuous smile on her lips and flew directly towards the exit. Looking at this scene, Thor said nothing because he didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong. As Hela left, the captain and others came to Sol one after another, each frowning and saying, "Thor, how was your discussion?" Just now, everyone was a little far away. Although they could hear the conversation between the two, they could not hear clearly. It's not good. She didn't promise to cooperate, nor did she say she wouldn't cooperate. Now we can only take it one step at a time. Sol helplessly spread his hands, and the captain and others sighed when they saw this. "Then what do we do now?" Banner asked. "Follow her first. She wants to make trouble for the gods. We just can't find the gods. If she can find them, we won't have to waste time." Well, it seems that's all. It's just that I always feel like you're playing with fire and burning yourself. Banner smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Soul could only smile bitterly. It's better to play with fire and burn yourself than to sit back and wait for death. No matter what, I have worked hard. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air from his mouth, Soul said, "Let's go. Follow us and take a look." After speaking, Thor took the lead, and everyone quickly chased in the direction Hela left. Perhaps because Hela said hello, no one was attacked by the undead army along the way. When they arrived on the surface, a large number of undead legions had gathered on the surface. Looking around, wherever you look, there is an indifferent army of undead. Only the soul fire beating in the eyes is chilling. Seeing this scene, Thor found Hela and took the initiative to ask, "What are you going to do next?" After he finished speaking, Hela glanced at him and said with a smile on her lips, pushing the 9 kingdoms across the board, "What? You want to stop me?" Hearing this, Soul had this idea in his mind, but after thinking about it for a while, he finally did not speak. He knows Hela's purpose and wants to force the gods to appear through believers. After all, believers are one of the foundations of the gods. No god will sit idly by unless absolutely necessary. Although this method of searching for the gods is crude, it is also effective. Soul is not suitable for this due to his status, but Hela has no such scruples. Therefore, after realizing Hela's purpose, Thor suddenly didn't want to stop it. Although this will lead to the death of a large number of people, what they will face next is a catastrophe, and there is no one who is not dead man. Now it is nothing more than advancing this time. Thor used to be the one who led the army, so he naturally understands the importance of taking into account the overall situation. If the sacrifice of some people can unite the gods, then Thor thinks it is worth it. Seeing Soul's silence, Hela smiled disdainfully, hypocritical. After saying that, he ignored Thor and waved his hand directly, and the undead army set off. And her target this time is directly at Midgard. Midgard is the kingdom of mortals in the divine domain, and it is also the kingdom closest to the army of the undead, and most of the believers of the gods are mortals. Therefore, Midgard became Hela's first choice. After marching for 9 days and 9 nights, the undead army finally arrived at Midgard. At the Midgard border, Midgard, which had received the news a few days ago, had already stationed heavy troops to guard the border, hoping to block the undead army from the border. Unfortunately, thousands of years have made them forget the terror of the undead army. Almost as soon as the war started, the Midgard army was completely defeated. With a solid body and powerful strength, although the undead army is made of bones, it is not as weak as they seem. Coupled with their near immortality, the Midgard army was crippled almost immediately after a confrontation. Soldiers shed blood on the battlefield, generals were wrapped in horse leather, and the undead army continued to advance bathed in the blood of the Midgard army. In just 3 days, all 9 lines of defense deployed by the Midgard army at the border were shattered. The overwhelming undead army directly entered the kingdom of Midgard. Behind the army, the captain and others looked at the bloody battlefield, and everyone's faces turned pale. The captain turned to look at Thor and roared in a low voice, "Is it worth it?" As a person with a sense of justice, the captain obviously couldn't accept this scene. Hearing this, Thor glanced at the captain calmly and said in a faint tone, "There are more than 1 trillion gods in the divine realm. When the divine realm is destroyed, the scene you will see will be 100 or 1,000 times crueler than this." As soon as these words came out, the captain fell silent, and Banner and others who couldn't bear it also fell silent. It's not a question of whether it's worth it, it's a question of what they have to do. However, everyone understands the truth, but the depression in their hearts is still not less. During the next journey, Thor and others felt dull for a while, watching the undead army attack the city. But just when the undead army broke through the Midgard border and invaded on a large scale, something unexpected happened. On the city wall near the border area, the city's defenders were fighting fiercely with the undead army, desperately defending. However, under the offensive of the undead army, the troops defending the city were still retreating. Seeing that the city is about to be lost, millions of people in the city will be massacred. At this critical moment, outside the city wall, large shadows gathered, and a huge amount of head slowly rose from the ground. Soon, a monster tens of meters high appeared in front of the world. He has no arms and legs, only a huge mouth, and his white teeth shine with a cold edge in the sun, making people shudder. Seeing the sudden appearance of the giant monster, the soldiers guarding the city all looked horrified. "Oh my God! What is that?" Screams of surprise kept ringing on the city wall, and the faces of the soldiers guarding the city showed panic. They thought this was a unit that did not appear in the undead army. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. The newly appeared giant monster did not attack them, but went straight towards the undead army. One side is huge in size, and the other side is numerous in number. This is a battle between quality and quantity. Under the watchful eyes of many defenders, the giant monster rushed into the undead army and wreaked havoc directly on the undead army by virtue of its huge amounts of body advantage. Boom! Boom! Loud roars continued to sound, mixed with roars. Everyone who was destined to die was surprised to find that they were still alive. The undead army was actually blocked by a giant dark creature. For a moment, everyone felt surprised, and the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but cheer. "We are saved. This must be an envoy sent by the gods to help us." Everyone was discussing excitedly, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. Just when they thought they had saved a small life, on the city wall, one after another the defenders suddenly fell down without any struggle. At first, everyone thought he was seriously injured, but when an intact defender fell, everyone immediately realized that there was something wrong. Just when they thought of this, a neighing sound suddenly came from under their feet, causing everyone to subconsciously look down. Suddenly, everyone saw many weak, dark creatures. They looked exactly the same as the big guy outside, but they were smaller than that guy. These dark creatures seemed to be malnourished. Each of them is only the size of a fist file. Even more, only thumb file size. Soon, they witnessed these little guys with their own eyes, lowering their heads towards their shadows, and then biting their white teeth. The originally untouchable shadows were immediately bitten by them and sank into their stomachs at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the dark creature that swallowed the shadow became stronger than before. Its size also expanded a lot. Upon seeing this, everyone who saw this scene trembled in their hearts. In vain, they were ecstatic before, thinking that this was an envoy sent by the gods. In fact, what kind of angels are these? They're just a group of demons that eat people without spitting out their bones. There is no difference between them and the group of undead creatures outside. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned pale with despair. "What do we do now, General?" One soldier asked with trembling lips. When a rough-looking general heard this, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered, "The envoy needs sacrifices. Look for living people to sacrifice to the envoy." As soon as these words came out, many soldiers were stunned. They looked at their general in shock and did not react at all. Seeing this scene, the general saw a trace of pain in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold face. He pointed at the undead army outside the city wall and said in a low voice, "The city is broken. Everyone in the city is broken. All will die. So they must be divine envoys, and they can only be divine envoys." The general spoke word by word. Listening to his words, many people reacted one after another. At that moment, they all shouted loudly and full of pain. At that moment, many soldiers walked down the city wall, escorted a large number of people in prison uniforms up, and sent them into the mouths of the shadow-devouring group. Looking at the large number of people, the shadow-devouring group let out excited neighs one after another, just like normal people's eyes gleaming when they see a big meal. Soon, a large number of prisoners who were escorted fell down one after another, and the shadow-devouring group continued to grow. After almost all the prisoners in the cells in the city were swallowed up by the shadow-devouring group, powerful shadow devourers suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They are still not as powerful as the huge amounts of shadow devouring outside the city, but their bodies are over 10 meters tall. To the soldiers guarding the city, It was already a giant. "General, do you want to continue to support me? The cell is already empty. If you continue, it will be for the common people," the soldier said with a mournful face, and the general also had a solemn face at this moment. He didn't know if he should continue. He needed the Shadow Eater group to help him stop the undead army outside the city, but it seemed like these guys always wanted to have S*X for free. If it weren't for the huge amounts of shadow devouring outside that were still resisting the undead army, he doubted whether these guys would help them. Just when the general hesitated, at this moment, the shadow-devouring group on the city wall changed again. They no longer stared at the soldiers guarding the city, but began to blend into the ground and disappeared on the city wall. The next second, among the undead army outside the city, shadow-devouring figures with a height of more than 10 meters emerged from the ground and attacked the undead army. At this moment, the battle escalated again. The undead army that originally had the upper hand was losing its advantage bit by bit with the addition of the new force of the shadow-devouring group. Seeing this scene, the general who had been tense on the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. These guys will really help them resist the undead army. His decision was not wrong. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and looked at the soldiers beside him and ordered, "Find another group of criminals to prepare for emergencies." Hearing this, the soldier's face trembled. Although he was just a soldier, his IQ is not bad. What they call a criminal is not something they have the final say with their mouth. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after meeting his general's cold gaze, he finally nodded silently, turned around, and walked towards the bottom of the city wall. And such a scene is not an exception at this moment. This scene is almost happening in all the cities in Midgard at this moment. First, the powerful Shadow Eaters helped resist the undead army, and then a large number of weak Shadow Eaters were exposed to the world, showing their abilities. Afterwards, most of the generals guarding the city chose to support the shadow-devouring group and let them help resist the undead army. Occasionally, a few uncooperative city-defending generals were swallowed up by the Shadow Eaters, and all the city guards died. A large number of Shadow Eaters still firmly blocked the undead army, preventing them from getting any closer. At this moment, behind the undead army, Hela received the intelligence from the front line immediately. Listening to the report of the undead men, Hela's brows instantly frowned. The captain and others who had been following her couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces after hearing the description of the shadow-devouring group. "Why does this sound like Tony's handiwork?" the captain asked doubtfully, which elicited a burst of agreement from the people around him. They had all seen Tony's Shadow Corps. The description of the shadow-devouring group at this moment made them feel very similar to the Black Shadow Legion. For a moment, everyone's faces couldn't help but show a complex look. They sit back and watch Hela invade Midgard, while Tony's Black Shadow Corps helps Midgard resist the undead army. It's as if the roles between them have been completely reversed. They have become villains, and Tony has become a hero to save the world. Thinking of this, everyone's mood became indescribably complicated. But just when their thoughts were ups and downs, Hela suddenly turned to look at them with a cold smile on her lips. "I don't raise trash here. Since you want to follow me, then go and deal with those guys," Hela said unhurriedly, and the captain and others' expressions suddenly became ugly. They just stood by and watched. Are they going to help the evildoers now? Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to Sol. After all, Sol was the person in charge this time. And Thor also fell silent at this moment, watching Hela silently. Hela didn't push him. She just stood there with her hands folded, waiting for him to make a decision. Seeing the coldness in Hela's eyes, Thor knew that if he refused, not only would the previous efforts be in vain, but the relationship that had finally been eased would fall to the freezing point again. Looking at Midgard, not far away, and thinking about the entire Asgard, Thor quickly made a decision. "Okay, follow me." Thor gritted his teeth. When the captain and others heard this, they frowned and couldn't believe that this was the decision made by Thor. However, they still followed Sol to the front line. Everyone moved very quickly and soon arrived at the frontline battlefield. Looking at the shadow-devouring group blocking the undead army, The captain frowned and said, "Do we really want to help her? I can understand you sacrificing some people for the sake of the overall situation, but if you have to be the executioner yourself, what do you think is the point of what we are doing now?" The captain questioned. Although Banner and others did not speak, the meaning in their eyes was obviously the same as that of the captain. Looking at everyone's reactions, Thor sighed and said slowly, "Do you think Tony will really be kind enough to protect Asgard?" Thor asked back, and everyone who was originally dissatisfied was stunned. Only then did they suddenly realize that Tony was not a good person, and he would not protect others for no reason. But Thor's voice still did not stop at this time and continued. "Do you still remember what Mimir said? Black natural disasters are spreading in the gods' domain. Look, do they look like black natural disasters?" Thor raised his hand and pointed at the shadow-devouring group, mocking himself. Hearing this, the captain and others' pupils shrank. "You mean the disaster in Asgard was probably caused by Tony? There's an 80% chance it's him. Then why don't we just go to Tony?" Johnny looked puzzled. Hearing this, Thor smiled. "Who is his opponent? You have no idea how powerful he is. Even my father Odin may not be his opponent. With just a few of us, what can we do even if we know that he may be the source of the disaster? Why do you think I want to cooperate with Hela? Only she can possibly rival Tony. Only by gathering the power of the gods can we survive this disaster." Thor kept talking in an excited tone, and then looked at the Shadow Eater group with cold eyes and said, "So, we are not helping the villain, but we are reducing Tony's power. Although I don't know why he protects Midgard, there is definitely another purpose. Maybe I can go check it out." Susan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Her ability is invisibility. Unlike ordinary invisibility, she can ignore most attacks after being invisible. She is the most suitable for detecting intelligence among everyone. Hearing this, before Thor could speak, the captain nodded in agreement and said, "Then go and see what these things are doing." "Thor, I admit that what you said makes sense. But if you ask me to help the undead army without evidence, I can't do it." The captain apologized, and Thor waved his hand indifferently. In fact, he was also curious about why those guys protected the humans of Midgard. As both parties reached an agreement, Susan did not waste any time and quickly disappeared from the place in a flash. At this moment, her figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, and she quickly approached the city not far away. Walking through the edge of the battlefield, feeling the shadow-devouring group and the undead army so close at hand, Susan's face was filled with nervousness. Although they couldn't touch her, the destructive power they showed still made her scalp numb. After finally reaching the city wall, a strange and terrifying scene appeared in front of her. A celebrity stood in the sun crying, while the soldiers guarding the city looked around with cold eyes. The shadow-eating group the size of a thumb file continued to swallow the shadows of these people and gradually grew stronger. All the people who lost their shadows fell asleep directly. Although they seemed to still have the breath of life, all the people whose shadows were swallowed turned pale for a while, like floating corpses soaked in water. Not only that, but in the distance, a large number of humans were brought here to feed the shadow-devouring group. Looking at this scene, Susan's eyes were filled with horror. This strange and inexplicable scene was far more shocking and more nerve-wracking than the bloody battlefield outside. Gulu, after swallowing dryly, Susan did not dare to make a sound and retreated quietly. When she crossed the battlefield again and returned to Saul and others, her face turned pale due to excessive fright. Looking at Susan, who was breathing heavily, the faces of Saul and others changed one after another, and they quickly asked, "What did you find?" "Then, those monsters are all fed by humans. They treat everyone as food. They're not protecting humans at all. They're just protecting their own food." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts suddenly shook. The anger in the captain's heart suddenly surged into his heart. "Damn it! How dare they?" The captain roared, the anger on his face far greater than before. He can tolerate human beings being defeated in battle, but he can never tolerate human beings becoming food in the mouths of other creatures. If he had to choose between the two, He would rather human beings go to destruction than live like pigs and sheep. Therefore, after listening to what Susan said, the captain ran away directly. His figure disappeared from his eyes in an instant, and he headed straight towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Thor and others followed him one after another. Because of Hela, the undead army did not attack them. Soon, Thor and others collided with the shadow-devouring group. Boom! 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 Loud noises sounded on the battlefield, and the angry Thor and others directly pressed down on the shadow-devouring group to fight. Just as Thor and others were fighting the Shadow Eater group, Tony slowly opened his eyes in the Immortal Palace. His eyes were looking at the void, but his attention fell on Thor and others through the eyes of the Shadow-devouring group. He was not surprised that Thor and others fought against the Shadow Eater group. What surprised him was how did these guys get involved with Hela? Shouldn't they be fighting with Hela? Many doubts flashed through his mind, and Tony's eyes became serious. Things seemed to have changed inexplicably. Although he had not watched the movie several times in his previous life, he also knew that Hela belonged to the villain camp and was naturally opposed to Thor and others. But now, the villain and the decent are mixed together. Is it an accident? Or is it a butterfly effect caused by oneself? After thinking about it, Tony's thoughts finally gravitated toward the latter possibility. The world is all alive. Although they have no specific consciousness, each world has its own rules. So, no world wants to be destroyed. In the original work, Hela tried to destroy the gods and indirectly weaken Asgard, so she directly opposed Thor and others. Now, Tony intends to devour all of Asgard, even more than Hela. Compared to before, Hela's destruction of gods was nothing. So, was it influenced by the will of the world that changed the direction of things? Thinking silently in his heart, Tony frowned slightly. He hated trouble, so he deliberately released Hela to help him clean up the trouble. But now it seems that he made a stupid move. Not only did it not alleviate my own troubles, but I created an even bigger one for myself. If it were Tony from before, he would definitely have said nothing at this time and would have directly found a way to deal with Hela and nip the danger in the bud. However, after integrating the dog spell and gaining the ability to die, Tony's thoughts changed. It could be said that he was drifting, or that he wanted to see what other tricks the worlds could play. After all, there are definitely not a few worlds that he will devour in the future, so he can learn about them in advance. It has to be said that once a person has someone to rely on, it is easy to become confident. Just like Tony now, who has a regenerative healing factor. Even if his plan fails, the worst he can do is return to the Blue Star and continue to be his richest player. Therefore, no matter what the situation becomes, Tony can say that he will not lose. Of course, it's not like he didn't do anything. He just wanted to watch the fun, and he still had to make preparations. The power of telekinesis emanated from his mind and instantly enveloped the surrounding palace. After finding Loki's location, Tony directly sent a message, "Come see me." In another palace, when Tony's voice sounded in his mind, Loki opened his eyes instantly. Without any nonsense, Loki walked out of the palace and headed towards Tony's residence. When he opened the door and walked in, Tony was already sitting at the tea table, making tea. Coming. Tony smiled and said hello. Loki nodded without saying anything. He was waiting for Tony to give the order. And Tony didn't keep him waiting for long. After making tea, he suddenly said slowly, "There is something wrong with Hela. I want you to search for the whereabouts of the gods and kill them, by the way. If you can do it." Hearing this, Loki immediately frowned, shook his head and said, "It's difficult. It is easy to destroy the bodies of the gods, but the foundation of the gods lies in the soul. The soul is immortal and the gods are immortal. Only Hela can easily peel off the souls of the gods." Loki explained, and Tony listened calmly. He naturally knew this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked hard to release Hela. It could be said that Hela is the nemesis of the gods, and everyone else is a little worse, including Odin. However, this does not mean that Tony is helpless. The souls of the gods are naturally difficult to destroy, but the souls of the gods can be sealed. For example, Shadow Kingdom. The Kingdom of Shadows belongs to the dark side of the world. In the Kingdom of Shadows, dragons are coiled and tigers are lying down. Even if the gods enter the Kingdom of Shadows, they are easily eroded by the Kingdom of Shadows. Although Tony has not yet completely controlled the Shadow Kingdom, it is not difficult to use the Shadow Kingdom to seal the souls of the gods, but it is just a little more troublesome. So, after listening to Loki's words, Tony flicked his fingers, and suddenly, the Shadow Troll appeared in the hall. Of course, what appeared was not an ordinary Shadow Troll, but a transformed lava troll. You are responsible for dealing with the gods, and they will take away the souls of the gods. In addition, I will temporarily give you the command of the Shadow Trolls and Shadow Ninjas. They can help you search for the whereabouts of the gods. After listening to Tony's words, Loki's eyes flickered, and he looked at the lava troll with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had already heard about the Black Shadow Core under Tony's command, but he had never had the chance to see it. Therefore, I can't help but look at it carefully now. Looking at the lava troll that exuded a cold aura, Loki finally nodded slowly and accepted the task. Seeing this, Tony stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Loki felt a burning sensation on his shoulder. After Tony retracted his palm, Loki suddenly felt a mark on his shoulder. At the same time, his mind seemed to be connected to a dark place, and the terrifying dark aura made Loki change his color instantly. Looking at Loki with a look of shock on his face, Tony smiled indifferently. Different from the previous control given to Peter and others, they can only summon the Shadow Core, but they don't know where the Shadow Core comes from. But Loki can feel the existence of the Shadow Kingdom, and therefore can deeply feel the power and terror of the Shadow Core. Slowly exhaling a breath, Loki nodded at Tony, then turned and walked out of the palace. After leaving the palace, Loki, who was impatient, immediately started summoning. As his heart began to call, large swaths of shadows began to gather on the ground. In the blink of an eye, there were Shadow Trolls and Shadow Ninjas standing in front of him. Seeing them staring at him with scarlet eyes, the corners of Loki's mouth suddenly rose and gradually turned into a burst of laughter. After a long time, he calmed down his inner excitement and ordered, "Go and find the resting place of the gods." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Shadow Troll and the Black Shadow Ninja nodded at the same time. In the next second, they merged into the ground and dispersed in all directions. And Loki also left the fairy palace step by step at this moment, with a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Gods, are you ready? I will ring the death knell for you with my own hands." Talking to himself, Loki's figure stretched particularly long under the sunlight and gradually disappeared within the scope of the immortal palace. The Dark Abyss, the resting place of the dark god Hodel, is also his territory. Without his permission, ordinary creatures cannot step into it, even the gods, otherwise they will be impacted by the Dark Abyss. But success is also dark, and failure is also dark. As the god of darkness, Hodel's dark aura is the strongest among the gods. As for the aura of darkness, the Shadow Core that came out of the Shadow Kingdom couldn't be more sensitive. Therefore, when Loki sent the Shadow Core to search for the whereabouts of the gods, Hodel was the first to be discovered by the Shadow Core. As the Black Shadow Core passed the information back, Loki received the news immediately. Looking at Hodel, who was sleeping and recuperating in the Dark Abyss, Loki's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness. "Got you." After speaking, Loki turned around and headed towards the Dark Abyss. Flying at full speed, Loki spent several hours arriving outside the Dark Abyss. As the name suggests, the reason why the Dark Abyss is called this is because it is located in an abyss. Loki stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see a layer of darkness shrouded below. Even the sunlight could not shine into it. Just a glance at it would make an ordinary person's scalp numb. Those with weak minds might even be affected by it. The bewitchment of the dark breath leaped into the Dark Abyss. But Loki naturally has no such troubles. As one of the gods, it is completely easy for him to isolate the dark atmosphere. Of course, the premise is not to get too deep into it. Otherwise, even the gods will be infected by the dark atmosphere. Without hesitation, Loki looked at the dark abyss below and jumped down. Whoosh! The strong wind howled in his ears, and Loki's figure disappeared into the darkness completely. From the outside, it looks like it is being swallowed by darkness. After entering the dark abyss, a feeling of palpitations suddenly appeared in Loki's heart. It was as if there was something terrifying hidden in the darkness that might swallow him up at any time. Coupled with the fact that the dark aura blocks his line of sight, even Loki cannot see clearly things in the darkness, which undoubtedly greatly reduces his combat effectiveness. This is one of the reasons why, although everyone knows where the resting places of the gods are, they cannot find them. Because the place of sleep is the headquarters of the gods, here, the gods have an absolute advantage whether hiding or fighting. In addition, the scope of the sleeping place is very vast, and the area of each god's sleeping place is no smaller than that of Blue Star. In such a dangerous environment and vast scope, finding the gods is undoubtedly a matter of finding a needle in a haystack. His figure continued to decline, and Loki didn't know how much time had passed, but he still hadn't reached the bottom of the great dark abyss. Until an hour later, boom, there was a loud noise, and Loki finally stepped on the ground. And the moment he landed, a whistling sound suddenly came from the darkness. Loki's eyes suddenly flashed with caution. The dark abyss is Hodl's resting place, but it does not mean that only Hodl exists. There are a large number of dark creatures living here, and some of their strength is no worse than that of gods. This is also the reason why gods will not easily enter the resting places of other gods. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air, and a black python broke through the darkness and attacked Loki's face. Looking at this scene, Loki did not move, standing there with a calm face, completely turning a blind eye to the attack of the dark python. The next second, a sword flashed. A shadow ninja appeared in front of Loki and cut off the dark python with one knife. Seeing this, Loki's lips turned into a smile. Although he can't see through the aura of darkness, they are both dark creatures, and the black shadow core can be regarded as a fish in water here. Even the strength is much stronger than outside. Clear a path out and take me to Hodl. Loki spoke. Suddenly, under his feet, a large shadow dispersed towards the darkness in all directions, while the shadow ninja, who had taken action before, led the way. Loki was unable to see through the dark aura, so his vision was blocked, but the black shadow core was not affected and could still see the way forward clearly. In this way, Loki followed the black shadow ninja all the way, and at the same time, there were constant roars and screams along the way. It was also mixed with the sounds of fighting. If Loki could see through the dark aura, he would find that on his way forward, the black shadow core and the black shadow troll were slaughtering a large number of dark creatures. Countless dark creatures shed blood and were dragged into the Shadow Kingdom by the Shadow Ninja to become nourishment. As a result, the road 10 meters in front of Loki was covered with corpses, but when he walked by, he didn't see any corpses except the residual smell of blood. Although they were walking, neither Sombra nor Loki's footsteps were slow. An hour later, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at Hodl's resting place. Perhaps he was confident that no one could break into the dark abyss, so Hodl did not deliberately hide in the dark abyss, still staying in his palace to heal. When the dark palace appeared in front of Loki's eyes, Loki's sight began to expand rapidly because there was no darkness surrounding it. Similarly, just when Loki appeared at the door of the dark palace, in the dark palace, Hodl, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Loki outside the door in surprise. His eyes penetrated the palace, fell on Loki, and quickly searched around him, looking for that terrifying figure. Fortunately, except for Loki, he did not see Tony's figure, which made him instantly relieved, and his originally tense mind could not help but relax. And the look he looked at Loki also had a hint of murderous intent. As the saying goes, the weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped, and he feels like he can do it again. Slowly rising from the throne, Hodl took one step, left the palace directly, and appeared at the door of the palace. He stared at Loki with cold eyes and said in a bad tone, What are you doing here? Trespassing on my territory without permission. Even if I kill you, Odin will have nothing to say. Hodel naturally dislikes Loki, not to mention that he paid a heavy price in order to kill him before. If he hadn't been worried about Tony behind Loki, he would have killed him right now. After listening to Hodel's words and looking at Hodel, who took the initiative to show up, Loki also smiled. He thought he would have to search carefully to find Hodel's location, but he didn't expect this guy to come out to see him, saving him the trouble of finding someone. He is really a good person. In this case, Loki decided to go faster and give him a good time when he takes action later. I'll take you on your way, Loki said calmly, and as his words fell, a large number of shadow ninjas and lava trolls began to appear around them. Looking at this scene, Hodel frowned. You want to kill me? His tone was full of surprise, as if a little unbelievable. Loki nodded without any attempt to hide it. Seeing this, Hodel smiled, with a smile on his lips, which soon turned into a burst of wild laughter. His laughter echoed in the dark abyss, and his face was full of disdain. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of killing me? He's just AB ***ch. You're worthy of it, Hodel said with a mocking tone, and his words made Loki's expression instantly turn cold. If there is any taboo about Loki, it is his origin. Although he is nominally the crown prince of Asgard, he is not Odin's biological son, which is why he has always been unpopular with the gods. In fact, because of their hatred against the Frost clan, the gods frequently targeted him. Among them, Hodr is one of the gods who is most disdainful of Loki. Laugh, laugh. After today, you can shut up forever. Loki's cold voice echoed in the dark abyss. Hearing the words, Hodel's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body. Before, he was hesitant to attack Loki because he was afraid of Tony, but now that he has completely lost his temper, he naturally has nothing to worry about. Today, only one person here can make it out alive. Die! With a loud shout, Hodel immediately launched a surprise attack. Although he was very disdainful of Loki, he also knew that a lion can fight a rabbit with all his strength. Therefore, without saying hello, he directly greeted Loki with a killing move. Therefore, if you live for a long time, even the simplest people will become old Enby, and even the gods who are alive will not be stupid. A giant hand, condensed by the power of darkness, directly grabbed Loki's body from the air, and then Hodel squeezed hard without any hesitation. Suddenly, Loki's figure exploded like a watermelon. Seeing that he easily killed Loki, Hodel was very excited at first, but he soon realized something was wrong. Although he looked down on Loki, he was still a god, so how could he die so easily? Thinking of this, Hodel instantly put away the smile on his face and became alert again. Watching this scene, another Loki walked out of the darkness. You're quite defensive and don't give me a chance to make a move, but it doesn't matter, you'll die today anyway. Looking at the intact Loki, Hodel's expression suddenly became serious. What is it, an illusion? You guess. Loki's lips turned up into a smile. The next second, the Shadow Corps standing around launched an attack. When Hodel saw this, he immediately became vigilant, and his divine power suddenly released, attacking in all directions. With the impact of divine power, the Black Shadow Corps collapsed at the first touch, as if they were made of paper. Looking at this scene, Hodel's expression changed again. Another illusion? Do you think you can deal with me with these little tricks? Hodel said in a cold tone, while Loki said unhurriedly, whether I can deal with you or not is up to you. You will know after trying it. While talking, another group of shadow soldiers were summoned and attacked Hodel again. In this way, Loki continuously summoned batches of black shadow troops to charge. Although Hodel was prepared every time, his efforts were in vain every time. Half an hour later, Hodel looked at Loki bitterly, with a ferocious look in his eyes. He kept breathing heavily, and the breath on his body quickly slipped away. Looking at his appearance, Loki's figure appeared again, with a smile on his face, and said, "How is it? My little trick is good, isn't it?" Loki said calmly, and Hodel snorted coldly, "I'll kill you if you pretend to be a ghost." The moment he spoke, Hodel quickly raised his hand to catch Loki's true form. Unfortunately, The moment his hands touched Loki, Loki's figure disappeared. Illusion, another illusion. Hodel is a little crazy. At this time, the Shadow Core reappeared. He glanced at the Shadow Core coldly, but Hodel ignored them. He knew that Loki wanted him to let his guard down, so he had been holding on hard before, but now he decided to change his strategy. No matter what, he first found the true identity of these guys. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will definitely be consumed to death. Besides, he didn't believe that these guys could take him away in one wave. At most, he would be slightly injured. Therefore, Hodel looked at the Black Shadow Core coldly, but made no move. Secretly, Loki watched this scene with a cold curve on his lips. Fighting is not necessarily about fighting and killing. It can also be a battle of wits. Looking at Hodel's choice, Loki knew that he would win. His eyes swept over the lava troll, and with a thought in his mind, Loki directly ordered an attack. Suddenly, the Black Shadow Core rushed towards Hodel again, but Hodel looked at this scene coldly without making any move. Obviously, he has made up his mind to find the true identity of these guys, even if he is injured. Soon, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. When the distance between the two reached 1 meter, the lava troll's body suddenly expanded. This is a scene that has never happened before. Seeing this, Hodel shouted loudly, quickly burst out with divine power, and launched a defense. But it was too late now. Just when he was about to make a move, hundreds of lava trolls exploded at the same time. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded, and the entire dark abyss trembled violently at this moment. A violent shock wave centered on Hodel's position and spread out in all directions. In the darkness, a large number of dark creatures were directly carried away by the shock wave before they realized what was happening. A mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the terrifying high temperature completely flooded Hodel's palace. Even Loki's eyes flashed with surprise when he looked at the self-destructing lava troll. Although he knew that the self-destruction of the lava troll was very powerful, this was the first time he had seen it. After a long time, the flames gradually dissipated and the dust raised by the explosion fell again. Loki's vision became clear again, and he looked towards the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, a charred corpse appeared in the center of the battlefield. Looking at this scene, Loki suddenly took a breath, really taken away in one wave. Looking at Hodel's charred corpse, Loki's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he did not step forward immediately. Although the lava troll's explosion just now was very powerful, it is a bit unreliable to say that it directly killed Hodel. Out of caution, Loki did not show up, but continued to observe quietly. Half an hour, then an hour, time passed slowly, and Hodel remained motionless, as if he was really dead. And Loki never appeared, like a very patient hunter. After another 2 hours, finally, Hodel, who had been motionless, suddenly sat up from the ground. His face was still charred, but the anger and disappointment on his face could be clearly seen. Damn it, Loki, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Hodel started yelling. The lava troll's reaction had really shocked him, but a plan flashed through his mind, and he used it to lure out Loki, who was hiding in the dark. For this reason, he did not hesitate to bear the explosion of the lava troll head-on with his seriously injured body, in order to achieve a realistic effect. However, he didn't expect Loki to be such a thief. He was already in such miserable condition, so I didn't even come out to see him, or else collect his body. In the end, he could no longer consume any more and had to get up on his own initiative. Looking at the furious Hodel, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Loki's lips. He admitted that Hodel, the old fox, was indeed good. He was extremely intelligent, and his grasp of the battle situation did not live up to his reputation as the god of darkness. But he may not have forgotten that he is the god of deceit, and conspiracy and lies are his specialty. Although he didn't see anything wrong just now, he instinctively felt a little uneasy. It is simply wishful thinking to use this method to defraud yourself. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain, and with a thought in Loki's mind, the figure of the Black Shadow Core reappeared. There is no need to worry about old tricks as long as they are useful. so he plans to continue to repeat the previous operations. If the guy can't be killed in one explosion, he'll have to do it several times. Anyway, for the Black Shadow Core, death is just a common occurrence and not worth mentioning at all. However, Hodel obviously didn't want to play with him anymore. As the figures of the Black Shadow Core emerged, his expression became even more angry. However, this time he did not stupidly fight with the Black Shadow Core, but turned around and left. Obviously, faced with Loki's rogue style, he gave up. Since he can't afford to offend him for the time being, he must be hiding. For this reason, he doesn't even want his own palace. This made Loki stunned. Is this still the dark god who is famous for his madness? There was a hint of confusion on his face, but Loki quickly realized it. It's not that easy to run away after a duck has reached its mouth. Soon, in front of his path, lava giants appeared, and their bodies swelled up. Without waiting for him to get close, he directly chose to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Hodel was also anxious. Before, such an explosion would not have bothered him at all. But now, not only has his previous injuries not healed, but he has just been hit from the front again, and his overall condition can be said to be extremely bad. In this case, if he continues to be hit by the explosion, he may really be blown to death alive. What's more, this time Loki summoned almost all the lava giants, blocking his path. Even if he could dodge one, he couldn't dodge them all. Therefore, as the lava troll blocked the road, Hodel, who was about to run away, stopped instantly. The moment he stopped moving, suddenly, a flash of fire appeared directly in front of him, causing his expression to change instantly. Different from just now, if he had intended to resist the wave of attacks, just now, he really didn't react now. His attention was subconsciously focused on the lava troll, not expecting Loki to take action. After all, Loki had not taken action when he had so many opportunities before, so he subconsciously ignored Loki's vigilance. Now, Loki happened to seize the opportunity to be stunned. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the flames struck him hard, sending his entire body flying away. Before he could make a move, Loki's figure flashed in front of him. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face, and he was about to speak, but unfortunately Loki didn't give him this chance at all. The spiritual scepter appeared in Loki's hand, and a tyrannical spiritual power violently broke into his mind, creating an illusion of peace and making him momentarily lost. Although this time is short, it is enough for people like Loki. I saw Loki's palm turning into a knife, and the knife fell down. The next second, a big head rose directly into the sky, blood sprayed out from the neck, and Hodel was directly beheaded by Loki. Boom, boom, boom. Hodel's head fell to the ground and rolled over, and his body became stiff and motionless. Looking at this scene, Loki's tense mind finally relaxed. Man cannot live without a head, and the same is true for God. Although cutting off the head is not a complete death for a god, it has no ability to resist at all and can only be slaughtered by others. At this moment, the head on the ground opened its eyes instantly. Hodel looked at Loki with a crazy face. His voice was like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, echoing in the dark abyss. Loki, you scumbag, I curse you to die badly. With only his head still able to move, Hodel cursed crazily, like the roar of an incompetent dog. Loki naturally doesn't care about this. As a winner, he still has this heart. At that moment, Loki looked down at Hodel's head with a smile on his lips and asked, "How does it feel to be beheaded by an owl?" After saying this, Hodel's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. If my soul is immortal, I will not die. I will return after 1,000 years." Hodel said with a tone full of hatred. Hearing this, Loki couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face. "Do you think you can come back?" Hearing this, Hodel had a bad premonition in his heart, but he still said stubbornly, "Only Hela can take my soul, and you are not qualified to kill me completely." "You're right." Loki nodded generously and admitted, but then smiled and said, "But I can banish you, isolating you from the divine realm. How can you be resurrected without the help of laws? Stop dreaming and stay in the Shadow Kingdom with peace of mind from now on." After speaking, Loki thought, and a shadow ninja appeared, picked up Hodl's head, and took him to sink into the ground. Hodl naturally cursed him constantly during the process, but unfortunately, Loki paid no attention to him. Soon, the shadow ninja returned to the Shadow Kingdom with Hodl's head. Watching the black shadow ninja disappear, Loki also turned and left the Dark Abyss. Because of the loss of Hodl again, the dark aura of the Dark Abyss is no longer as strong as it was at the beginning and has dissipated a lot. Loki, who had been unable to see his fingers, suddenly felt that his vision had broadened a lot. It is foreseeable that as time goes by, if Hodl cannot return, there will be no new god of darkness to succeed him. The famous Dark Abyss will one day dissipate. Leaving the Dark Abyss, Loki looked in all directions. Soon, his eyes locked on the resting place of Mani, the Hercules. A playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "There are only two of you left, so let's start with you." After saying that, Loki's figure quickly disappeared into the air. He has never been a generous person. He just wanted to take revenge by letting them go before. Now that the opportunity has come, the three gods who survived the spaceship have naturally become his first choice. On this side, Loki's plan to hunt the gods is in full swing. On the other side, Hela's ambition to push Midgard to the level is repeatedly blocked. On the border battlefield of Midgard, Thor and the others looked at the shadow-devouring group pantingly, their eyes full of despair and helplessness. They fought with the shadow-devouring group for a day and a night, and defeated the shadow-devouring group several times. In terms of overall strength, their strength is superior to that of the shadow-devouring group. But what makes people helpless is that no matter how many times they destroy the shadow-devouring group, new shadow-devourers will soon join them. At first they thought it was the new Shadow Eater, but after a long period of fighting and observation, they collapsed and discovered that the shadow-devourers they fought with were the same group from beginning to end. Because the shadow-eating masses have different development and different body shapes, they are easy to distinguish. Therefore, they fought all day and night, but it was completely useless. Not only did they fail to win the shadow-devouring group, they also exhausted themselves to death. In the end, everyone was desperate. What can they do in the face of a group of undead monsters? Therefore, when the shadow-devouring group was reborn for the 5th time, Sol and the others could only run away. Behind the undead army, looking at Thor and others who came back dejected, Hela was rarely sarcastic. She had seen all the previous battles, and her face couldn't help but become much more serious. "Do you know what kind of creature this is? Why is it so difficult to deal with?" Looking at Sol and the others approaching, Hela asked directly. Hearing this, Thor glanced at the captain. After long-term cooperation, the two finally had a certain tacit understanding. So after Hela finished speaking, the captain took the initiative to explain, "We have never seen this kind of creature. But they all have a name, the Shadow Corps. They're Tony's loyal troops." "The Black Shadow Corps?" Hela murmured to herself, and the whole person couldn't help but fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, the captain and others waited for Hela to make a decision without saying a word. They have no choice against the Shadow Eater group, and the only one they can count on now is Hela. After being silent for a while, Hela came back from her thoughts, glanced at Sol and the others, and then walked towards the battlefield without saying a word. At the moment, Sol, the others, and the undead army are unable to break through the shadow-devouring group's blockade, so she can only do it herself. And she was also curious about whether these guys were really immortal. While thinking about it, Hela quickly arrived above the battlefield, her figure standing in the air, floating above the battlefield. Lowering her head and looking down at the shadow-devouring mass on the ground, a breath of deathly silence suddenly filled the air from her body. "In my name, I grant you death," Hela said calmly, and then pointed out the terrifying aura of death immediately centered on her and swept towards the shadow-devouring group. Wherever death passes, everything withers. Even the earth seemed to have been deprived of life at this moment, turning into a wasteland without any breath of life. As the powerful shadow-devouring group swept past with the aura of death, each one was like a tree in winter, withering and dying, eventually dying. Soon, the shadow-devouring group disappeared on the battlefield and did not reappear. Looking at this scene, everyone waited quietly with wide eyes, wanting to see if there were any other changes. However, after a long time, the shadow-devouring group still did not appear, as if it had been completely wiped out by Hela. Suddenly, bursts of excited roars came from the mouths of the undead army, and Soul and others also had a smile on their faces. As expected of the goddess of death, the Black Shadow Corps is unable to resist. The captain said with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Although their relationship with Hela is very subtle, in any case, the two sides are now on the same front. They were also sincerely happy to be able to destroy the shadow-devouring group. But just when everyone was full of excitement, Hela, who was the leader of all this, frowned. She had been observing for a long time before, and the blow just now was just her test. She didn't believe that the Shadow Corps, which had been reborn several times, was wiped out by her. More importantly, she did not feel the breath of the soul. Although she can only harvest the souls of Asgard creatures, she can also feel the souls of creatures in other worlds. If they really died, their souls should appear. Thinking of this, Hela couldn't help but feel a haze in her heart. But looking at the cheering people, she didn't bother to break their illusions. Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Continue to march." Her order quickly spread throughout the undead legion, and the legion advanced again, breaking through the barriers of the city wall and entering the city. However, after entering the city, Soul and others immediately noticed something was wrong. It was so quiet, the city seemed to have become a dead place, and no sound came out. More importantly, the Death Army did not seem to encounter any resistance. If they remembered correctly, there were defenders in the city. Even if the shadow-devouring group was gone, they should continue to resist. But just now they didn't encounter any resistance at all. Something was wrong. Thor and the captain looked at each other, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes, and they quickly came to the city wall. I saw corpses lying in various directions on the city wall, not much different from dead men. They seemed to be asleep, and Thor and the captain could even hear the beating of their hearts. However, it could not wake anyone up. Seeing this, Thor said with a solemn face, "Do you think those monsters were really eliminated? Or this city has no more food for them, so they retreated?" Thor put forward his guess, and the captain had a wry smile on his face. He didn't know how to answer, but he felt that Thor should have guessed correctly. The two of them kept their guesses in mind and searched the city together with the undead army. Soon, they discovered that the entire city had fallen into a deep sleep. They still have the breath of life, but they will never wake up again. So, in a sense, this is already a dead city. Similarly, Hela could also guess what Soul and the two could guess. She suddenly felt that she was doing useless work. The reason why she attacked Midgard was to force the gods to come out. But now, someone is already doing it without her taking action. For a time, her desire to attack Midgard was greatly reduced. Just at this moment, Soul and the captain came to her side. Hela turned to look at Thor and said, "Do you think we still need to continue? Those guys seem to be doing the same thing as us even without us." Listening to Hela's words, Thor didn't know how to answer, but the captain interjected at this moment. "Ms. Hela, do you think they are dead?" he asked, pointing to the bodies on the ground. As soon as these words came out, Hela suddenly realized that yes, these people were already dead in a sense, but their bodies are still alive and healthy. Since the believers are still alive, how can the gods appear? Thinking of this, Hela's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, but before she could give the order, the captain continued. "Ms. Hela, do you still think that the gods are your biggest enemies?" "What's the meaning?" Hela looked at the captain, her eyes full of coldness. Anyone who stopped her from destroying the gods was her enemy. But under her gaze, the captain did not panic at all. He just sighed and said, "Ms. Hela, you just want to destroy the gods, but someone wants to destroy the world. Even now, if you're still obsessed with destroying the gods, once Asgard falls into destruction, who will stop this disaster? You are also one of the gods of Asgard. I think you don't want to see Asgard destroyed." It's a joke. Who could destroy Asgard as long as I'm here? Hela said confidently. She also has that confident strength. Regarding her stubbornness, the captain already had a clear understanding of her during this period of contact. He knew that in order to convince Hela, there must be a reason that he could not refuse. So, after a moment of silence, the captain exaggeratedly said, Ms. Hela, I admit that you are very strong, but Tony's strength is not weak either. He once defeated Odin head-on. Even if you are stronger than Odin, I don't know if you have thought about it. Even his legions can be immortal. Will he be able to do this? The captain exaggerated Tony's strength just to persuade Hela to temporarily give up the idea of being an enemy of the gods and stop Tony together. As everyone knows, his exaggeration just guessed Tony's biggest confidence now. And when he finished speaking, Hela couldn't help but fell silent, her whole brows slightly furrowed. What Steve was saying was indeed something she hadn't considered before. She didn't doubt that he was deceiving her. After all, she had already seen the immortality of the Shadow Core. Then the possibility of Tony doing this is very high. No matter how confident Hela is, he doesn't realize that he can fight against a guy whose strength is comparable to that of Odin and who is immortal. For a moment, her thoughts were shaken. Otherwise, how about joining forces with the gods to deal with Tony and then causing trouble for them again? I was thinking slowly in my mind, and at this moment, suddenly, a blood cloud quickly condensed on the sky of God's realm, and a rain of blood fell instantly, and a faint sadness enveloped the entire God's realm. The sudden change instantly woke Hela up, and Thor on the side once again looked up at the sky with a horrified face. How can it be? God's sorrow. That God has fallen. Sol said in a hurried tone, with a look of panic on his face. Hela, who was recovering from her thoughts, also had an extremely solemn face at this moment, and a solemn breath slowly emanated from her body. Among the three, only the captain was confused and somewhat confused. Although a blood rain is indeed a bit weird, it is not like this. Thinking of this, the captain poked Thor and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Hearing this, Thor explained without looking back, "A god has completely fallen." After finishing his words, before the captain could continue to ask questions, he went on to explain. Except for the gods of the divine realm who have reached the end of their life and died, they generally remain immortal as long as they are in the divine realm. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls will return and be reborn under the protection of the laws of the divine realm. But if someone breaks the laws of the divine realm and extinguishes the souls of the gods will completely perish and never have a chance to return. And only Hela can harvest the souls of gods. Therefore, except for the disaster thousands of years ago, as long as you are in the divine domain, there's never been such a thing as the death of gods. But now, the rain of blood from the sky means the death of a god. A god has completely fallen. After saying that, Sol's body trembled involuntarily. Besides Hela, who on earth could completely kill a god? Thor was thinking, and Tony's figure subconsciously appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but murmured, "Could it be you?" At the same time, in the fairy palace, Tony looked at the rain of blood outside the palace and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, he felt that Hodel, who was brought into the Shadow Kingdom, was actually swallowed by the Shadow Kingdom. After swallowing the soul of God, the Shadow Kingdom seems to have grown a lot. In addition, the strength of the Black Shadow Core has also improved a lot. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little joy and doubt in his heart. Is it the soul of the god that can strengthen the Shadow Kingdom? Or is it because Hodel is the god of darkness that he was swallowed by the Shadow Kingdom? If it's the latter, then although this thing surprises him a little, so be it. After all, there's only one god of darkness. Even if he can strengthen the Shadow Kingdom and upgrade the Black Shadow Core, it is impossible to strengthen the Black Shadow Core to the point of being outrageous. But if it is the former, it means that the strength of the Black Shadow Core can be continuously improved. If he can strengthen all the Black Shadow troops to the strength comparable to the gods, then he will soon have an immortal army of gods. Thinking of the excitement, even though Tony had long stopped being happy with things, He couldn't help but feel excited. But what exactly happened can only be known after the Shadow Kingdom receives the soul of the second god. I hope Loki doesn't disappoint me. Whispering in his mouth, Tony looked in a certain direction, and he seemed to see Loki, who was hunting the gods. At the seaside villa, Tony sat in the living room and waited quietly. Soon, a shadow appeared on the floor of the living room, and the desperate troll grabbed a scorpion and rose from the ground. Casually throwing the scorpion on the ground, Tony thought, and the extremist troll merged into the ground again and disappeared. Tony Stark, Scorpion said weakly, but could not hide the surprise in his eyes. You know me? Tony raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, Siezi immediately reacted and quickly lowered his head and said, I just read about you in a magazine. Really? Then who sent the bomb in front of my company? I have no idea. Scorpion quickly shook his head in denial, looking like I was completely unaware. Seeing his refusal to admit it, Tony didn't bother to continue asking. Anyway, everyone knew the truth of the matter, so there was no need to waste time. Tell me, where's Mandarin? The smile on Tony's lips faded, and he spoke slowly. As his smile disappeared, a strong sense of oppression suddenly spread from his body. If the pressure on the desperate troll is like a mountain, then the pressure on Tony is like the sea. When things are calm, I don't think it's anything, but once he gets serious, it's like the ocean of rage, making it impossible for people to even think about confrontation. I don't know. Scorpion gritted his teeth and said hard. At this time, a mental wave suddenly emanated from Tony's body, and Scorpion, who was in a trance, was instantly controlled by Tony. Suddenly, the expression on his face turned dull. Where is Mandarin? Tony asked again. This time, Siezi didn't say he didn't know, but said in a dull tone, We are under public security. Hearing this, information about Zhongshin security quickly emerged in Tony's mind. This is a medium-sized security company headquartered in Washington. Thinking of this, Tony spoke again. Call him. As soon as he finished speaking, the controlled Scorpion directly took out the phone on his body. This phone was obviously specially made, so it was not damaged in the previous battle. Taking out the phone, Siezi skillfully entered a series of numbers and dialed them. Toot toot. A waiting tone sounded, and soon the phone was connected, and Mandarin's hoarse voice came from the phone. Is the matter done? After the words fell, the controlled Scorpion naturally had no way to answer. Tony reached out and took the phone from his hand, raising the corners of his mouth and saying, He can't answer you now. After the words fell, Mandarin on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Immediately, he spoke unhurriedly. Who are you? You asked someone to plant a bomb in front of my company, and now you ask me who I am? Tony, it's you. How about it? Do you like the gift I gave you? I like it very much, so I plan to give you a gift in return. What do you think of this head called Scorpion? Tony said in a relaxed tone, but the imagined scene of Mandarin being furious did not appear, and his voice was still too calm. I don't like his head, but you can kill him if you want. He's just a loser. If he dies, he will die. As soon as these words came out, Tony frowned and gained another layer of understanding about Mandarin. This guy is not a normal person. He doesn't even care about his own confidence. By the way, I have a woman here. I don't know if you are interested in her. She seems to be named Maya. Mandarin said suddenly. Suddenly, Tony's brows couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know that Maya fell into Mandarin's hands. Seeing Mandarin threatening him with Maya, Tony sneered disdainfully. Kill her if you want. She is the only one who can make the extremist virus. If you are willing, then kill her. Tony didn't care about Maya at all and kept her just to have someone ready to make the terminal virus. If Maya is killed, the worst-case scenario is for Reed and the others to research and create a virus. Therefore, Mandarin's threat did not matter to him at all. Mandarin was obviously choked by these words and did not speak for a while. However, Tony no longer had the interest to continue playing riddles with him, and immediately said directly, I'll wait for you at Nyoyu. If you don't come, I will kill this guy. Remember to bring Maya in exchange. After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly, regardless of whether he answered or not. In the Zhongshin security building, listening to the busy tone from the phone, a gloomy look suddenly flashed in Mandarin's eyes. The phone that was originally held in his hand suddenly turned into pieces with a sudden force on his palm. Just like what he said on the phone, he didn't care about Scorpion's life or death, but he hated someone threatening him. At that moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you waiting for me at Nyoyu? Then I'll go see you. I like to see what tricks you can do." At the same time, in the beach villa, just as Tony hung up the phone, a cold electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Side mission released. Battle of Old Enemies. Mission content: kill the old enemy. The King of Darkness does not need old enemies, only servants. Task reward: draw once and open a new category of draw. Listening to the sudden voice in his mind, the expression on Tony's face suddenly froze. He has long been accustomed to the system pretending to be dead every day. Apart from the increase in the number of members of the Dark Alliance, he never thought that the system would also issue tasks. For a while, everyone became interested. After carefully looking at the mission description and mission rewards, Tony's eyes flashed with anticipation. A new category lottery was opened. What would it be? Demonic energy? Mask? Or an item from another world? Thinking a little excitedly, it took a while before Tony's mood calmed down again. He originally wanted to kill Mandarin, but now that he has a system mission, his determination to kill Mandarin is even stronger. Glancing at the sluggish scorpion in front of him, a flame suddenly appeared in Tony's palm. With a casual throw, the flames fell directly on him. Pung! In an instant, the flames burned directly. Compared to the flames brought by the extremist virus, Tony's flames are naturally more domineering. In just a few short breaths, the scorpion was burned to ashes. Then Tony's telekinesis controlled the ashes and scattered his ashes directly into the sea. This guy's role has ended, and there is no use keeping him. As for replacing Maya, it is even more of a joke. He never thought about exchange from beginning to end. If he didn't die, he would have saved him easily. If he died, he wouldn't feel any pity. Therefore, it is useless to keep the scorpion. SHILD, Nick's office. He is currently answering a call from Steve. During the phone call, Steve recounted everything he encountered during the operation, including Tony's involvement in the matter and his suspicions about Tony. When Nick heard that Tony was also involved, his brows instantly furrowed. He was completely afraid of Tony now. Even hearing his name gave me a headache. However, Tony actually took the initiative to help Orleans, which again puzzled him. Therefore, after hanging up the phone, Nick sat up directly in his office chair and thought about Tony's motives and purposes. After thinking for a long time, Nick finally couldn't figure out. At the moment, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.